Chapter 786, Domineering. Chapter 786, Domineering. What? The Azura Prince's few words shocked all of the martial artists present. These sorts of words were equal to accusing Lin Ming of stealing away their Azura clan's demon emperor armor. All of the heroic young elites present had heard more or less of Lin Ming's armor. When Lin Ming and Corpsemancer fought, at the moment that both of them attacked each other in a suicidal manner, Lin Ming had relied on this black armor to block Corpsemancer's final strike. Otherwise, this eternal top talent might have perished that day. According to this Azura Prince, that demon emperor armor originally belonged to the Azura divine kingdom. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes became ice cold. The demon emperor armor was a treasure he had personally taken out from the cosmic melting furnace. Yet this black-clothed youth in front of him was actually claiming that it was a sacred relic lost by his Azura divine kingdom and wanted to take it back. How could Lin Ming not be angered by such an overbearingly false charge? You say that my armor belongs to your Azura divine kingdom? What evidence do you have? Lin Ming slowly stood up, a faint chill in his voice. In fact, Lin Ming already thought that there was some connection between the Azura divine kingdom and the holy demon continent. The Azura divine kingdom cultivated the demonic path, and Corpsemancer also had a giant demon puppet that had come from the Azura divine kingdom. From this alone, it could be seen that the Azura divine kingdom must have members of the giant demon race that came from the holy demon continent. The black-clothed youth jeered at Lin Ming with disdain. Evidence? Humph! Do you think that as a noble Azura divine kingdom prince, I would actually lay a false charge against you? Even the common mortals know that the first great demon emperor is my Azura divine kingdom's faith and first-generation sovereign king. As for that black armor you're wearing, it was forged by the demon emperor himself. That's it? That's your evidence? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a mocking smile. The demon emperor is your Azura divine kingdom's first sovereign king? From his memories, Lin Ming knew that the sect the demon emperor had established in the Sky Spill continent was the South Sea's demon god Imperial Palace. But the demon god Imperial Palace was destroyed after, and the demon emperor ascended into the realm of the gods. He had simply never established any sort of Azura divine kingdom. And the most vital point was that the demon emperor existed 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. How could he possibly be the Azura divine kingdom's first sovereign king? As the Azura prince saw Lin Ming's taunting smile, he grew angry. Who do you think you are? Do you dare to ridicule my Azura divine kingdom? As he spoke, the Azura prince released a thick, killing intent. The temperature throughout the entire pavilion lowered until a cold wind blew throughout. Lin Ming remained unmoved. There were indeed several people that alarmed him here, especially that nine-furnace crown prince Yang Yun. It could be said that he was unfathomable, but the Azura prince wasn't included in that group. This Azura prince was only around 30 years old. He was simply nothing at all. How many years of history does your Azura divine kingdom have? Do you know how long ago it was that the demon emperor existed? Hearing Lin Ming's question, the Azura prince's face flashed with pride and disdain. Although he was staring at Lin Ming, he didn't even see him at all, as if he were nothing but air. The demon emperor is a character that lived 70,000 years ago. My Azura divine kingdom was officially founded only 12,000 years ago, but before that my Azura divine kingdom was actually a hidden sect for 70,000 years. We are the most ancient sect within the entire Sky Spill continent, bar none. Ooh. As the Azura prince uttered these words, Yang Yun appeared very calm without a trace of an expression at all. But the great smelting prince frowned, obviously not willing to acknowledge this. Although there hasn't been any phantom recordings of your battle with Corpsemancer, but my Azura divine kingdom was able to use a special technique to investigate the memories of the spectators. Your demon emperor armor has special characteristics that are explicitly described in the ancient texts of my Azura divine kingdom. The appearance and nature are fully consistent with the descriptions. By just this point alone, I wouldn't have full confidence the armor you're wearing is the Demon Emperor armor. After all, it might be a replica, but the most important evidence I have is that your Demon Emperor armor is missing its Heartguard mirror, and that Heartguard mirror is in the possession of my Azura divine kingdom. As the Azura Prince spoke, he took out a black metal disc from his spatial ring. This was the Demon God Emperor's Heartguard mirror. Everyone, this is a replica of my Azura divine kingdom's Demon Emperor armor's Heartguard mirror. Lin Lanjian, do you dare to show that armor you're wearing? And let us all have a look as to whether you're missing a Heartguard mirror. I can tell you that the shape of the gap in the Demon Emperor armor exactly matches this replica Heartguard mirror. The Azura Prince's words were aggressively spoken. All of the heroic young elites present looked at Lin Ming. Several of them had heard of an approximate description of Lin Ming's demon armor. It seemed it was indeed missing a Heartguard mirror. If this were true, then the Azura Prince's words weren't groundless. In the face of the Azura Prince's accusations, Lin Ming wasn't panicked or in disbelief, as everyone thought he would be. Instead, his expression was that of cold decisiveness, as if everything the Azura Prince had said about the Heartguard mirror didn't matter at all. Didn't you hear me? The Azura Prince took a fierce step forward and took out a chillingly cold long spear from his spatial ring. Yang Yun stood up at this time. Sidechuan, everyone here today are guests that I have personally invited. This Nine Flowers banquet is a gathering of astounding young elites from all over the world. Are you planning on causing an upheaval at my Nine Flowers banquet? Yang Yun's words didn't carry any momentum with them, but they still gave of an inexplicably fearful feeling. Even the Azura Prince felt somewhat afraid. At this time, another black-clothed martial artist stood up and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, we have no intention of causing any conflict at this banquet. It's just that my Azura Divine Kingdom's Demon Emperor armor truly was lost 12,000 years ago. My Azura Divine Kingdom opened the Demon Emperor mystic realm left behind by the Demon Emperor in order to take out the rare treasures he kept there. However, because of spies that were mixed into our sect, some dastardly thieves managed to sneak their way in and make out with part of our inheritances and treasures. I suspect that this Demon Emperor armor is one of them. It is an extremely important holy relic of my divine kingdom. We must recover it by any means possible." The martial artist who spoke was also from the Azura Divine Kingdom, a High Prince successor. Although he was no longer cut off from the inheritances of direct descendants, he still cared a great deal about the Demon Emperor armor. According to the ancient records, the complete Demon Emperor armor could not only defend against attacks, but also increase a martial artist's strength and true essence, playing a ghostly and unpredictable effect in battle. Besides, Lin Ming might even have cultivation methods or other inheritances of the Demon Emperor. If he could recover this, then he would have an opportunity to train them. The black-clothed martial artist spoke to Yang Yun and then turned to Lin Ming. "Lin Lanjian, we won't investigate how you came about that Demon Emperor armor, as long as you return it to us. In fact, not only will we not dig into your past, but we will also grant you a few gifts in gratitude. We believe that young hero Lin truly must not have known that the Demon Emperor armor originated as a main inheritance of my Azura Divine Kingdom. The Azura Divine Kingdom's high successor already felt that he was gracious enough. If Lin Ming knew his limits, then he should back down now." But in the next moment, Lin Ming's response nearly caused his lungs to explode in rage. Lin Ming traced his spatial ring and sneered, "I've never seen someone so shameless that never cared about face before. You're saying that just because that Heartguard mirror matches with my Demon Emperor armor that it belongs to your Azura Divine Kingdom? How ridiculous. Why don't you say that your Azura Divine Kingdom's Heartguard mirror belongs to me originally? Lin Lanjian, do you want to die?" The black-clothed martial artist pounded the table. He had never seen such a crazy person that dared to insult their Azura divine kingdom like so. The Azura Prince Sichuan had an extremely ugly complexion. He pointed his spear point straight at Lin Ming and said with a voice full of killing intent, "Brother Yang, you saw what happened. It isn't me not giving you face, but this Lin Longjien doesn't care about decorum at all. We already decided not to investigate how Lin Longjien Sr. stole their way into my Azura Divine Kingdom's Demon Emperor mystic realm. But this man actually dares to be so shameless as to say that all those stolen treasures belong to him. Brother Yang, even if you must stop me today, I will still wet the earth with blood." At this point, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine was already angrily growling. No matter how anyone considered it, only Demon Shine could be considered the most worthy descendant of the Demon Emperor. This group of smelly brats are truly shameless. They actually dare to pose as the Demon Emperor's descendants. This saint is about to laugh to death. They must have somehow found their way into Master's mystic realm 12,000 years ago. Then they plundered the mystic realm and obtained the Heartguard mirror as well as some rare cultivation method manuals. As for all that talk about spies and thieves, those should have been competitors that entered the mystic realm with them. It's just that this so-called Azura Divine Kingdom must have obtained the majority of the goods while everyone else only obtained a little bit. Then those damned fellows must have posed as Master's descendants and then claimed that all of Master's inheritances belong to them. They are simply brain-addled idiots. Lin Ming, kill him, paint the walls with his blood. Considering what he himself knew, together with his incomplete memories of the Demon Emperor, Lin Ming also agreed with Demon Shine. The Azura Divine Kingdom, that claimed to be the so-called descendants of the Demon Emperor, must have found one of the Demon Emperor's mystic realms from somewhere, one that hadn't been the Demon God Imperial Palace either. As for that Demon Emperor armor being stolen from the mystic realm, that was simply nonsense. Lin Ming said, "The mystic realms left behind by the ancient ancestors are all ownerless to begin with. They're left for the fated ones to obtain the treasures within. Your Azura Divine Kingdom only managed to obtain one of the multiple mystic realms that the Demon Emperor left behind. And yet you actually dare to claim without any justification at all that the Demon Emperor is the first sovereign king of your Azura Divine Kingdom, and say that everything related to the Demon Emperor from all the mystic realms of the world actually belong completely to you. How openly and brazenly shameless of you. Lin Longjien, you dare to insult my Azura Divine Kingdom again and again. If I don't kill you today, I'll never rest." The Azura Prince revealed a thick killing intent. His expression as he looked at Lin Ming was as if he were staring at a person who had already died. Lin Ming was well aware that further words were useless. He extracted the red spear from his spatial ring and coldly said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight. Don't waste my time." "Good. You truly are crazy. Lin Longjien, since you want to die so bad, then let me help you along. Brother Yang, you have already heard that Lin Longjien does not oppose this battle. As such, it can't be described as ruining your 9 flowers banquet." As Sichuan spoke, his lips curved up in a vicious smile. He had already decided to kill Lin Ming here and take away the Demon Emperor armor. This would be a great accomplishment for him. If he used a soul-searching technique, he might even be able to find traces of the Demon Emperor's other inheritances from Lin Ming. This might even include the more precious latter layers of the great desolate halberd art. Sichuan didn't believe for a second that Lin Ming could have such accomplishments today without benefiting from top cultivation methods. As long as he could steal away these techniques and study them himself, then his strength would be greater, and the Azura Divine Kingdom would be that much stronger. Chapter 787, a stipulation of 10 moves. Chapter 787, a stipulation of 10 moves. Battle was inevitable. Yang Yun stood at the center of the Nine-Flower Lake's jade pavilion, his clothes fluttering in the wind, as he said with a calm expression, "Must you really fight? Humph! Lin Longyan has humiliated the legacy of my divine kingdom. I must kill him," Siduchuan said, his voice brooking no doubt. "Since that's the case, let's make a stipulation of 10 moves. Victory or defeat will be decided in 10 moves. There will be no more fighting after that." Yang Yun had settled on 10 moves because he was in fact trying to prevent any deaths occurring from this battle. If these two truly did engage in a fierce struggle, dying wouldn't be unusual. Having lives taken at his Nine Flowers banquet would inevitably bring criticism to Yang Yun. Moreover, his original intention had been to befriend Lin Ming, so he couldn't allow Siduchuan to kill him. But on the other hand, it wouldn't be good if Lin Ming killed Siduchuan either. Siduchuan was a prince of the Azura Divine Kingdom. If he died under Lin Ming's hands, then Lin Ming would be chased down and hunted by the Azura Divine Kingdom. If Yang Yun were to try shielding Lin Ming at that time, then that would be the same as publicly slapping the entire Azura Divine Kingdom in the face. Although there was always infighting and espionage occurring between the 4 divine kingdoms, nothing too great had ever broken out. Everyone knew just how terrifying the consequences would be of 2 divine kingdoms engaging in war. Humph! 10 moves are more than enough to kill you. Don't think that you are invincible just because you managed to hang on to the very end of the destiny decree. If it wasn't for the fact that the princes of the 4 divine kingdoms weren't allowed to be listed without permission, I too would be on the destiny decree for the inheritance of the divine emperor's throne. Unless one was an absolute successor like Yang Yun, there would always be struggles that caused tides of blood to bloom throughout the kingdom. At that time, a prince's strength was an extremely sensitive topic. Thus, the 4 great intelligence networks wouldn't easily arrange a prince on the destiny decree. Yang Yun was also the same. Of course, there were also some princes that were willing to allow themselves to be ranked on the destiny decree in order to shore up support for their side. For instance, the Great Smelting Prince was listed on the destiny decree. Although Siduchuan was full of confidence, the truth was that he kept 120% vigilance and was ready to display his complete strength. He was well aware just how troublesome Lin Ming could be. Corpsemancer was not an idiot. If he died underneath Lin Ming's hands, then Lin Ming naturally had his strengths. Then Azura Divine Kingdom's High Prince successor, Sidu Feng, said, 10 moves. If Lin Longyan loses in that time, then he must hand over the Demon Emperor armor. Sidu Feng was also the descendant of a divine Sea Supreme Elder, and he too was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to participate in this Nine Flowers banquet. However, Sidu Feng, Siduchuan, Yang Yun, and everyone else here were all the same. Their dantian was covered in layers of thick fog, so it was impossible to see just how high their cultivation was. This sort of technique to hide one's cultivation was extremely common in the 4 divine kingdoms. Situ Feng's eyes shined as he glared at Lin Ming, full of provocation. Lin Ming was silent for a moment, and then he said in a deep bass voice, "If I lose, then I will deliver to you the Demon Emperor armor. But what if I win? Will you hand me the Demon Emperor Moore's Heartguard mirror?" "Dream on," Siduchuan angrily shouted. "The Demon Emperor armor is originally the holy relic of my Azura Divine Kingdom. Your ancestors stole the Demon Emperor armor from us 12,000 years ago, and now you actually desire the Heartguard mirror too. You truly have no idea of death or danger." He, Lin Ming contemplatively smiled. "The one who has no idea of death or danger is you. You keep on spouting on and on about how the Demon Emperor is your ancestor, but yet you have no evidence at all. Are you afraid of betting the Heartguard mirror because you know you've already lost?" Siduchuan was about to rush forwards before Sidu Feng held him down. "Surname Lin, let alone that it is useless. I will also tell you that it is impossible for us to give you the Heartguard mirror. We have no authority to do so, and it isn't in our possession to begin with. If we lose, then we will give you 100,000 spirit essence stones. Even though Situfeng promised 100,000 spirit essence stones in a single breath, Lin Ming didn't even bat an eyelash. 100,000 spirit essence stones as a bet for the Demon Emperor armor? Your plans are quite exquisite. 100,000 spirit essence stones was not a small number, but it was naturally far from being able to compare to the Demon Emperor armor. According to Demon Shine, the complete Demon Emperor armor was no less valuable than the Cosmic Melting Furnace, a quasi-saint artifact. Also, a defensive quasi-saint artifact was extremely rare. In terms of value, it would not lose out to a true offensive saint artifact. A saint artifact was extremely valuable even in the realm of the gods. It wasn't something that could be purchased with a mere 100,000 spirit essence stones. If you lose, then take out 10 gene of Million Year with Spirit Jade, and also 1 gene of with Spirit Jade Quintessence. Situfeng's eyes turned red. There was simply no price for Million Year with Spirit Jade. There wasn't much of that even in the treasuries of the 4 divine kingdoms combined. As for with Spirit Jade Quintessence, that was even rarer. That required at least 5 million year with Spirit Jade. After with Spirit Jade passed through an immeasurable long time, its most basic components would slowly seep out into the surrounding rock, and the impurities within the rock would also permeate the wood Spirit Jade. It was impossible for ordinary wood Spirit Jade to exist for several million years. It would simply become a fossil. In order for wood Spirit Jade to retain its purity throughout 5 million years, it would need to be formed from a top heavenly material. For instance, materials such as a 70,000 to 80,000 year nirvana dragon roots, 9 nether grass, profound gold divine fruit, and so on. These sorts of spiritual plants were few and far between to begin with. Wood Spirit Jade of this sort was nearly extinct. Once it was formed, it would swallow the natural life essence of the sun and moon, gaining intelligence after a long period of time, and sometimes even gaining its own life. The value of wood Spirit Jade Quintessence was impossible to measure with spirit essence stones. What kind of crazy act are you trying to pull? Situchuan roared. Compared to 10 gene of Million Year wood Spirit Jade and another gene of wood Spirit Jade Quintessence, the Demon Emperor armor is still more valuable, Lin Ming coldly said. Situchuan laughed like a craving madman. I think that you've misunderstood the situation. You simply do not have the qualifications to discuss conditions with us. If my Azura Divine Kingdom wishes to crush you, then we can crush you just like an ant. Oh, then there's nothing to discuss. Come see me again when you have the guts to make a bet. Lin Ming began to put his spear away. If Situchuan and Situfeng didn't dare to make a bet, then they wouldn't be able to take back the Demon Emperor armor. How could the usually proud and arrogant Situchuan swallow such an insult? I'm afraid you won't be alive anymore. 10 gene of Million Year with Spirit Jade, and another gene of wood Spirit Jade Quintessence. I'll take your life in 10 moves. Situchuan had already impatiently jumped out. He pointed his long spear at Lin Ming and said, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the Demon Emperor armor. Whoosh! With a loud rustling sound, hundreds of crimson seals began spinning around the edge of Situchuan's spear. These were all blood-drinking seals. Great desolate halberd art? Lin Ming was slightly startled, and then immediately relieved. When he first went into the demon god imperial palace, he hadn't been able to locate the great desolate halberd art. The great desolate halberd art he knew was the complete cultivation method extracted from the demon emperor's soul fragment. Now, it seemed as if the jade slip containing the great desolate halberd art was kept at another ancient ruin site, and this site had been obtained by the Azura Divine Kingdom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a loud whistling sound, several hundred crimson seals rapidly revolved around the long spear. Lin Ming was familiar with all of these moves. In the past, he had once tried stepping onto the slaughter path. However, he eventually proved that the road others trod didn't necessarily suit him. Only by walking his own path would he be able to move towards the peak of all martial arts. Lin Ming finally took the Great Desolate Halberd art as well as several other different techniques, using them as a foundation. After comprehending the Great Desolate Halberd art and fusing in the concept of space, the concept of thunder, as well as the concept of fire, he was able to create moves such as Chasing Sun, Chasing Thunder, Penetrating Rainbow, and Bury the Heavens. To Lin Ming, the power of these abilities was far mightier than the pure Great Desolate Halberd art. Let me experience your Great Desolate Halberd art. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a brilliant fighting spirit. He wanted just how powerful the Demon Emperor's famed battle technique would be in the hands of a purely demonic path martial artist. He wanted to see how this compared to his own self-created techniques. Whoosh! With a loud cry, Sichuan's spear shot forwards. His first attack was Blood Seal Twisting Murder. The crimson blood drinking seals rapidly revolved, issuing out harsh, grating sounds as if space itself was being torn to shreds. In these 10 moves, Sichuan would go all out with everything he had. He would naturally try to kill Lin Ming in these 10 moves. Lin Ming didn't plan on staying his hand. He also didn't underestimate Sichuan. With a thrust of his spear, the dual concepts of thunder and fire fused together, intensely colliding with Blood Seal Twisting Murder. CA. Blood Seal smashed onto Lin Ming's red spear, wanting to bounce the spear away. This was Blood Seal Twisting Murder's special effect, twisting away the weapon and directly piercing the chest. Lin Ming had already expected this. He poured his battle spirit into the shaft of his spear. The concept of thunder fire erupted. Bang! A sound filled the air like a bolt of heavenly thunder crashing into the earth. A terrifying air wave washed out in all directions. Even though the 9-flower lake pavilion was protected by a hidden array formation, this array formation still creaked and trembled like a small boat in choppy seas. Great waves rose within the once calm 9-flower lake. If the ice lotuses floating on the lake didn't have the protection of array formations, then they would have probably been ravaged into flying ash by the fierce detonation of energy. Yang Yun looked the same throughout, but Lin Ming actually knew just how valuable these ice lotuses were. They were all comparable to heavenly materials. Once the array formation was broken, the losses would be immense. With a tap of his toes, Lin Ming jumped off the jade platform and flew towards the snowy mountains. At this time, Sichuan had long since been stirred up into a frenzied rage, his eyes bright red like a rabid madman. He could hardly care for these 9-flower lake ice lotuses that were simply used to make tea. He thought that Lin Ming had run away because he couldn't withstand his Blood Seal Twisting Murder. With a sneer, Sichuan clearly shouted, "You gutless small fry! Where are you running to?" Primeval Spear Strike. With a thrust of his spear, blood-drinking seals spun around, creating a twisting red storm. This sort of storm seemed to twist space, forming a powerful suction force like a black hole that swallowed all. Moves of the Great Desolate Halberd art contain the concept of space. When Lin Ming first started to comprehend the offensive use of the concept of space that had all begun from this Great Desolate Halberd art, Sichuan was overjoyed as he saw Lin Ming's speed suddenly reduce. All martial artists that were caught in his primeval spear strike were like flies in a spider web. It was impossible to escape. With a clear cry, Sichuan's killing intent locked onto Lin Ming. The concept of space fused into his spear as he thrust it towards the point between Lin Ming's eyebrows. This spear seemed slow, but it passed through space in the blink of an eye, suddenly appearing like ghosts and gods in front of Lin Ming. Such an ephemeral and mystical style had allowed Sichuan to slaughter countless masters. This was the move he was most proud of. However, as Lin Ming faced this spear that suddenly appeared in front of him, his expression didn't even change a tiny bit. This is your concept of space? Your skill is far too lacking. Ho dash! Lin Ming also thrust out a spear. This spear strike seemed even slower than Sichuan's. However, what was unbelievably strange was that for some unknown reason, Lin Ming's spear light reached Sichuan's chest first. What? Sichuan was incomparably shocked, losing all his composure. That spear light had suddenly bloomed in front of his eyes, nearly blinding him. Pung! Sichuan flew backwards. All of his protective true essence shattered. Blood swelled up within his body, but was forcefully suppressed by him. As he looked down, he saw that a large hole had appeared in the heaven-step treasure armor he wore, copious amounts of blood flowing from it. Chapter 788, Slaughterpath Showdown. Chapter 788, Slaughterpath Showdown. It's only been 2 moves, and yet Sichuan was injured. The 7-star Divine Kingdom's High Prince successor said with an astonished expression. Although every prince's strength was kept a confidential secret, the 4 Divine Kingdoms' competition with each other was simply too fierce. Sichuan was one of the several important princes of the Azura Divine Kingdom, so it was inevitable that he would be under tight observation from all available intelligence networks. Although it wasn't known what degree his exact strength reached, people were still able to roughly estimate. After all, Sichuan was one of the princes who would compete for the highest throne of the Azura Divine Kingdom in the future. His natural talent was undeniable. At 30 years of age, he should now be able to rank on the destiny decree. Although it was unknown just who would be stronger between him and Lin Ming, the difference in their abilities shouldn't be so great. It wasn't just the 7-star High Prince successor who thought this, but even the great Smelting Kingdom Prince felt this was just too incredible. At this time, Yang Yun was calmly drinking some tea when he said, "It isn't that the disparity in their strength is great, but the disparity in their understanding of the concept of space is too great." Just now, that move was only a comparison of whose concept of space was more accomplished. Sichuan thought that he would be able to win the advantage by fusing the concept of space into his attack, but he never thought that his opponent's attainments in the concept of space were even higher. He underestimated his opponent and suffered a blow because of it. His injury is due to the fact that he wasn't mentally prepared in advance. At this time, Sichuan felt extremely shamed and bereaved. The concept of space was their Azura Divine Kingdom's most famous concept. It was recorded within the Great Desolate Halberd Art, and was something that only the Situ royal family descendants were able to study. The concept of space was known as one of the most difficult and powerful concepts, and also known as the King of Concepts. The entire Situ family clan inevitably held pride in themselves because their entire family clan could utilize the concept of space, especially Sichuan. His talent was extraordinary, and he had an extremely high comprehension of the concept of space. Even the Divine Emperor appreciated his abilities. But now, all of that arrogant pride had been ruthlessly destroyed by Lin Ming. This boy actually understands the concept of space, and his method of attack seems similar to my own Azura Divine Kingdom's inheritance. Even the might of the attack is greater. He absolutely has a more complete version of the Great Desolate Halberd Art. Sichuan didn't think that Lin Ming's talent in the concept of space surpassed his own. He only thought that Lin Ming must have a complete inheritance of the Great Desolate Halberd Art. All of these things should belong in the grasp of their Azura Divine Kingdom. Only my Azura Divine Kingdom Situ family is deserving of this inheritance. There is no one else worthy. Sichuan cried out within his heart. If he could train in this complete Great Desolate Halberd Art, then his strength would inevitably rise. Perhaps when facing Yang Yun, he might not even be overwhelmed by that man's blinding halo. "Brother Situ, consider this match finished." Yang Yun's voice suddenly sounded out. Although Sichuan had been injured because of a brief lapse in his guard, An injury was an injury. This was only supposed to be a friendly spar, not a life or death struggle. Losing in even half a move was considered a loss. I refuse to accept this, Sita Chuan shouted out loud, keeping his spear pointed at Lin Ming. Everything on the line was related to the honor of his Azura divine kingdom. So how could he just admit defeat like this? Otherwise, if news of today's happenings spread out, everyone would know that the rampant and lofty Situ Chuan had lost to someone far younger than him in just 2 moves. Not just that, but that hairless little boy's cultivation was more than an entire realm lower than his. He would suffer nothing but ridicule. The stipulation of 10 moves hasn't ended yet. Just because I was surprised for a moment just now doesn't mean that I lost. Since Situ Chuan insisted on finishing the 10 moves to the end, Yang Yun also didn't say any more. He only silently looked at Lin Ming. He hadn't thought that Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of space would reach such a degree, as if he himself were an omnipotent being. This sort of talent was something he had never heard of before. It simply surpassed his own understanding. Situ Chuan held his spear flat, and his aura exploded from his body. He no longer planned to use the concept of space. Since his understanding of concepts was inferior, he would only be embarrassing himself if he continued to forcefully utilize it. Using it to attack the enemy would be the epitome of stupidity. But the great desolate halberd art still contained another great supporting pillar besides the concept of space. That was comprehension of the slaughter path. Situ Chuan didn't believe that Lin Ming would also surpass him in the understanding of the slaughter path. Bang! Under the incitement of the blood-drinking seals, Situ Chuan's killing intent erupted, overwhelming and covering the entire sky. Several hundred blood-drinking seals flew high in the air like stars in flight, covering the entire area as they glowed an increasingly blood red. The skies above the entire 9-flower lake surged with energy. Black energy rolled everywhere, emitting a suffocating atmosphere. By abandoning the concept of space, he would decide this with only the great desolate halberd art's slaughter path. In the Jade Pavilion atop the 9-flower lake, several heroic young elites felt indescribably uncomfortable after being enveloped by this killing intent. Although those that Yang Yun had invited this time were all the chosen prides of heaven within the Sky Spill continent, that didn't mean that they were too strong. If they were too young and their cultivation was only at the revolving core realm, their strength would still be limited no matter how great their talent. It was impossible for them to withstand Situ Chuan's killing intent. Such a solid killing intent, and such keen blood-drinking seals. Situ Chuan must have killed countless martial artists these past years. The great smelting prince sighed. One couldn't effectively accumulate killing intent by killing weaker martial artists. Only by killing martial artists at the same level or even other similar prides of heaven. Only then by watching a strong opponent fall before them would this image engrave itself into one's heart, becoming an unwavering belief of victory that was able to sweep away all. This sort of belief could be sent out like an energy field, and once combined with the will to kill an opponent, this would then turn into killing intent. The Situ family clan is indeed a savage and brutal family clan. All of their princes, successors, and other family members will be thrown into dangerous situations at just 15 to 16 years of age. They are forced to tear down vicious beasts and giant demons. And every royal family member that fails this test has nothing but death awaiting them. Yes, within the Azura Divine Kingdom, there is a medium-sized dimension that has the giant demon race living in it, reared up like pigs in a pen, only becoming the smelting trial field of their royal family. For Situ Chuan to understand the slaughter path to such a degree, that means he must have cut down hundreds or thousands of giant demons at his level. All of the young heroic elites began discussing amongst themselves the methods that the 4 divine kingdoms used to train the next generation were no great secret. However, the Azura Divine Kingdom's methods were the harshest, cruelest, and most lacking in mercy of all. For those royal family members that had no talent, their fate was even more miserable than that of the common people. I will take the advantage with this move. Sidu-Chan fiercely looked at Lin Ming. Although he had been wounded just then because he had underestimated his opponent, no matter the reason, a loss was still a loss. He had thrown down his face in order to continue fighting, and if he wasn't able to suppress Lin Ming, and was instead suppressed by Lin Ming, then he would be laughed at by others. This was not a loss he could afford. Loss meant complete loss of any face he had left. I will take back the Sidu family clan's glory, and all of the Demon Emperor's inheritances should also return to my Sidu family clan. Sidu-Chuan's heart burned with a raging fire. His anger, his will, his body, everything was fused into this next attack. Great desolate halberd art, slaughter path. By overdrawing his strength and true essence, Sidu-Chuan poured his complete being into this attack. A black spear light shot out, tearing through the void, as it rolled up into the massive clouds of roiling black energy and fused with the hundreds of blood-drinking seals that Sidu-Chuan had released. With a thrust of this spear, the mountains and rivers seemed to tremble, creating a dazzlingly blinding attack. You want a slaughter path showdown? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. Although I have to admit I truly do not have much talent in the slaughter path, I still have been able to achieve a bit through hard work. Out of everything that Lin Ming had ever studied, his accomplishments in the concept of wind and the slaughter path had never been to his satisfaction. The former had caused Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void to be hampered at times, and the latter made it so that he wasn't able to display the full strength of the blood-drinking seals in the great desolate halberd art. In particular, as Lin Ming's strength rapidly grew, the blood-drinking seals could no longer keep up with his current strength. However, Lin Ming's slaughter path wasn't just the blood-drinking seals. True essence gathered in his dantian, the death god force field, and the Azura force field simultaneously erupted. Bang! The force field energy rushed out like a tide of molten iron. As soon as Sidu-Chuan's black energy collided with the Azura force field, it was actually ripped to shreds, half of it immediately dispersing to nothing. What? As Lin Ming's death god force field completely opened to the limit, even Yang Yun was startled. Compared to the scattered killing intent that Sidu-Chuan had released, Lin Ming's killing intent had condensed into a true force field. Moreover, it wasn't just one kind of force field, but two kinds. A force field formed from killing intent. This Lin Longyan must have grown up by treading over the corpses of martial artists, all at his level or higher. The White Clan princess sucked in a breath of cold air. A force field was an extremely rare ability, and Lin Ming even had two different kinds. As for those 20-some-year-old geniuses with a mere revolving core cultivation, all of them paled as they were swallowed up by this killing intent, nearly falling down where they stood. Bury the heavens. True essence howled. The concept of fire and the concept of space fused together. The 8 inner hidden gates opened to the limit, and the large success bronze battle spirit was poured into his spear. What Lin Ming used was impressively bury the heavens, a self-created move modeled with the strongest aspects of the great desolate halberd art as the foundation. A red spear tore through the void, all of the power of space swirling up into a space storm. The burning star flame was galvanized by the wild space claws, evolving into a demonic black flame. Chi, chi, chi. The demonic flame burned apart space, causing massive amounts of space fragments to scatter about. These space fragments served as a substitute for blood-drinking seals as they spun around at a maddening speed. As Sidu-Chuan saw Lin Ming's fierce attack come at him, he barked out a wild shout. His face flushed an unusual blood red. What he used was an arcane skill. To a demonic path martial artist, this sort of arcane skill that burned one's bloodline to forcefully enhance one's strength was extremely common. Of course, after using it, one had to pay the price. If the side effects were light, then his meridians would be damaged. If the side effects were serious, then it would heavily damage his life source. At this time, Situ-Chuan no longer had any other path to take. He had to win in this move. Bang! Two spears violently collided together. A wild, true essence shockwave surged out, uncontrollably smashing into the Nine-Flower Lakes Jade Pavilion until it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Several revolving core young elites whitened, and those early revolving core martial artists were all forced out of their seats and several steps back, nearly vomiting blood. This continued until Yang Yun, the great smelting prince, and the White Clan princess all acted together, blocking the turbulent energy flows. Underneath everyone's eyes, a surprising scene occurred. The space fragments that swirled around Lin Ming's spear struck Situ-Chuan's blood-drinking seals, crushing them until they were less than half the original size. Then, after breaking through Situ-Chuan's spear light, Lin Ming's spear potential didn't yet disappear. It brought along with it a blazing fire and terrifying concept of space as it struck Situ-Chuan's bodily protective true essence. Situ-Chuan's bodily true essence immediately disintegrated, and he flew backwards. The result of the battle had exceeded everyone's earlier expectations. Situ-Chuan had been completely suppressed and abused by Lin Ming. But how could this be? When Lin Ming first faced Corpsemancer, he had become victorious only after a hard-fought battle. But now, facing Situ-Chuan, he won with considerable ease. Did this mean that Situ-Chuan was far inferior to Corpsemancer? Chapter 789, 8,000-Mile Black Swamp. Chapter 789, 8,000-Mile Black Swamp. Situ-Chuan crashed into the Nine-Flower Lake, causing ice-cold water to splash into the clear skies. A single spear strike had sent Situ-Chuan rocketing into the lake, but Lin Ming was still flying high in the air as if he hadn't used much energy at all. How terrifying! As everyone looked at Lin Ming fluttering high in the air, those several revolving core martial artists that had nearly coughed up blood turned even more pallid. A moment ago, they had felt an irresistibly powerful strength in the aftermath of that collision just now. In truth, they were all inferior to Situ-Chuan. Although Situ-Chuan was older than they were, his cultivation had still reached the peak of the second stage of life destruction. But that Lin Lonjian, his age was unknown. Perhaps he might not even be over 26 years of age. His cultivation was only at the late revolving core realm, and yet his strength was enough to completely suppress Situ-Chuan. This caused them all to feel greatly frustrated and helpless. This simply didn't seem like a talent that a human should possess. It wasn't just the revolving core martial artists that were startled, but the several other princes in the audience were also shocked. Lin Ming would inevitably become one of the highest peak powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent. Such a person would be able to wield near unlimited influence throughout the entire continent in the future. And the most important factor was that he didn't belong to any of the four divine kingdoms or their subordinates. His future possibilities were endless. Bang! The surface of the water erupted as Situ-Chuan shot upwards. At this moment, his face was white, and his hair was a ruined mess. His entire body was dripping with water, and he was embarrassed beyond being embarrassed. Lin Ming indifferently looked at Situ-Chuan. Situ-Chuan's defensive ability to withstand attacks was too strong. Even though he had been heavily struck twice, his injuries actually weren't heavy at all. However, this was also within reason. The great desolate halberd art had become famous as an offensive battle technique of the Demon Emperor, but it originally wasn't used only as an offensive ability, but also a defensive one. The blood-drinking seals could be used to attack as well as defend. Situ-Chuan had fused blood-drinking seals into his protective true essence, causing his protective true essence to surpass common sense. That Situ-Chuan is definitely a true master. Although he might be a little weaker than Corpsemancer, it wasn't by too much. And if he had used that arcane ability to stimulate his bloodline just now, then he would even be able to surpass Corpsemancer. Too bad for him. The one he ran into today is me. Meeting Lin Ming was Situ-Chuan's own bad luck. As the saying went, know yourself, know the enemy, and be undefeatable. Lin Ming had already practiced Situ-Chuan's great desolate halberd art for many years now, and the version he studied was far more complete. For instance, all of those moves Situ-Chuan used just now, like blood seal, twisting murder, primeval spear, strike, the slaughter path, Lin Ming knew all of those techniques like the back of his hand. There might be no one more clear about the characteristics of blood-drinking seals than he was. Before they fought, all of Situ-Chuan's techniques had already been thoroughly understood by Lin Ming. How could he still fight? And what was lamentable was that Situ-Chuan's two great pillars, the concept of space and the slaughter path, were all completely defeated by Lin Ming, making it so that he couldn't display the true strength of the great desolate halberd art. Then, Situ-Chuan's only advantage over Lin Ming was that his cultivation was a realm and a half higher than his. But even so, with the support of his battle spirit, 8 inner hidden gates, comprehension of concepts, and many other factors, all of this made it so that Situ-Chuan was tyrannically oppressed from start to finish. Originally, Situ-Chuan's terrifying defensive power was the reason that he could rank on the destiny decree. However, defense couldn't be compared to offense. Offense could be used to suppress others, but being better in only defense meant that one would be smacked around a lot longer. And as the battle had continued, Situ-Chuan had seemed incomparably distressed, as it looked as if he were being slapped around without any strength or resistance. In his current state, Situ-Chuan's face violently distorted with anger. He couldn't accept this defeat. He would rather lose 100 years of his life than admit defeat to Lin Ming. Brother Situ, you've lost. Yang Yun rose up and said. Situ-Chuan's lips twitched, blue veins popping out on his forehead. Again and again he had lost miserably. Situ-Chuan could no longer say that he would finish the rest of the 10 moves with Lin Ming, and even though he didn't wish to admit it, continuing this battle would be futile. He would simply be beaten down again. Don't fight. The two of us are not his opponent. Continuing to fight is just shaming yourself. A true essence sound transmission sounded out in Situ-Chuan's ears. This message had come from Situ-Feng. This boy obviously understands all of your abilities. He should also have inherited the great desolate halberd art. However, we know nothing about him. All we can see is that there is the shadow of the great desolate halberd art in his techniques. We must report this matter to His Highness the Divine Emperor, and allow him to decide what shall be done. Situ-Chuan's grim face seemed indecisive. Then he grit his teeth and slowly fell down from the air. 10 gene of million year would spirit jade, and 1 gene of would spirit jade quintessence, Lin Ming said. As Situ-Chuan and Situ-Feng heard these words, their lips spasmed. Even with their own great net worths, producing these sorts of treasures would still be extremely difficult. I haven't brought those things with me. I can compensate you with spirit essence stones and other things. Situ-Chuan said with a dark and gloomy expression. Lin Ming chuckled. Million year would spirit jade, and would spirit jade quintessence are priceless treasures that cannot be bought. Their value cannot be estimated with mere spirit essence stones. With so many heroic young elites here, there are countless treasures on them. With your status as an Azura Divine Kingdom Prince, borrowing them shouldn't be too difficult. Situ-Chuan's intestines painfully twisted together as he heard Lin Ming's words. Situ-Feng was afraid he would open his large mouth and say something irreproachably stupid. So he stepped forwards and said, since we were willing to make a bet, we're also prepared to lose. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please allow us to borrow your wood spirit jade. There was only one Divine Kingdom Crown Prince present, Yang Yun. The 9-furnace Divine Kingdom had the richest wood spirit jade resources, so he was the only one here capable of easily bringing out 10 gene of wood spirit jade, and a gene of wood spirit jade quintessence. Yang Yun smiled as he stood up and said, "Everyone here are grand characters of the sky spill continent. For us to all gather here at my 9 flowers banquets is also a stroke of destiny. We must not harm our friendships. Since Brother Lin desires wood spirit jade, I indeed have some that I may lend to Brother Situ." As Yang Yun spoke, he took out a jade box from his spatial ring. The crystal clear and dazzling jade box was only 3 inches long. After opening it, a brilliant flaming light suddenly bloomed outwards. Yang Yun took out a wood spirit jade the size of a quail egg from the jade box. Everyone was startled at the sight of this wood spirit jade. The color was an unexpected deep gold. That is wood spirit jade quintessence. Even though the martial artists present were extraordinarily wealthy individuals, this was also the first time they had seen the rare wood spirit jade quintessence. Yang Yun said, "Wood spirit jade quintessence is countless times more valuable than common wood spirit jade. Don't look at how small this wood spirit jade quintessence in my hands is. The truth is that there is already 1 gene and 3 tails here. As for the million-year wood spirit jade, I haven't brought that with me today. After some time, I shall go to the kingdom's treasury and select some suitable material for Brother Lin." Lin Ming said, "Your Highness Crown Prince is too polite. The extra 3 tails of this wood spirit jade quintessence are far more than enough to make up for 10 gene of million-year wood spirit jade." Lin Ming had inherited the memories of that realm of the gods' alchemists, so he had an approximate understanding of the value of wood spirit jade. "Ha! All right then." Yang Yun didn't argue. A blue light surrounded the jade box, and the box then slowly flew towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming received the jade box and placed it within his spatial ring. "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Lin Ming's words were sincerely spoken from the heart. Ever since coming to the 9-furnace Divine Palace, Lin Ming had a very favorable impression of Yang Yun. "Ha! The 9-furnace Divine Kingdom is truly extravagant. That wood spirit jade quintessence is mined from the 8,000-mile black swamp of the Sea of Miracles," the great smelting prince said with a smile. "The Sea of Miracles' 8,000-mile black swamp." Lin Ming asked as he heard the great smelting prince's words. In his mind, a strange association was forming. Brother Lin hasn't heard of the Black Swamp before?" The great smelting prince shot Lin Ming a strange look, but continued to explain. "The Sea of Miracles is known as being the sea of no return and the ocean of endless storms. It is the most terrifying life forbidden zone in the entire sky spill continent." As the great smelting prince spoke to hear, the 7-star Divine Kingdom High Successor also smiled, shaking his head as he added, "Brother Uya, your description of the Sea of Miracles as a life forbidden zone is far too pale. There are many areas in the sky spill continent known as life forbidden zones, but the truth is that there are only 1 or 2 big cats within. Most of them can be handled by a mere revolving core powerhouse." As the 7-star High Successor spoke to hear, the other martial artists smiled. Indeed, to martial artists of different boundaries of strength, the definition of a life forbidden zone was also different. "Old Thirdly, you don't need to interrupt me," the great smelting prince said with a teasing laugh. It was obvious from his casual tone that he had a good personal friendship with the 7-star High Successor. The Sea of Miracles is a true life forbidden zone, and also the most dangerous land in the entire sky spill continent, bar none. After entering deep into the Sea of Miracles, it is said that the entire sea is a lifeless, pitch black, and the skies are forever covered in layers upon layers of lightning storms. It isn't an exaggeration to say that entering the Sea of Miracles is an absolute death sentence. Without exception, even divine sea supreme elders are the same. Up until now, there has never been a record of anyone ever having managed to cross the Sea of Miracles. Even the 4 divine kingdoms' divine emperors all worship and revere the Sea of Miracles. And surrounding the entire Sea of Miracles is the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, which can also be considered as the shores of the Sea of Miracles. Because the land topography is similar to a beach and shallow tidelands, the entire surrounding of the Sea of Miracles appears to look like a black swamp. Even though this black swamp is lower risk than the Sea of Miracles, it still isn't a place that a divine sea powerhouse can freely enter and leave. There are even divine sea powerhouses that can perish within if their luck is poor enough. For instance, even if I were to enter into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, it wouldn't matter how many magical treasures and defensive items I brought with me, I would never return. The great smelting price had a self-deprecating smile as he spoke to her, but Lin Ming's heart was actually racing with emotions. This Sea of Miracles sounded exactly like the Eternal Demon Abyss. The Eternal Demon Abyss was also known as the Land of No Return. When the #1 top powerhouse of the Holy Demon Continent had reached a bitter bottleneck in his cultivation, he had entered the Eternal Demon Abyss to search for a lucky chance. But the result was that he had died there, never to return. And around the Eternal Demon Abyss was the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, although the risks were far, far lower than in the true Eternal Demon Abyss. It still wasn't a place that an emperor-level martial artist could freely enter. Whether it was the High Lords of the 12 Sky-Split Towers or the Tower Masters themselves, none of them had even returned alive after entering the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. As for Lin Ming, he had only managed to escape the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone by relying on the memories of the Demon Emperor as well as his own unique abilities. And listening to this great smelting prince's words, the 8,000-mile Black Swamp was extremely similar to the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone of the Eternal Demon Abyss. The Skill-Spill Continent had the Sea of Miracles, and the Holy Demon Continent had the Eternal Demon Abyss. Could this really have been a mere coincidence? As Lin Ming was thinking this, the great smelting prince's next words raised even greater waves in Lin Ming's mind. He said, "Every 10 years, there will be a black tsunami that comes from the Sea of Miracles. Normally, the tsunami will reach out to a distance of 8,000 to 9,000 miles, completely covering the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. This black tsunami is wholly terrifying. If one is caught within, then that is certain death. But although this black tsunami is terrifying, there are still great advantages to be had. That is that the wood spirit jade floating in the Sea of Miracles will rush out into the Black Swamp, where it can be mined by others. Thus, even though the 4 divine kingdoms were founded over 10,000 years ago, the amount of wood spirit jade resources have never fallen off, always managing to continuously replenish themselves. Chapter 790, Heavencraft Xiao Xiao's Request. Chapter 790, Heavencraft Xiao Xiao's Request. Lin Ming took a deep breath, unable to calm his heart. The Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss were both absolute life, forbidden zones, both of them able to bury even divine sea supreme elders. Although the surrounding area was relatively safer, it still wasn't a place where anyone below the divine sea realm could hope to live through. In addition, the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss both had eruptions. The Sea of Miracles had its black tsunamis, and the Eternal Demon Abyss had its great black waves. After erupting, both of them would carry materials from their center. The Sea of Miracles would bring out wood spirit jade, and the Eternal Demon Abyss would bring out demon god bones. Wood spirit jade was the condensed essence of ancient spiritual plants. Demon god bones were the condensed essence of powerful ancient martial artists and vicious beasts. How similar they were! The Sea of Miracles was simply the Sky-Spill Continent's Eternal Demon Abyss. It would be impossible to describe their similarities as being just coincidental. They must be linked somehow. Thinking of the apocalyptic catastrophe that happened in the Sky-Spill Continent 100,000 years ago, the immortal goddess deeply slumbering within the Eternal Demon Abyss, as well as the eternally beating 100,000-year heart of the ancient great emperor, Lin Ming had absolute belief that all of these was because of some incredible unknown secret. Brother Lin, the great smelting prince, couldn't help but ask Lin Ming as he saw him deep in thought. "It's nothing. I was just shocked by the mysteries of this sea of miracles. I wonder, is there anything else special about this sea of miracles? Yes, I hear that there exists a temple of marvels that floats above the skies in the sea of miracles. It is illusory and elusive like a dreaming mirage. It's only that this temple is deep within the sea of miracles and guarded by some wild and ancient sea beasts. These sea beasts can emit a pressure that can stop even the heart of a divine sea supreme elder. These are existences that are beyond our imagination." The great smelting prince sighed as he spoke to hear. Although he was considered fairly strong within the 4 divine kingdoms now, he was simply not worth mentioning when compared to those ancient and mystical existences in the Sea of Miracles, let alone him. Even his father, the divine emperor, wouldn't be able to return if he went to the Sea of Miracles. The great vastness of this world surpassed all of their imaginations. The Sea of Miracles has the sea beast, and the eternal demon abyss has the ancient great beast. This is truly surprisingly consistent. Lin Ming was already fully convinced that there was some sort of inevitable relation between the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss. They might be 2 entrances into a world. But what was strange was that in the vast and endless universe, why would such miraculous mysteries appear on the incomparably ordinary world of the Sky Spill continent? That ancient vicious beast that seemed like a god beast was not a being that even general realm of the gods' powerhouse characters like the Demon Emperor could compare with. "Has anyone entered the Temple of Marvels before?" Lin Ming asked. "Hilarious." The Big Dipper High successor smiled as he shook his head. "That temple is a legend to begin with. Moreover, it exists deep in the Sea of Miracles. No one who has ever stepped foot into the Sea of Miracles has returned. So how could anyone have entered it?" As the Temple of Miracles was brought up, the 9-flower banquet became even more lively. Many martial artists began speaking of certain fables of the Sea of Miracles, making Lin Ming feel even more complicated and confused. After the banquet reached its end, Lin Ming was invited by Yang Yun to the Crown Prince Palace. At this time, Yang Yun was wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, and floating in front of him was a jade array disc. On top of the array disc was a projected map of the entire Sky Spill continent. The 4 divine kingdoms, the Sea of Miracles, and even ancient family clans and hidden worlds were all shown on the map, looking incomparably broad and wondrous. Yang Yun looked at this map and suddenly said, "Brother Lin, I heard that you are collecting top grade with spirit jade." Yes, Yang Yun didn't ask why Lin Ming was gathering with spirit jade. He looked thoughtful for a moment and then said, "Why don't you consider joining a side force? You can borrow their power to rapidly collect with spirit jade, and they would even be able to protect you, so why not do it? For instance, about today's matter, Azura Divine Kingdom Sichuan and Situfeng bullied you because you didn't have any great power supporting you from behind. That is the only reason that they dared to attack you. Moreover, perhaps Brother Lin has already been included on the Azura Divine Kingdom's hit list. If you somehow end up falling into the hands of the Azura Divine Kingdom's top powerhouses in the future, then the consequences would be disastrous." Yang Yun's intentions were obvious. He wished to win Lin Ming over to the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom. Lin Ming had already guessed Yang Yun's goal before the 9-flower banquet started. If he joined the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom, then collecting with Spirit Jade would naturally not be a problem anymore. As long as he was able to prove of sufficient value, then the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom wouldn't begrudge him any amount of with Spirit Jade. And with the shelter of the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom, he also wouldn't need to fear the Azura Divine Kingdom anymore. However, there were simply too many secrets on Lin Ming's body. If he joined the nine-furnace divine kingdom, then he would be surrounded by divine sea powerhouses everywhere. It would be far too easy for those supreme elders to monitor him without him knowing at all. Not to mention everything else, but if just his cosmic melting furnace that he used for alchemy was revealed to those old monsters, then his fate could be imagined. Lin Ming wasn't used to letting others control his fate, nor would he join a Holy Land-level influence. I thank Your Highness the Crown Prince for your reminder, but I am used to freely wandering about and don't wish to temporarily join any side influence. Oh, well, that is indeed regrettable. Yang Yun shook his head, as if he were feeling rather sorry for everything. If Brother Lin has a change of mind, then my nine-furnace divine kingdom's doors are open for you at any time. Thank you, Crown Prince, Your Highness, for your kindness. In the future, if possible, I will certainly thank you for your hospitality. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. He had already succeeded in obtaining the wood spirit jade quintessence. Now, in addition to the 5 color fruit, void temper root, skyflower stones, and dragon's pine grass, he already had 80 to 90% confidence that he could successfully refine the 5 fade void pill. It was nearly time to leave the trouble-laden nine-furnace divine kingdom. Lin Ming had already made his plans. First, he would refine the 5 fade void pill, and then open the 3rd of the 8 inner hidden gates. Then he would look for some remote, hidden area to safely make a breakthrough to life destruction. When he had enough strength, he would make sure Divine Phoenix Island was safe and sound, and then he would begin the final preparations to ascend into the realm of the gods. After Lin Ming bid his farewells to Yang Yun, he first returned to his own room. As he passed through the door, he saw that Xiao Xiao was sitting on the bed, a bit stunned, as if she had lost her soul. There were still tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. It was obvious she had just been crying. Miss Heavencraft, Lin Ming asked with some surprise. He didn't know what matter Xiao Xiao had experienced, but this was his room. Her room should be next door, and since it was already nighttime, what was she doing in his room? Sir Lin. As Xiao Xiao saw Lin Ming, she nipped her lips and began to speak before she hesitated. She looked extremely pitiful. What's the matter? It's fine to say it. Xiao Xiao took several deep breaths to calm herself down, but tears still glistened in her eyes. She said, I saw the 9-furnace guard's fleeting dragon. He showed me some things. Xiao Xiao's lips quivered as she spoke, as if whatever it was had been terrifying. What is it? It's evidence about my father, my grandfather, and even more ancient family heads from more distant times. That is the dark history of my Heavencraft family clan. Xiao Xiao seemed to use up every last ounce of her strength to speak. She grabbed the table to support herself, revealing a smooth jade white arm even as her full and milky breasts fiercely heaved up and down. This evidence is real? It should be. Xiao Xiao had helped and managed the trading company for so many years that she could certainly distinguish if it were true or real. It was only because the evidence was real that she was at a complete loss of what to do. She didn't know what the 9-furnace guard wished to do, but such detailed evidence absolutely couldn't be collected in a short 1 or 2 days. That meant that the 9-furnace guard had already been investigating her Heavencraft family clan for a long time. Could it be that Yang Yun wanted to control her Heavencraft family clan, with an absolute disparity in masters and strength, as well as enough reasons to act? Xiao Xiao had no doubt that as long as Yang Yun wished to, he could easily annex their Heavencraft trading company. To Xiao Xiao, it was like she had been struck by a bolt of lightning out of nowhere. You say that Yang Yun wants to swallow up your Heavencraft trading company, but do you think that the Heavencraft trading company is worth him doing so? Lin Ming asked in reply. I have no idea. The 9-furnace guard only showed me the evidence. They didn't actually say what they planned to do with it. Xiao Xiao shook her head. Although she was still extremely afraid, she had a faint guess about some possibilities. It wasn't worth it for Yang Yun to spend so much time and effort on just the small Heavencraft trading company. But if the Nine Furnace Guard investigated not just the Heavencraft Trading Company but other organizations too, then there was likely to be great turbulence in the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's future. For such a small fish as her trading company, it was likely they would be washed away in the chaos. "You told me this because you want me to help you?" Lin Ming directly asked. Xiao Xiao wouldn't tell him all this just because she wanted to talk. Xiao Xiao's eyes flashed with shimmering tears. She bit her lips until they turned white and said, "I would like to request Mr. Lin stay in the Heavencraft Trading Company for some time again. I beg you." Xiao Xiao bowed as she spoke. Lin Ming froze for a moment, startled before understanding Xiao Xiao's intentions. Lin Ming had helped Xiao Xiao obtain the position of family head, and Xiao Xiao had repaid him with the dragon's pine grass. Their former agreement should now have come to an end. Lin Ming could leave the Heavencraft family clan at any time. Xiao Xiao wished for Lin Ming to stay in order to be the warding charm of their Heavencraft family clan. Behind the Nine Furnace Guard lay Yang Yun, and Xiao Xiao had seen with her own eyes just how much Yang Yun valued and favored Lin Ming. If Lin Ming stayed in the Heavencraft family clan, then it was likely that Yang Yun would give Lin Ming face and leave the Heavencraft family clan a path out of this chaos. After all, the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom had 6 great commercial organizations, and the Heavencraft Trading Company was ranked near the end of these 6. All the trading companies were far from being able to compare to the 2 great banks and the 100 Treasure Auction House. After Lin Ming understood all of this, he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't promise you that. Staying at the Heavencraft Trading Company was impossible." Lin Ming had already been locked on to by the Azura Divine Kingdom. If he continued to stay at the Heavencraft Trading Company, that would only be possible if he joined the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom and found shelter under them. Otherwise, he would just be seeking his own death. Hearing Lin Ming's instant rejection, Xiao Xiao paled. She already knew it was a tough, nearly impossible request, but she never thought that Lin Ming would refuse her so simply and decisively without any wriggle room at all. She fell to her knees like a broken puppet. After several breaths of time, she bit her lips and seemed to fill with determination, as if she had come to a momentous decision. She reached out her slender and trembling fingers to grip the collar of her clothes. "Sir Lin, I beg you to save me, save the Heavencraft Trading Company. If you can help me, I am willing to do anything for you. Tears fell down Xiao Xiao's face, her body quaking as she began to unravel the buckles of her clothes, revealing a pure, powder-white neck. Chapter 791, Refining the 5-Fade Void Pill. Chapter 791, Refining the 5-Fade Void Pill. Xiao Xiao's collar was originally very high. As she peeled it off, the deep purple cloth cast a faint silhouette on her pure white skin. Under the swaying and dim candlelight, her luscious body flowed like smooth with spirit jade. It seemed exceptionally soft and beautiful. After untying the first buckle, Xiao Xiao seemed to have found her courage. She then continued with the second and the third buckle as she bit her tender lips and said, "Sir Lin, I know that you have the eye and appreciation of the Crown Prince. I'm merely the head of a small trading company. I haven't even held a succession ceremony yet. There's nothing I can bring out that would be able to move you again save for my pure virgin body. Still, even though I know that I am not enough, I have nothing else to offer you." Xiao Xiao closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling in the light. 2 drops of crystal-clear tears silently fell from the corners of her eyes. Lin Ming never thought that such a sudden change would occur. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These were the cruel and callous rules of the world. In the face of absolute power, there was no mercy or sympathy. In order to survive, one had to pay a high enough price. Even the exquisite and beautiful Heavencraft Xiao Xiao, a beautiful woman that could cause the downfall of nations and had near endless resources. Even she could do nothing but bow her head before a stronger power. Otherwise, she could only wait for her own destruction. This was the sorrow of the weak. This was their never-ending plight. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Miss Heavencraft, you don't have to do this and cause yourself to suffer. I'm completely willing. Compared to the foundation of my family clan, what worth is my body? Much less, Sir Lin is also a chosen talent gifted by the heavens. As for me, I'm but a nobody. My only fear is that Sir Lin despises my average appearance." As she spoke, she quietly pulled down her veil, revealing an appearance as soft and as glorious as the bright moon. Her purple overcoat also fell, sliding down her fragrant shoulders and ravishing breasts. She felt a cold wind brush by her body, whereafter her originally pale face blushed a bright red. In fact, she wouldn't have pushed Lin Ming away if he ever desired her. If it weren't for him, she would have already been abducted by Corpsemancer, living a life where she couldn't even die if she wished to. "Miss Heavencraft, I won't stay at the Heavencraft Trading Company. You don't need to ask me anymore." A simple and succinct refusal. Xiao Xiao froze where she was. Lin Ming stood up and let out a long sigh. If he stayed at the Heavencraft Trading Company, he was doomed to seek asylum underneath the nine-furnace divine kingdom. Otherwise, he would never cross over the perils of the Azura divine kingdom. Moreover, if Yang Yin really cleaned up and annexed the trading companies and the other great financial organizations of the nine-furnace divine kingdom, only leaving behind the Heavencraft Trading Company, then this was the same as Lin Ming owing Yang Yun a great favor. One, and then two, Lin Ming would slowly become entangled in the affairs of the nine-furnace divine kingdom. At that time, it would be equal to having joined them. There might be over a dozen emperor-level powerhouses in the nine-furnace divine kingdom, and Lin Ming had on him the cosmic melting furnace and the burning star flame. These were treasures that divine sea alchemists would go mad with jealousy over. The only choice would be for him to not use these treasures ever. Otherwise, once he was discovered by those old fellows with incomparably sensitive perceptions, his fate might even be worse than falling into the hands of the Azura divine kingdom. As he looked at the pitiful and beautiful Xiao Xiao, he had a suspicion floating in his mind. When Yang Yin invited me, he also invited Xiao Xiao. Had he already planned for all of this to happen? Although these sorts of methods left Lin Ming very unhappy, the truth was that the nine-furnace guard had only shown the evidence to Xiao Xiao. No one had forced her to look to Lin Ming for help, as if nothing that had happened so far involved Yang Yun. Even Lin Ming couldn't be sure whether or not he was involved. Besides, no one forced him to promise Xiao Xiao anything. The choice between a beauty and to leave was his to make. Why? Xiao Xiao fell to the ground in exhaustion, her voice shaking. By joining the nine-furnace divine kingdom, Lin Ming would have resources, the trust and appreciation of the crown prince, the asylum of the divine kingdom, and so much more. This was a massive opportunity that others couldn't even dream of. Lin Ming didn't intend to reveal his thoughts that he felt somehow Yang Yun had plotted this. Regardless of this, because of the many secrets on his body, he didn't intend to involve himself in the upcoming whirlpool. As he saw Xiao Xiao's miserable appearance, he eventually couldn't bear it any longer. He sighed and said, "Miss Heavencraft, while I can't agree to your request, I can leave a letter here for you. As for His Highness the Crown Prince, I can't say whether or not he'll value my words." Lin Ming was self-aware of his own status and strength. Although he could be said to have endless potential, his strength was still far from reaching the peak of the Sky Spill continent. If he could rank at the top of the destiny decree, then he could perhaps request a favor. But for now, it wouldn't be easy to do so. As for leaving a so-called letter behind, its main content would be to thank Yang Yun for his gracious hospitality while also vaguely mentioning Xiao Xiao. If Yang Yun agreed, This would be considered as Lin Ming owing Yang Yun a favor. Thank you so much, Sir Lin. Xiao Xiao bowed again. She was already more than satisfied with this result. She waited for Lin Ming, her fingers pressed against the purple belly band around her waist, still not moving to put her clothes back on. Lin Ming looked at the nervous Xiao Xiao, who was overwhelmed with anxiety. Then he smirked and said, Miss Heavencraft, please put some clothes on. While you are indeed beautiful, I already have a wife, and two at that. Lin Ming couldn't help but acknowledge that he was attracted to Xiao Xiao's body. Even though his will was firm, he inevitably felt the fires of lust stir up within him. But not only did he have Mu Qinyu, but more importantly, he also had Qin Xingxuan, who he hadn't even had a marriage ceremony with or brought to the nuptial chamber. If he were to have sexual relations with another girl before completing his marriage with Qin Xingxuan, then this would be no different from betraying her. Xiao Xiao blushed red and hurriedly dressed herself. She felt something in her heart, but she couldn't quite place her finger on what it was. Although she had made her decision during a time when she was nervous and not totally willing, she had still firmed her determination. For everything to suddenly end like this, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of failure. After waiting for Xiao Xiao to dress, Lin Ming picked up a pen and some paper and began writing a letter to Yang Yun. This could also be considered as parting farewell. 3 days later at night time, within the 9-furnace divine kingdom, at a mountain range that lay close to the Sea of Miracles, a green-masked youth landed on the ground like a ghost. This youth that wore a wood spirit jade mask was Lin Ming. A wood spirit jade mask could block even the perception of a divine sea supreme elder. It could be called the power most formidable and yet most simple method to hide one's identity. The reason he dared to walk within the 9-furnace divine kingdom was all dependent on this wood spirit jade mask. Moreover, these were the lands of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. Even if the Azura divine kingdom intended to hunt him down, they wouldn't blatantly and flagrantly do so here. Still, he remained as careful and safe as he could. After leaving the Crown Prince Palace, he walked through several different transmission arrays and also changed routes several times before arriving at this nearly inaccessible and remote mountain range. The heaven and earth origin energy here was barren to the point of nearly not existing. Without any resources here, martial artists wouldn't search this place either. Bang! With a thrust of his spear, its sharp sword pierced through the mountainside like a knife cutting through tofu, immediately opening up a 200-foot deep cave. Lin Ming smoothed out the cave, reorganizing the layout a bit, and then lay down several cloaking array formations and alarm array formations around the entrance. Only then did he fully enter. These array formations all had wood spirit jade powder added to them. They were excellent at isolating energy. He cut several more chambers in this cave and arranged the 8 dragon jade dawn array in the largest chamber. With Demon Shine's help, and in addition to his memories of the array formation, although he couldn't reproduce the complete power of the 8 dragon jade dawn array in the Demon God Imperial Palace, he could still simulate 30 to 40% of it. Then, Lin Ming waved his hand, and a reddish-golden small bronze furnace flew out of him, spinning in the air. It soared into the air, spinning and growing until it became several dozen feet high with a golden light shining out from within. Brilliant flames burned all over the surface. This was the cosmic melting furnace. For the sake of security, this hiding place he chose had extremely poor heaven and earth origin energy. He had no choice but to fill all corners of the room with great numbers of spirit essence stones and fire attribute top quality true essence stones. For a time, the entire chamber was thick with fire attribute origin energy. The 8 dragon jade dawn array released red clouds, and the cosmic melting furnace glowed an even brighter crimson color. Alchemy was an extremely tedious and complicated process. On top of that, he had only studied alchemy for less than a year. Even though he had inherited the complete experiences and knowledge of the realm of the gods' alchemist, and had even used over half of all the precious medicinal materials he had obtained from the Yin-Yang Profound Palace and the South Sea Demon Region's medicine gardens, he still wasn't skilled enough to have absolute confidence he could successfully refine or even control a top-grade pill, such as the 5-Fade Void pill. He estimated that he would need to practice alchemy for another 1 or 2 years if he wanted to increase his chances of successfully refining the 5-Fade Void pill to 70 to 80%. However, he couldn't afford to wait for such a long time. His only chance was to use the Wood Spirit Jade Quintessence and forcibly increase his chance of success. Although this method was extremely wasteful, time was the most precious commodity to him. He didn't immediately start refining the 5-Fade Void pill. First, he refined some ordinary pills. This was to familiarize himself with the techniques again, and also to preheat the cosmic melting furnace. This would provide the best conditions for refining. This cosmic melting furnace was also one of the main reasons Lin Ming dared to refine the 5-Fade Void pill. As a quasi-saint artifact, the cosmic melting furnace could increase the chances of successfully refining the pill by 20 to 30%. After concocting 3 pills in the furnace, Lin Ming took out all the materials required to refine the 5-Fade Void pill from his spatial ring. He then activated the 8-Dragon Jade Dawn Array, and with a flick of his hand, a wisp of the burning star flame flew into the cosmic melting furnace. The burning star flame was a reward he acquired from time-worn Phoenix City. It was considered a good flame essence even within the realm of the gods, and its effects for alchemy were naturally astounding. It wasn't something that the alchemists of the Sky Spill continent and their earth-step flame essences could compare with. Of course, while a higher-grade flame essence was more useful and effective for alchemy, the premise of all this was that one could control it. Otherwise, if the energy fluctuations of the flame essence were too strong, then it would be easy to burn the alchemy materials down to ash. But this was not a problem to Lin Ming. With the heretical god seed, as well as his extremely high comprehension of the concept of fire, he could control the burning star flame with absolute precision. It was with all these various reasons combined that Lin Ming dared to refine the 5-Fade Void pill. With another slap of his hand, the skyflower stones were the first material to fly into the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming then added the concept of burning heat and a touch of the concept of annihilation to the burning star flame. At that point, with the assistance of the 8-Dragon Jade Dawn Array, it only took several more breaths of time before the hard and inflammable skyflower stones began to burn and melt. This was a speed that a general alchemist couldn't hope to keep up with. Next was the dragon pine grass. Dragon's pine grass was different from the fire-resistant skyflower stones. If the heat was even a trace too much, then it would be burnt down to nothing. Lin Ming controlled the flame essence and urged it to weaken. The golden totem engraved on the heretical god seed began to blaze with a brilliant light. Underneath the steady flame, the dragon's pine grass turned into green droplets. Underneath Lin Ming's control, the 2 different liquids merged together, becoming a crystal clear whole. Chapter 792, The Gate of Wonder. Chapter 792, The Gate of Wonder. The direction reagent had already been prepared. Lin Ming then took out the Wood Spirit Jade Quintessence. This quail egg-sized jade quintessence was actually several times heavier than gold. At such a small size, it was already 1 gene and 3 tails. Lin Ming flicked his fingers, and the Wood Spirit Jade Quintessence flew into the cosmic melting furnace. Wood Spirit Jade was extremely resistant to high temperatures. The older Wood Spirit Jade was the more difficult it was to refine. And Wood Spirit Jade Quintessence could even cause a divine sea powerhouse to exhaust themselves. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force as well as the 8 inner hidden gates. Bang! Within the cosmic melting furnace, the burning star flame suddenly erupted. With a heaven-step flame essence as the source, the wood spirit jade quintessence began to slowly heat up. Concept of burning heat, law of annihilation. True essence rapidly revolved within Lin Ming. The totem mark on the heretical god seed began to shine with the radiant light of the laws. The 8-dragon jade dawn array fiercely shook. Fire attribute origin energy twisted into a vortex within the chamber, and the top-quality fire attribute true essence stones began to rapidly lose their shine before they cracked underneath the intense flow of energy and turned into ash. In such a terrifying convection of heat, the wood spirit jade quintessence began to soften after a quarter hour. Quietly, it began to melt. A drop of shimmering golden liquid, wood spirit jade, dropped into the directing reagents. Lin Ming's entire forehead was beaded with sweat as his mental concentration reached the peak. Another gene of 500,000 year, wood spirit jade, was tossed into the cosmic melting furnace. This time, the wood spirit jade quickly melted, forming a thick viscous green wood spirit jade liquid that wrapped all the medicinal materials within. Liquid wood spirit jade made for an ideal medium buffer for alchemy. The inherent rich and pure wood attribute origin energy within could nourish the medicinal materials, and it could also prevent the flames from overheating and burning the medicine. Thus, this would be able to greatly enhance the chances of success in concocting a pill. The directing reagents had already taken form, and with the wood spirit jade liquid as a buffer, Lin Ming then tossed the void temper root and the 5-color fruit into the cosmic melting furnace, prepared to let them melt within the temperature-consistent wood spirit jade liquid. Chi. With a light sound, the void temper root and the 5-color fruit fiercely shook. Lin Ming's heart tightly gripped, even though his soul force had vacillated just the tiniest bit, just that had caused the 5-color fruit and the void temper root to nearly be destroyed. Luckily, the excess energy was absorbed by the wood spirit jade quintessence fluid. Otherwise, Lin Ming would have failed here. Using 1 gene and 3 tails of wood spirit jade quintessence to refine a 5-fade void pill was an extravagant waste, but it was truly worth it at this moment. 3/4 of an hour passed. Lin Ming's clothes were completely soaked in sweat. When an alchemist was concocting pills, they required an extremely high degree of spiritual concentration, constantly sensing and controlling the raw materials in the furnace. In this situation, there would be an exorbitant consumption of soul force. If one didn't have a powerful soul force, then they could forget about ever becoming an alchemist. Lin Ming's soul force and willpower far exceeded all other martial artists at his level. But even so, refining such a high-level pill was still difficult. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Blue veins on Lin Ming's forehead bulged upwards like worms. Because he had overdrawn his soul force to a high degree, his entire face was stark white, and his lips were beginning to turn blue. Still, as long as he could persist, overdrawing his soul force like this would be greatly beneficial to the future growth of his soul force. Every time he completely exhausted his soul force and had to dig out further potential from the depths of his body, this would allow his soul force to reach higher realms. This was also one of the reasons that Demonshine wanted Lin Ming to study alchemy. After a full 8 hours passed, every alchemy material was tossed into the pill furnace, thoroughly fusing together. But at this time, Lin Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He had overdrafted his soul force to the limit. This was the last step of forming the pill, and also the easiest phase to fail at. Although Lin Ming had the wood spirit jade quintessence to form a buffer, as well as the cosmic melting furnace, burning star flame, 8-dragon jade dawn array, and other such favorable conditions to help him, Lin Ming's time spent practicing alchemy was still far too short. Also, his alchemy practice had been focused on specifically training for refining the 5-fade void pill, so his alchemy foundation was far too weak. It was actually uncertain whether or not he would be successful. If he failed here, then he wouldn't have the materials for a second attempt. After another hour passed, the cosmic melting furnace began to slowly spin around as it emitted clarion cries from its center. A fragrant medicine smell began to fill the air. Lin Ming's spiritual concentration had reached unprecedented heights. He continuously formed seals with his hand, using the heretical god seed to steady the burning star flame's temperature as much as possible. With his perception, he was able to see that the medicinal liquid within the pill furnace had begun to contract in on itself, and the wood spirit jade essence was completely gathering together in forming the 5-fade void pill. Lin Ming suppressed the aching headaches that followed overdrawing his soul force. He used a hand and withdrew a light green jade box from his spatial ring. This jade box was only 3 or 4 inches wide, and it was actually carved from wood spirit jade. This jade box had an extremely rich wood attribute origin energy. It could ensure that a pill's medicinal efficacy wouldn't fade for a very long time. Even retaining its perfect form for several years wasn't a problem. This was the best storage vessel for a pill. Of course, it was always extremely expensive, so it was specifically used for high-level pills. Pung, the cosmic melting furnace's lid popped up without a sign. With a faint humming sound, a fist-sized ball of light shot out from within. At the center of this light was a thumb-sized pill that shined with 5 different splendorous colors. It glowed like a radiant sun and emitted intense waves of energy. After the pill appeared, it didn't stop rising. It quickly flew up as if it wanted to break out of the stone walls and escape. Lin Ming had already expected this and had arranged an array formation around the cosmic array formation. A high-level pill had its own spiritual sense. After the furnace was opened, it would attempt to flee. If he really allowed this pill that he had used all of his effort to refine to suddenly escape, then that would be the greatest joke of all. Bang! The 5-fade void pill smashed into the array formation's walls, causing it to shake. However, it didn't manage to break through the array. After the first attempt failed, the 5-fade void pill shined even brighter as if it were readying itself to make a second impact. But how could Lin Ming allow it to do as it wished? He quickly stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and grabbed the 5-fade void pill in his hand. Then he formed several dozen seals with his other hand and sealed the pill into the wood spirit jade box. After finishing this, Lin Ming fell straight down from the air as if he had lost all of his strength. With shivering fingers, Lin Ming took out a soul recovery pill from his spatial ring. He only felt as if his eyelids had been replaced by lead, and his surroundings seemed to go blurry. Then he fell asleep as everything turned to darkness. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming's fingers began to move slightly. He opened both of his eyes and saw only the pitch black of the cave. There were some leftover wood attribute true essence stones scattered on the floor, emitting a glowing green light. In the dark, it seemed exceptionally beautiful. How long have I been asleep? 7 days. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. 7 days. Lin Ming sat up, his head throbbing. As he examined his spiritual sea, he saw that his soul force really had grown a bit, and the azure spear-shaped battle spirit that floated in the skies above his spiritual sea seemed to glow even brighter, as if it had become more formidable. When Lin Ming had first become an inscription master and completed his first medicinal inscription symbol, he had rested for several days after. The reason had also been that he had overdrawn his soul force. Once the inscription had been completed, his mind had relaxed, and he directly fell into a deep slumber. Now, even though his soul force had risen, he had encountered the same situation because the rank of pills he concocted was even higher. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He had obtained the magic cube when he was just 15 years old. Now nearly 7 years had passed. In these 7 years, his strength had gone through heaven-shaking upheavals. As he recalled the trials and tribulations he encountered on his road of martial artists, he couldn't help but reminisce. Lin Ming stashed away the cosmic melting furnace and sat on the roughly carved stone bed. Then he entered the ethereal martial intent state and began to meditate. As he cycled the true essence in his body, he found that the revolving core crystal nucleus in his dantian had grown even more. He was getting that much closer to the peak of the late revolving core. After breaking through to the late revolving core, Lin Ming's cultivation hadn't rapidly risen at all. In half a year, he still hadn't managed to break through to the peak of the late revolving core. This was because after having had his cultivation shoot up with astronomical speed, he now required time to solidify his foundation, accumulating strength, so he could prepare to pass through life destruction. Although the life destruction realm was within the revolving core realm, it was still considered an entire large boundary over. Breaking through this bottleneck wouldn't be easy at all. He used 2 hours to restore his mental state and physical condition to their peak. Then, Lin Ming pulled out the recently refined 5-Fade Void pill. Lin Ming, do you plan on opening the third of the 8 inner hidden gates now? Yes, I must increase my strength as soon as possible. The earlier I absorb this pill, the more beneficial it will be to my cultivation and ability to resist my enemies. He opened the wood spirit jade box and unraveled the seals. The thumb-sized 5-colored pill tumbled into his hands. This pill looked small, but it was actually extremely heavy. It weighed nearly 2 jin. This was because it had partially formed from the melted essence of the wood spirit jade quintessence. Lin Ming opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. He immediately felt a burst of coolness from his throat and reaching down to his stomach, gradually becoming a faint burning sensation. Compared to the blue nameless divine pill that he had taken in the past, the 5-Fade Void pill's side effects were much more mild and temperate, but the time it would take to process, it was also much longer. Lin Ming put away the jade box and closed his eyes, entering into the ethereal martial intent as he began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. For the past 7 years, because of his diligent training, Lin Ming's understanding of the true primal chaos formula had steadily increased. Now he had full confidence that he could record at least half of the true primal chaos formula's heart mantra into a jade slip so that others could train with it. Within the realm of the gods, there weren't many types of body transformation law formulas. This was because there were far fewer people that trained in the body transformation system as opposed to the essence gathering system. The true primal chaos formula was a superior top-level body transformation law formula, and one of its greatest advantages was that it wasn't difficult to practice at all. At this time, Lin Ming could already clearly see faint traces of multi-hued energy flowing and mixing into his meridians and penetrating into his limbs and bones, fusing into his body. This was his final preparation for breaking through to the third of the 8 inner hidden gates. The third gate was called the Gate of Wonder. After one reached the second stage of body transformation, every time one of the 8 inner hidden gates was opened, one would obtain a greater strength. At the same time, every gate corresponded to obtaining a special ability. For instance, the first gate, the Gate of Healing, was located at the point between the clavicles. After opening this gate, besides a martial artist's overall strength rising, it would also greatly enhance their endurance and recovery ability. For the second gate, the Gate of Limit, that was located at the spine, the area called the Dragon Bone. Opening this gate would increase one's balance and explosive force. As for the third gate, the Gate of Wonder, that was located at the 2 knees. Opening this gate would increase a martial artist's strength, and the special ability it granted was to greatly increase a martial artist's speed. Chapter 793, Sky High Reward. Chapter 793, Sky High Reward. 3 days later, a loud explosion rang out as the stone bed Lin Ming sat on completely collapsed underneath him. All of the top-grade true essence stones in the chamber disintegrated, turning into fine powder. Lin Ming stood up from the heap of rubble and casually dusted his hands and feet. His limbs emitted a crackling, caw-caw-caw noise and sounded as if tofu was currently being fried. He had finally opened the Gate of Wonder. The Gate of Wonder had the effect of an overall increase in speed and instant acceleration. This differed from the Gate of Healing, which managed endurance and restorative ability, and the Gate of Limit, which handled balance, coordinated strength, and explosive force. This newly opened gate would be able to increase one's combat effectiveness far more directly than the first two gates. Speed was one of the most important factors of a martial artist's comprehensive combat strength. It was far more straightforward than endurance, recovery ability, or explosive force. Speed was undoubtedly important in evading and chasing. It would also greatly increase a martial artist's attack strength. As the old saying went, speed was insurmountable. A martial artist's own speed could superimpose on the speed of their own attacks. If their attacks were fast enough, then even a tiny stone rock could easily pierce through the body. If Lin Ming poured his battle spirit into his attacks as the foundation, then the resulting power would be even more terrifying. Lin Ming left the cave, sealing the entrance on his way out. He then jumped into the sky. Bang! The rocks underneath his feet shattered into bits and pieces as he ascended up into the air like a rocket. In an instant, he became an azure beam of light that shot across the endless sky, traversing several miles in the blink of an eye. Strong heavenly winds bombarded him, sending his hair erratically dancing in the wind. As he felt himself reaching such extreme speeds, Lin Ming was elated beyond measure, the extreme velocity of the Gate of Wonder completely surpassing his imagination. If he was already this fast by only relying on his true essence and the Gate of Wonder, then how fast would he be if he also used his movement technique? As the thought crossed his mind, Lin Ming stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void. His steps became blurry as the space shrank beneath his feet. In a single step, he crossed 5 or 6 miles as the grand mountains that rose thousands of feet into the air were easily crossed over by Lin Ming. When the Gate of Wonder was combined with golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming's speed limit was several times faster than it was before. This speed was so fast, even difficult for him to control. If I attack in this state, Lin Ming's mind stirred. The red spear appeared in his hands, as both the concepts of thunder and fire wove together while he poured his large success bronze battle spirit into his attack. Penetrating rainbow. Whoosh! A brilliant spear light flashed across the skies like a ray of sunlight. Lin Ming had completely fused himself into this light, becoming one with his spear. He then disappeared like a meteor crossing the horizon. When he reappeared, Lin Ming had already traveled a dozen miles in the void. He came across a massive canyon and thrust his spear into the 10,000-foot-high cliffs. Bang! Lin Ming pierced the cliffside like tofu, penetrating all the way until he poked out from the other side. Lin Ming's spear move was founded on the limits of his speed, along with the dual concepts of thunder and fire and the keenness of his battle spirit. With such a combination, even the cliffside that had been strengthened by a baptism of being near the Sea of Miracles had been pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. Rustle! After Lin Ming soared out from the hole several feet wide that he had left in the middle of the mountain cliff, a great puff of stone powder plumed from within. Underneath the concept of fire's law of annihilation, the crushed stones turned into dust, blowing and dancing into the wind. For a while, the entire cliff canyon was covered in a faint, hazy dust cloud. My strength has increased yet again after opening the third of the 8 inner hidden gates. If I were to encounter Corpsemancer now, I should be able to defeat him far more easily than in the past. As Lin Ming thought this, he flew away from the barren and desolate land that he was currently at and towards the city. He needed to enter the city to purchase a few heavenly materials in order to continuous practicing and perfecting his alchemy technique. Lin Ming also had to begin making the final preparations to impact the life-destruction realm. However, as he thought of purchasing heavenly materials, Lin Ming suddenly thought of a very depressing and dispiriting matter. That was, he didn't have any spirit essence stones. Lin Ming had many treasures on him, such as the cosmic melting furnace, his demon emperor armor, the heaven-step demon god bone, and the concept jade slip that Fairy Fong had left to him. However, it was impossible for him to exchange any of those things for spirit essence stones. None of his other remaining possessions were too valuable either. When Lin Ming killed Xian Wuji and the Polar Sky Split Tower Master, he had managed to accumulate a good deal of wealth relative to his current level. However, all of that wealth was close to nothing at all. Besides, he had already spent most of it anyways. Now, besides a few heaven-struck treasures left on him, all of his other belongings combined wouldn't even surpass 5,000 spirit essence stones. That was roughly equal to the net worth of an ordinary second-stage life destruction powerhouse from the Four Divine Kingdoms. All of the spirit essence stones that he once had were completely used up while practicing alchemy, without a single return. Lin Ming considered relying on his alchemy technique to make money, but then decided that it would simply waste too much time. The only reason that he had managed to concoct the 5-Fade Void Pill in less than half a year was because he had practiced without caution or care of burning through any of his materials. Only by freely spending all sorts of precious and materials in his practice had he been able to forcefully raise his skill at alchemy. This sort of practice method would only burn money. It was impossible for him to ever make money. Skyflower Province, Blue Cloud City. Skyflower Province was the smallest of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's 9 provinces. However, its prosperity and success was second to only the Central Province. All of the major forces had gathered here within the Skyflower Province's capital, Blue Cloud City, which was also the headquarters of the 100 Treasures Auction House. In every square, there were countless treasure pavilions and medicinal pill shops. This city could even be called as being paved with gold. The majority of the young martial artists strolling down the streets were all outstanding individuals. There were many of them that had reached the Xiantian realm at 20-some years of age, and the Revolving Core realm by 30-some years of age. If this were the South Horizon region, these individuals could all be called the direct disciples of a large sect. At the very center of Blue Cloud City was a crowded and bustling restaurant with people flowing in and out. Because this restaurant was close to a large auction house, most of the customers here were martial artists. Lin Ming wore his wood spirit jade mask and casually sat in a corner of the restaurant as he ordered a few small dishes of various vicious beast meats and spirit vegetables. He lifted the corner of his wood spirit mask and ate at a moderate pace. At this time, a conversation that several martial artists were having suddenly caught his attention. Have you heard of that uproarious news that came out about Lin Longyan a few days ago? A 30 to 40-year-old man with a cherry red face said as he took big gulps of wine. Who doesn't know him? With his late revolving core cultivation, he was able to kill Corpsemancer and rank on the destiny decree. He was named an eternally rare talent. A big fellow's words immediately attracted a laugh from all the martial artists around him. He looked back at the drinking man and said, "Are you a foreigner here?" "Hee, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the most recent news to come out." The drinking man cleared his throat, gathering everyone's attention to him. Then, with an air of self-importance, he said, Lin Longyan's cultivation method was confirmed to have been stolen from the Azura Divine Kingdom. Additionally, the armor he wore is a sacred treasure of the Azura Divine Kingdom. They had thought that it was lost a long time ago, but it had actually fallen into Lin Longyan's hands. What? Lin Longyan stole his cultivation method from the Azura Divine Kingdom? Are you sure of this? The surrounding martial artists were shocked. This was a major event. Whether it was a sect or a divine kingdom, their most important treasures were their inheritances. Once these inheritances were leaked to the outside world, then this would cause their very foundation to shake. This was a matter that any holy land or divine kingdom would absolutely never tolerate. Thus, to any person that stole their cultivation, there was only a single judgment for them. That was death. This is absolutely true. It's said that Lin Longyan or his master killed some important person from the Azura divine kingdom and stole away their spatial ring. This spatial ring contained the great desolate halberd art jade slip. So it's like that. All the surrounding martial artists seemed to believe this, even if just a little. Since the Azura divine kingdom said that Lin Longyan's cultivation method was stolen from them, then there must be some similarities between Lin Longyan's cultivation method and their own. It was impossible for them to make up stories about this sort of matter. Otherwise, if Lin Longyan's cultivation method was completely different from the Azura divine kingdom's great desolate halberd art, then these rumors would collapse in on themselves after being proven false. The great desolate halberd art was a secret inheritance of the Azura divine kingdom. No matter how powerful Lin Longyan or his master was, it would be impossible for them to break into the vaults of the Azura divine kingdom and steal away their inheritance. Thus, the only other explanation was that they killed a direct descendant of the Azura divine kingdom and then obtained a jade slip of the great desolate halberd art. Although many martial artists also wanted to do this, this was simply a disgraceful and shameful matter once exposed. Now, all of the present martial artists felt that there was something questionable about Lin Longyan's morals. It was likely that he was a corrupt and underhanded individual. In fact, the majority of martial artists believed this. At least, most of those in this restaurant believed this. What's the deal with that armor that Lin Longyan wears? Another martial artist continued to ask. That is the Demon Emperor armor. The Azura divine kingdom already has the Demon Emperor armor's Heartguard mirror, which happens to completely match with Lin Longyan's armor. The armor has already been lost for countless years by now, and to think that it actually appeared with Lin Longyan. There's definitely some problem with this Lin Longyan. All of the martial artist's discussion fell into Lin Ming's ears. He calmly listened the entire time as he slowly ate his food. The Azura divine kingdom's actions were far more shameless than he had imagined they would be. They had released such rumors in order to galvanize more people into looking for him. Another reason for such rumors was to make up some self-righteous reason to take away his belongings. The general public was much more likely to believe a divine kingdom with a long and glorious inheritance than they were to believe a lone and unknown martial artist like Lin Ming. After all, the idea that the great desolate halberd art and the Demon Emperor armor belonged to the Azura divine kingdom had already deeply rooted itself into the hearts of the people. It looks like the Azura divine kingdom has already set their eyes on me. They should have posted some bounty on my head. Lin Ming sarcastically smiled as he downed a glass of wine. The words of the surrounding martial artists indeed confirmed Lin Ming's suspicious. The Azura divine kingdom would never tolerate for something like this to continue. That Lin Longyan is really in for it this time. Of course, the warrant for his arrest had already been sent out. It should be posted any time now. It is said that the Azura divine kingdom will reward 100,000 spirit essence stones for anyone that can give them clues to Lin Longyan's whereabouts. If one can capture Lin Longyan alive, then they will give them a sky-high reward of 300,000 spirit essence stones, top-quality pills, and even a peak medium-grade heaven-step treasure. The big fellow's words sent the hearts of all the martial artists present rapidly fluttering. While it was naturally impossible for them to even think about capturing Lin Longyan alive, there was a small possibility of providing a clue. 100,000 spirit essence stones. This was an unimaginable amount. It had to be known that a slightly less influential prince, whose cultivation had yet to reach life destruction, would only have a total wealth of 40,000 to 50,000 spirit essence stones. If they could obtain this amount of wealth, then they could buy up any amount of pills to boost their cultivation. If they lucked out and managed to break through to the second or third stage of life destruction, then they could even enjoy at least 2,000 years of life. Chapter 794, Ahura, Divine Kingdom Branch Division. Chapter 794, Ahura, Divine Kingdom Branch Division. The temptation of the posted reward was simply too great. Many people wished that they could dig 30 feet underneath themselves to look for Lin Ming, and some dreamed of the luxurious life they could live after obtaining so many spirit essence stones. At this point, a burst of laughter was emitted in the restaurant hall. The crowd turned to see that in a corner of the hall there was a martial artist wearing a black bamboo hat who was pouring himself a drink. There was a 4-foot-long sword placed on his table. The martial artist didn't look too old, but the fierce spirit he emitted was menacing. He looked at the big fellow who was spreading the news and said, "Friend, did you say that there was a 300,000 spirit essence stone reward for capturing Lin Longjin alive, as well as a top-grade pill and a peak medium-grade heaven step treasure? Then let me ask you just what sort of top-quality pill and what sort of peak medium-grade heaven step treasure are they?" The black bamboo hat martial artist's words left everyone astonished. According to his meaning, it was as if he really planned on capturing Lin Longjin alive. All of the other martial artists here hoped at most to be able to find some clues on Lin Longjin that would lead to his capture. No one dared to possibly think of capturing him alive. After all, Lin Longjin was a destiny decree master. He could use just his finger to stab them to death. It is the God-transforming pill. The big fellow seemed to know a lot of inside information. Lin Ming even suspected that he was one of the Ahura Divine Kingdom's intelligence agents that was specifically responsible for disseminating this news. God-transforming pill. As the pill was named, most of the martial artists present had a confused expression, obviously never having heard of it before. However, some of the more knowledgeable martial artists' eyes widened, an expression of terrible shock flitting through their faces. A God-transforming pill can help a high-stage life destruction powerhouse attack the divine sea. Of course, one can also use it during the lower stages of life destruction to solidify their true essence and strengthen themselves to create a better foundation for breaking through to the divine sea in the future. But that second method is definitely more wasteful. This is a pill that a top 50 ranked master of the Destiny Decree would go mad with jealousy over, because swallowing one will greatly increase one's chances of reaching the divine sea. It is thus named the God-transforming pill. The big fellow explained with boisterous and flourishing gestures. This explanation caused all the present martial artists to suck in a deep breath of cold air. This item might not be any less valuable than 300,000 spirit essence stones. In fact, its worth was probably even higher. Lin Ming drank some wine and pulled his jade spirit mask back down to block his wide taunting sneer. The Ahura Divine Kingdom truly had laid down the requisite capital. Even he wanted to report himself. However, this was also reasonable, whether it was the deep-level inheritance of the great desolate halberd art or the demon emperor armor. Both of them were legacy treasures that could drive the royal family insane. God-transforming pill. If I can obtain that, it can help rapidly increase my strength after I reach life destruction. So it was the God-transforming pill. Good, good, good. The bamboo hat martial artist bellowed out 3 goods in a row, as if the God-transforming pill had been specifically prepared for him. This caused all the other martial artists to feel extremely unhappy. This sort of pill was something that they could never ever dream of reaching. And yet this fellow seemed as if it were easily obtainable for him. What are you so happy about? It's as if you think the pill is already yours. You are just far too arrogant. Even if you found Lin Longjin, do you even think you could capture him alive? A martial artist bluntly said. After all, Destiny Decree martial artists weren't some random cabbage off the streets. There were only 360 of them within the entire Sky Spill continent. In addition, because of others that weren't listed for various reasons, there were about 500 individuals of that approximate level in total. All of these people were scattered over the incomparably broad continent. However, most of them were concentrated in the 4 divine kingdoms, their various homelands and headquarters of supersections. He didn't believe that he would randomly bump into a Destiny Decree Master in this restaurant. That would make a Destiny Decree Master far too cheap. Lin Longjien managed to rank on the Destiny Decree at an extraordinarily young age. After several more months pass, his cultivation might grow again. Defeating a master is difficult. Killing a master is even harder. And as for capturing one alive, that is another level of trouble altogether. If you want to capture Lin Longjien alive, then you need to be ranked at least 270 to 280 on the Destiny Decree. That is equal to being a 6th stage life destruction master. Do you think you have that strength? As someone spoke up first, several other martial artists also chorused in agreement. Many of them weren't feeling so swell about this bamboo hat martial artist to begin with. Did he really think he was so awesome? As the bamboo hat martial artist faced all of the surrounding martial artist suspicions and doubts, he only sneered in response, not bothering to respond to them, and instead only lazily scratching his chin. At this time, the big fellow's eyes turned, and he asked, "May I ask what your honored name is?" "Misty Stream Sect, Yen Junxian." The bamboo hat martial artist turned his head so that people could finally see his face. He was a very handsome individual, his looks marred only by a scar that flowed down the corner of an eye. To a high-level martial artist, repairing a scar was nothing at all. If a martial artist still had a scar on their face, then it was likely intentionally left behind. This scar likely reminded this man of a shameful defeat he had suffered in the past. This proved that the number of times he had been defeated before was also very small. Perhaps it might have only been 1 or 2 times. Otherwise, his face and body would have already been covered with scars. This sort of person was undoubtedly an astounding young elite. "I see. So it is the Misty Stream Sect's Yen Junxian. It's an honor. An honor." The big fellow cupped his fists together and quickly bowed. Yen Junxian was over 30 years old, and his strength was far from being able to rank on the Destiny Decree. However, he represented the Misty Stream Sect, and the Misty Stream Sect had 2 Destiny Decree Masters guarding the sect that ranked 300 and above. For a sect to have 1 or 2 Destiny Decree Masters, that was already the highest sect underneath the rank of Holy Land. Of course, this sort of person may be ranked on the Destiny Decree, but their rank wouldn't be too high. All of the high-ranking Destiny Decree Masters belonged to various Holy Lands, or the 4 Divine Kingdoms. Although the 2 Destiny Decree Masters of the Misty Stream Sect weren't ranked too high, they were actually proficient in trap arrays. Once one was caught within, they wouldn't be able to make their way out for several months. If they combined forces, then there was a very high chance of capturing Lin Longjien alive. As the big fellow thought of this, he said, "Brother Yen, at the border frontier of the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom, where the Jagged Slope Mountain is, there is a branch division of my Azura Divine Kingdom. If Brother Yen and your masters are interested, then you may come to visit. My Azura Divine Kingdom also has 3 Sir Demon envoys personally commanding the area, and we can put out enough sincerity so that you can help us search for that dastardly Lin Longjien and recover the inheritance of the Azura Divine Kingdom." As the big fellow spoke to hear, his identity had already become apparent. He was obviously an intelligence agent sent out by the Azura Divine Kingdom to search for Lin Ming. After all, this was still the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom's domain. He would have to be a bit discreet in his actions here. Also, it was impossible for the Azura Divine Kingdom to send their own martial artists to carry out such a search in the lands of another divine kingdom. They could only draw support from the local strength in the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom. "Oh, 3 Sir Demon envoys. Although Yan Junxian was arrogant, he was still startled upon hearing the title of Demon Envoy. For someone to be given the title of Demon Envoy basically meant that they were a top 100 ranked master of the Destiny Decree. The further one went up the Destiny Decree, the greater the disparity in strength was between the martial artists there. In particular, there were several great milestones at rank 300, 200, 150, 30, and 10. All of those were massive jumps in strength. A top 100 ranked master was on a completely different level from a top 300 ranked master. If there are any clues found about Lin Longjin, and the Sir Demon Envoys personally take action, then that is already the same as capturing him, the big fellow said with a hint of pride. Indeed, Yan Junxian nodded in acknowledgement. They could even instantly kill him too. Very well, brother Yan. The Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division's location is at the east end of the Jagged Slope Mountains, 30 miles southwest from Sloping Lake. I hope that Brother Yan and your masters will be able to visit sometime. The big fellow didn't conceal the existence of the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, as there was no need to. The existence of this branch division was not a secret. Jagged Slope Mountain was not part of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's territory in any case, and the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division also had 3 demon envoys personally on garrison duty. Absolute safety was ensured. Great, Yan Junxian readily agreed. In a corner of the hall, Lin Ming quietly left a high-grade true essence stone on the table before slipping out of the restaurant. No one imagined that the young man who just left was the bounty target of 300,000 spirit essence stones, a peak medium-grade heaven step treasure, and a god-transforming pill. Jagged Slope Mountain, Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, 3 demon envoys. How interesting. That big fellow said that the Azura Divine Kingdom had put out enough sincerity. I wonder just what that is. The so-called sincerity was most likely the posted reward. To directly put the reward out would have the greatest visual impact. If one just solely made a promised reward, then one couldn't help but worry that the other party wouldn't honor their bounty reward at the time. This Jagged Slope Mountain Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, I too want to go and join in on the fun. As Lin Ming thought of this, his feet moved, and he quickly flew away from Blue Cloud City. Jagged Slope Mountain was located at the border frontier of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. It stretched for 4,000 to 5,000 feet, and the highest point shot up 40,000 to 50,000 feet into the sky, directly stabbing into the skies. Here, because there were plenty of rich spirit veins, there were several small martial arts family clans that occupied their own little territories. Of course, the spirit veins they occupied were of a far lower rank than the one lorded over by the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division. Lin Ming fell down in a beam of light. He stood on a 30,000 feet snowy mountain peak and surveyed the Azura Divine Kingdom branch that lay a few hundred miles away, a superior 5th grade spirit vein. How luxurious! For a mere branch division to occupy a superior 5th grade spirit vein. The legacy of the Divine Kingdom was something that a sect like the South Sea Demon region could never compete with. It had been said that the Silent Demon Emperor City had also possessed a top-ranked spirit vein. However, when the Silent Demon Emperor City was destroyed, several Divine Sea Supreme Elders had used their mighty supernatural powers to shift it away. The central lands of the Sky Spill continent were rich with resources to begin with, and when combined with plundering the surrounding lands for tens of thousands of years, the outer areas of the Sky Spill continent seem like completely different lands. Perhaps the reason the central lands of the Sky Spill continent are so rich in resources is because of the Sea of Miracles. Lin Ming suddenly thought of this. This was a true possibility. Otherwise, why would all 4 divine kingdoms revolve around the Sea of Miracles? I wonder just what sort of secrets the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss hold within them. As Lin Ming stood on the snowy peak, he saw several black spots rapidly approaching from a distance. These black spots quickly became larger, revealing themselves to be spirit boats that were hundreds of feet long. These spirit boats were being pulled by several flying vicious beasts, all of them headed towards the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division. And behind these spirit boats, there were also several multicolored rays of lights cutting through the horizon. These were revolving core and life destruction masters that were flying forwards. It looks like the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division invited many people over. Lin Ming leapt down from the snowy mountain peak and stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, leisurely strolling in the air towards the Azura Divine Kingdom. I wonder just what sort of sincerity the Azura Divine Kingdom has put forth. My finances have been pretty tight recently. If I could seize this opportunity to grab everything here, then that would be perfect. As Lin Ming thought of this, he sped up. Chapter 795, 300,000 Spirit Essence Stones. Chapter 795, 300,000 Spirit Essence Stones. Yeah. The Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division was located on the back of a 30,000-foot high snowy mountain range. The branch division started halfway up the mountainside and built upwards toward the mountain peak. Here, there was plentiful heaven and earth origin energy. With the support of the array formations, various luscious spirit trees and spirit plants grew in maddening luxury, with countless marvelous spirit flowers and spirit grass. And in the higher areas, there were snowy peaks capped with white ice that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years. With these two divergent scenes placed together, it was indeed beautiful to behold. The Azura Divine Kingdom's architectural style was borrowed from the ancient times. Many buildings here were formed from pure black obsidian, giving off a very heavy feeling. Lin Ming landed down early and walked right towards the outside of the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division's entrance. Halt! Identify yourself! Two tall guards blocked Lin Ming's path. I am a martial artist of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom. I heard that the Divine Kingdom's Branch Division is offering a generous bounty to any martial artist that can capture the evil man who stole their Divine Kingdom's inheritance. I've come to gain a more specific understanding of the situation. The two guards looked Lin Ming up and down. Although his late revolving core cultivation wasn't too high, it was still pretty decent when compared relative to his young age. They estimated he came from some formidable influence. If the Azura Divine Kingdom wished to capture Lin Ming within the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, they would have to depend on the local powers of that area. For martial artists like Lin Ming, who seemed as if they came from local forces, they could be considered as a guest of the Divine Kingdom's Branch Division. Pull your mask down, a guard said. Lin Ming didn't hesitate, immediately pulling off his wood spirit jade mask and revealing an exceedingly ordinary face. This was the appearance Lin Ming had taken after using an appearance-changing technique. Back when Lin Ming was in the Seven Profound Martial House, the Deputy House Master by Luo had been a master of appearance-changing techniques. Not only he could alter his appearance, but also copy a person's voice, temperament, and even their aura. When Lin Ming had strayed into the southern wilderness, that was all because Bai Luo had changed into Qin Zia's appearance without Lin Ming even noticing. Afterwards, when large-scale beast tides erupted throughout the entire Divine Phoenix province, Lin Ming had rushed to Green Mulberry City to assist them. Bai Luo had been lying in wait there to assassinate Lin Ming, but the end result was that he had been killed by Lin Ming instead with a dreamland enchantment. Bai Luo's special appearance-changing technique had also fallen into Lin Ming's hands. It wasn't known just which ancient ruins this appearance-changing technique had originated from, but the rank was quite decent. Although it couldn't be considered too profound an appearance-changing technique to the current Lin Ming, it was still more than enough to fool two guards with lower cultivation. You may enter. The guards didn't doubt him. If they really did examine him, then it would be easy to discover that there was something off with his appearance. The Azura Divine Kingdom definitely had methods to do this. However, The key was that they never imagined Lin Ming would willingly enter into their Azura Divine Kingdom branch division. To him, this was the lair of the tiger. There were 3 top 100 ranked Destiny Decree Masters personally guarding this area, as well as several other Destiny Decree Masters in attendance. These Destiny Decree Masters had come from the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom, Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, and even the 7-star Divine Kingdom, all of them various heroic elites that had come to capture Lin Ming alive. Coming here to cause trouble was simply a death wish. Moreover, this area had the support of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Anyone coming here first had to overcome the tremendous hurdle of the Azura Divine Kingdom's name. After Lin Ming passed through the entrance, he placed his wood spirit jade mask back on again. There were many masters present in this branch division. He didn't believe that his crude appearance-changing technique would be able to fool all of them. As he walked forwards, Lin Ming's steps were extremely slow. He looked around and observed the array formations laid down in the Azura Divine Kingdom branch division. All of these were defensive array formations mostly designed to resist against oncoming enemies. Lin Ming continued observing all the way until he saw the main temple grounds, and he finally saw a great large-scale ceiling array formation that could cut off everyone inside from the outside. Once this array formation was activated, it would require some effort to bypass it. This ceiling formation uses many techniques from the realm of the gods. It's extremely clever, and the main foundation of this array formation originates from those left behind by the Demon Emperor, such as the array formations used to seal the 8 Dragon Jade Dawn Array, and the Demon Emperor's Medicine Garden. The Azura Divine Kingdom really has inherited a part of the Demon Emperor's legacy. Lin Ming mumbled to himself, if this array formation had come from a different school of techniques, then it would require a great deal of effort to break through. But since it came from a similar school of techniques, and especially since Lin Ming had a much clearer understanding of the Demon Emperor's array formation techniques, it didn't take him too long to completely see through this array formation. He had full confidence that he would be able to leave once it was activated. There shouldn't be a problem with my escape path. As Lin Ming thought like this, he stepped into the ceiling array. Then, from far off, he gradually began to hear the sounds of fighting. After walking for about an incense stick of time, Lin Ming finally arrived at a great hall. This great hall was entirely black and was shaped like a pagoda. In front of this great hall was an open square, and many martial artists were already gathered here. Most of these martial artists had a cultivation at the revolving core realm and above. There were also some Xiantian realm juniors, youths that had likely accompanied their elders to visit here. These martial artists were all divided into several obvious camps. Every camp had a high stage life destruction martial artist leading them. They were clearly from other 5th grade sects similar to the Misty Stream sect. Within the borders of the 4 divine kingdoms, there were numerous 5th grade sections. They were all led by the 4 divine kingdoms, with a relationship similar to how the 7 profound valleys and Divine Phoenix Island were related. At this time, in the front of the square, 2 late revolving core young martial artists were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Beams of energy smashed into the defensive array, constantly causing brilliant rays of light to shine out. Relative to their age, it was already quite good to be this strong. The sounds of fighting that Lin Ming had heard before came from here. Why are they fighting? Lin Ming was slightly puzzled. He was just about to ask when he noticed that on a high lifted platform not 2 from the battlefield, there was actually a box of unknown metal there. This box was open and completely filled with stacks of spirit essence stones. These were impressively superior spirit essence stones. Spirit essence stones were only divided into 3 ranks: ordinary, superior, and top grade. Top grade spirit essence stones were the very source of spirit essence stone mines. They had nearly completely vanished from the world. It was considered excellent to produce even a single top grade spirit essence stone from an entire spirit essence stone mine. This was a treasure that even divine Sea Supreme Elders would struggle over. As for a superior spirit essence stone, each one had a value equal to 300 ordinary spirit essence stones. Superior spirit essence stones had an extremely rich origin energy inherent within them. These types of spirit essence stones had a magnificent effect when used for making breakthroughs in cultivation. When Lin Ming decided to break through to life destruction, it would be safer if he could obtain some superior spirit essence stones. During the breakthrough, it would help him absorb heaven and earth origin energy faster, and also stabilize his cultivation. There are about 1,000 superior spirit essence stones in that box. That is probably the 300,000 spirit essence stone reward that the Azura Divine Kingdom promised. 300,000 spirit essence stones, and those were proportioned into superior spirit essence stones. If he could obtain that, then it would be a massive wealth. Lin Ming was already thinking about how to rob this wealth when he found that in the main hall, not too far away from the high platform, there was a black-clothed, middle-aged man meditating with his eyes closed. When he looked more carefully, he could see that this man was floating an inch off of the ground. He was actually suspended in the air. Sixth stage life destruction. The black-clothed, middle-aged man didn't hide his cultivation. He was clearly at the sixth stage of life destruction. Combined with his not-too-old age, he even had a slim chance of reaching the divine sea realm. Without a doubt, this person was one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's 3 demon envoys, a character ranked in the top 100 masters of the Destiny Decree. And floating beside this black-clothed, middle-aged man was a half-square-foot wood spirit jade box. This jade box was surrounded by layers upon layers of seals, and a wild, giant demon image was carved into the grain of the box. Although Lin Ming couldn't see what was inside, he could already guess what it contained. That box must contain the God Transforming Pill. 300,000 spirit essence stones and a God Transforming Pill. Unfortunately, that God Transforming Pill was far too close to the black-clothed middle-aged man. It was extremely unlikely that Lin Ming could hope to steal away that box from such a close range. This Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division also has 2 more demon envoys, but they aren't in the vicinity. To send out a demon envoy to greet these guests is already giving more than enough face. As Lin Ming thought this, he turned towards a 20-some-year-old youth and casually asked, "Why are those 2 fighting on stage?" The youth was originally excitedly watching the battle occurring in front of him and didn't feel too good being disturbed by Lin Ming. He was about to ignore Lin Ming when he saw that Lin Ming's cultivation was at the late revolving core realm. Then he patiently explained, "They are struggling to rank on a talent list. If the Azura Divine Kingdom wishes to use these 5th-grade sex intelligence networks and connections to search for Lin Lonjian, they naturally have to provide some benefits. Besides posting a bounty reward, they have also promised to cooperate with us in order to cultivate some talents." The youth pointed towards the high platform. Lin Ming saw that on the high platform, besides the 300,000 ordinary spirit essence stones worth of superior essence stones, there was also a list. On the list was written the words, superior talent, medium talent, ordinary talent. There was space left below every rank. It was apparently ready to be filled with names. As Lin Ming saw these, he immediately understood what was happening. Divine Phoenix Island had also once held a similar plan throughout the Divine Phoenix Province. The larger sect would help the smaller sects raise their talent. This wasn't too expensive for the larger sect, and the smaller sects actually obtained a great advantage for their future talents. At this time, the young heroic elites were now competing against each other for the title of superior talent. What an interesting competition. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a grin. He had come for 2 reasons today. The first was to steal, and the second was to mess this place up. As for provoking the anger of the Azura Divine Kingdom, that was simply a joke. Lin Ming had already been tagged on their kill list anyway. If it wasn't for the fact that so many other heroic young elites were present at the 9 Flowers banquet, Lin Ming wouldn't have minded killing Sita Chuan and Sita Feng there at all. At this time, the match on stage had already ended. A short-haired youth holding a saber had won. He laughed out loud and said, "I, Tu Weifeng, will take the title of superior talent." As he spoke, he leapt onto the high platform and raised a brush, ready to write his own name onto the talent announcement list. But at this time, a loud cheer spread in the air. "Tu Weifeng, if you want to be ranked first, then ask my sword first." This rampant voice seemed familiar. Lin Ming glanced around and saw that the bamboo hat youth from the restaurant, Yan Junxian, was actually here. The one who spoke just now had been him. It was just that Yan Junxian had already put his bamboo hat away. The scar still showed at the corner of his eyes, accentuating his arrogant expression. By Yan Junxian's side was an old man with long eyebrows. He was wearing gray clothes, and his cultivation was at the 5th stage of life destruction. It was obvious that he was the honorable master that Yan Junxian spoke of in the restaurant. This old man's fire of life is weak. I guess he's already around 2,000 years old. To only be at the 5th stage of life destruction at 2,000 years of age, he can only be arranged at the end of the destiny decree. It's impossible for him to ever make another breakthrough in his road of martial arts. Since their Misty Stream sect is involving themselves in this matter, then they might be thinking of giving that God-transforming pill to Yan Junxian. Heh! No wonder that Yan Junxian was so arrogant in the restaurant, as if the God-transforming pill had been specifically prepared for him. Chapter 796, Lin Lanjian. Chapter 796, Lin Lanjian. Lin Ming silently observed the strength of the current Destiny Decree Masters. The conclusion he drew was that besides the 3 demon envoys, the other Destiny Decree martial artists here were extremely ordinary. The God-transforming pill and the 300,000 spirit essence stones are placed apart from each other. The most I'll be able to grab is just one of them. The God-transforming pill is too close to the demon envoy. I'll only be able to snatch the spirit essence stones. As Lin Ming looked at the box of spirit essence stones on the high platform, he discovered that there was actually a small protective array formation surrounding it. There was something like a transparent layer of glass covering the spirit essence stones. However, this array formation had only been casually laid down. With Lin Ming's current strength and degree of understanding into array formations, breaking through it wouldn't be difficult at all. Bluntly said, this array formation was simply placed there for grandstanding. The Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division would never even dream that someone would openly and blatantly steal from them at their gathering site. The only one capable of doing so was a top-ranked Destiny Decree Master. Otherwise, stealing from here would simply be the same as a death sentence. But which ranked Destiny Decree Master would dare to provoke the wrath of the Azura Divine Kingdom? Lin Ming didn't care about any of that. He and the Azura Divine Kingdom had already reached the point of never giving up until the other party had died. Even if Lin Ming was willing to hand over the Great Desolate Halberd Art and the Demon Emperor armor, the Azura Divine Kingdom would still chase him down, so that he couldn't reveal any secrets to anyone else. They would even use a soul-searching technique to confirm whether his cultivation method was true or fake. Moreover, the main point was that it was impossible for Lin Ming to give away the Great Desolate Halberd Art. The Azura Divine Kingdom assumed Lin Ming had obtained some jade slip inheritance, but the truth was that Lin Ming had obtained the memories of the Demon Emperor. If he wanted to engrave the cultivation method manual onto a jade slip, then first he would need to completely and thoroughly understand the cultivation method in order to do so. Otherwise, Lin Ming would have already recorded the heretical god force for Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu to train with. At this point, a loud explosion erupted from the front of the square. Yan Junxian had sent his opponent flying backwards, vomiting great mouthfuls of blood. An old man flew out from the crowd, catching that severely wounded young elite, and then glowering at Yan Junxian. Yan Junxian appeared unaware of all of this. He only said, "This is a comparison of skill. Serious injuries are oftentimes inevitable." Humph! The old man coldly snorted and fed several pills to the severely wounded disciple. Since his disciple was weaker than others, there was nothing else to say. This Yan Junxian really lives up to his fame. He should be the top talent of my Skyflower province's younger generation. Humph! That is only the number one talent of the Skyflower province. There is still an immeasurable difference between them and the talents of the central province, let alone a monstrous genius like Lin Longjin. In the square, a martial artist couldn't bear to see Yan Junxian act so domineering and haughty, so he began to mock him. That's right, Lin Longjin is around the same age as Yan Junxian, and yet he's already ranked on the destiny decree. A disciple from another sect shouted from under the stage. "Lin Longjin? Hee, Yan Junxian sneered. "Lin Longjin is only a stepping stone on my road of martial artists. Who cares about how talented he is? Once he is captured by my Misty Stream sect, he is simply a god-transforming pill to improve my strength. As for the destiny decree, once I have obtained the god-transforming pill, then I will inevitably rank on the list in another 2 years." What a load of crap. You think your Misty Stream sect can even catch Lin Longjin? Humph, since my Misty Stream sect dares to say. So then we naturally have secret techniques to locate missing persons. Even though I wouldn't say it is 90% assured, it is still 60 to 70% assured. History only remembers winners. When I succeed, I will be recorded in the annals of history. As for Lin Longjin, he will be nothing but a brief fading comet, quickly forgotten by everyone. Yan Junxuan's words were filled with complete confidence. Combined with his aura that proved he had the qualifications to speak, none of the other juniors dared to step forwards to confront him. As for the seniors here, they naturally couldn't lower their status by jabbing themselves into the struggles of juniors. Quickly, the entire gathering site had been pressured by Yan Junxian alone. "Is there anyone else who disagrees?" Yan Junxian shouted out loud. For a time, there was no response. Yan Junxian was very satisfied with his results. He strode towards the talent announcement on the high platform, preparing to write his name down. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of fluttering clothes from behind him. A blue-clothed man, wearing a mask of wood spirit jade, had flown onto the stage set up in the square. This person was Lin Ming. Yan Junxian frowned and placed down the brush in his hands. There really is someone unafraid of death here. His eyes paused on Lin Ming's wood spirit jade mask for a moment. He quickly remembered that Lin Ming was the martial artist that had been quietly sitting in the corner of the restaurant. It wasn't rare to see a martial artist wear a wood spirit jade mask, but there were differences in every mask. Lin Ming's mask had a touch of black above the eyes. This allowed Yan Junxian to recognize him. Yan Junxian lightly humphed, not even placing Lin Ming in his eyes. In his opinion, Lin Ming was just a martial artist that had stumbled onto the news of the reward. This fellow was simply a blind cat hoping to catch a mouse. He thought he could come to the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division and hoped to randomly find clues about Lin Ming somehow. Then, when he saw this talent training plan, his blood had heated up for a moment. This sort of person was only looking to get beaten up. "Who are you? Name yourself." Mushuang family clan, Mushuang Jian. Lin Ming randomly made up a background and name. In such an incomparably vast sky-spill continent, there were far too many family clans, and even many family clans hidden away in their own mystic realms and territories. It was impossible to know of every family clan. Yan Junxian sized up Lin Ming. Although this person's facial features were blocked from what he could see and from the tenor of his voice, this person should be relatively young. What is the Mushuang family clan? I've never heard of it. There are many family clans you've never heard of, Lin Ming calmly replied. He wasn't much interested in this fight that was no different from slapping little children around. To the current him, he was on a completely different level from the young juniors of his generation. Ha ha! How interesting! Very interesting. A boy from a little-known family clan actually dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Then let me teach you a lesson. Meet my sword. Whoosh! With a shrill, keening sound, Yan Juanchuan's sword pierced towards Lin Ming's face. Lin Ming took a step back. In front of the Azura Divine Kingdom powerhouses, he naturally couldn't use moves such as Penetrating Rainbow or Bury the Heavens. Otherwise, they would be able to see that his moves shared origins with the great desolate halberd art. Besides those moves, Lin Ming also had the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, as well as the Body Transformation Cultivation Method, the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians. Although the striking power was weaker, it was more than enough to deal with a little baby like Yan Junxian. In fact, Lin Ming didn't even need to use any special style to defeat him with ease. Stepping to the side, Lin Ming lowered his center of gravity and then moved forwards, body-tearing bone-shattering fist. True essence concentrated into filaments of thread. Lin Ming punched out, energy cascading outwards. Pung! With a loud explosion, Yan Juanchuan's sword energy was scattered into nothingness by Lin Ming's fist. Lin Ming's fist potential didn't diminish at all, smashing straight towards Yan Junxian. What? Yan Junxian was greatly shocked. He cut down with his sword again, hoping to split apart Lin Ming's fist force. In fact, Yan Juanchuan's sword speed was quite spectacular. In front of an incoming enemy, he was able to immediately cut out with a second attack. However, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, small advantages like this were negligible. Vibrating true essence erupted. For a time, it was like Yan Junxian was a leaf caught in a storm of energy, unable to resist at all. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yan Junxian was sent flying backwards by Lin Ming's punch. True essence rampaged through his body, injuring all of the organs in his body and destroying his meridians. Lin Ming continued to attack. He took a sudden step forwards and punched out again. He had held back on his first punch so that he wouldn't harm Yan Juanchuan's life, but this second punch was to demonstrate just how ruthless and cruel he could be. This was to have those little children milling around him open their eyes so that no one dared to challenge him anymore. Stop! Yan Juanchuan's master shouted, but he didn't have time to prevent Lin Ming's attack. The second punch solidly smashed into Yan Juanchuan's back, and with a loud cracking noise, all of Yan Juanchuan's bones were fractured. He vomited a massive mouthful of blood and then fainted on the spot. After this strike, even if Yan Juanchuan's master used all sorts of top heavenly treasures to save him, it would still take him at least half a year to recover. Moreover, there would still be damage left behind. This silly fellow had desired to capture him alive to trade him for a god-transforming pill in order to make a breakthrough. Lin Ming wouldn't pity someone like this. If it wasn't for the fact that killing him would have set off a storm of chaos here, Lin Ming wouldn't have minded sending him off to an early start on the road to hell. As Yan Juanchuan's master saw his own disciple beaten to a pulp in front of his eyes, he was furious. If this wasn't the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, then he would have already ripped Lin Ming to shreds. Ha ha, Sovereign Yan, don't be so angry. This is a comparison of skill. Serious injuries are oftentimes inevitable. An elder from another sect sarcastically remarked when Yan Junxian had severely wounded his last opponent. Sovereign Yan had spoken these exact words, and the person that Yan Junxian had severely wounded was his disciple. To be able to speak such words and release the frustration in his heart, his thoughts had become incomparably smooth. Good, very good. The Misty Stream sect sovereign said with an extremely cold voice. In his heart, he had already sentenced this Mushuang Jian and his Mushuang family clan to death. As long as this family clan was no more than a basic 5th-grade sect, then he would have them pay the most painful price. Would anyone else like to come on stage? Lin Ming indifferently said as he stood on top of the stage. The wood spirit jade mask covered up any expression he made. Those 2 strange black marks that angled down above his eyes began to look like black snakes that exuded thick killing intent, causing everyone who looked to shudder. No one dared to respond. This youth was simply sadistic, and his strength was so high that it was a complete mess. If anyone stepped on stage, well, Yan Junxian had already become their example. Lin Ming had expected the situation to occur. He began moving towards the high platform, openly stepping towards the 300,000 spirit essence stones. This was the entire reason that Lin Ming had bothered ruining Yan Junxian. It was because he needed to approach this area first. He picked up the thickest and roughest brush available. At the same time, Lin Ming's eyes nonchalantly swept over the array formation that covered the 300,000 spirit essence stones. In that instant, the countless complex symbols that comprised the array formation reflected in his pupils as he rapidly deconstructed them. All of the martial artists present were completely focused on Lin Ming's body. The Azura Divine Kingdom's demon envoy slightly frowned. He felt something was wrong, but he just couldn't place his finger on what it was. Lin Ming dipped the 2-foot-long brush fully into the ink. Then his brush movements flowed like the wind. In the blink of an eye, 3 words filled with a thick murderous intent suddenly appeared like a flash of lightning on the surface of the talent announcement list. Lin Lan Jian. As the word Jian was finally completed with a long vertical stroke because of the daring spirit and powerful strength contained within, the brush seemed to become like a true sword, directly splitting the talent announcement list in half. Chapter 797, Robbery. Chapter 797, Robbery. The entire square was left in silence. Yan Junxian was still lying bleeding on the ground as several Misty Stream sect elders were glaring at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's brush speed was too fast. As soon as the words appeared, they seemed to tear through the talent announcement list paper, carrying a sharp spear intent with them. Every martial artist present was shocked. Lin Lanxian. Some martial artists were befuddled for a moment, but in that instant, a light flashed in Lin Ming's hand, and a red long spear rushed out like a crimson flood dragon, directly striking the weak point of the Spirit Essence Stone Box's barrier shield. Penetrating rainbow. Energy roared. With an explosive crackling sound, the entire barrier shattered to pieces. This explosion finally caused everyone's minds to be shaken out of their daze. This wood spirit jade-masked youth was actually Lin Lanjian, and the red spear he used, as well as the spear move, absolutely proved this point. He was planning to raise a ruckus at the gathering site. The demon envoy who was personally garrisoning this square was furious. The chair he sat on broke apart as he stood up and fired himself towards Lin Ming. The other Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists rapidly blocked the area, wanting to capture Lin Ming. Although they were far from being Lin Ming's match, they could still manage to delay him a bit. In this heavy encirclement of danger, a mere finger snap of time was enough to take one's life. Facing the trained and coordinated response of the Azura Divine Kingdom's martial artists, Lin Ming simply seemed unaware of it all. He grabbed the box of spirit essence stones and stuffed it into his spatial ring. "You dare?" The demon envoy's eyes turned bright red. He finally understood that the reason Lin Ming came here today was to rob them. The Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division had a total of 3 demon envoys guarding the land, as well as elders and masters from various famous sects of the 4 divine kingdoms. Yet, Underneath all of these personages' eyes, Lin Longjin actually dared to openly rob the reward they had posted. The demon envoy simply thought that Lin Longjin had lost his mind. This was a suicidal action. If you want to die so badly, then let me help you. The Azura demon envoy took out a 10-foot-long overlord spear from his spatial ring. He gripped the spear with both hands and smashed it down towards Lin Ming. This demon envoy's strength was ranked 83 on the Destiny Decree. Against Lin Ming, who was only ranked near the end of the Destiny Decree, he could definitely instantly kill him. The demon envoy's spear strike came tumbling down, as if an entire mountain range was collapsing. A terrifying flux of energy tore through space. If Lin Ming was struck by this spear attack, then he would definitely be split in half. A revolving core realm martial artist who was split apart at the waist could still maintain their life as long as they were treated in time. The Azura demon envoy planned to capture Lin Ming alive and torture out all of the details from him that concerned the demon emperor's inheritances. Lin Ming stared blankly on as the demon envoy's spear came smashing down on him. This spear's power and might far exceeded Lin Ming's own Bury the Heavens, and its speed had reached an incredible degree. This was the strength of a top 100-ranked Destiny Decree Master. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a grin. Energy erupted from his knees. The gate of wonder opened, breaking through the limits of the body, and instantly reached the limit of speed. Lin Ming's feet twisted as space distorted underneath him. With a single step, Lin Ming had vanished like a puff of smoke. Although Lin Ming couldn't directly face the demon envoy, after he had opened the gate of wonder, he could rely on his speed alone to show disdain for the Destiny Decree. Bang! The Azura demon envoy's spear crashed into the high platform, causing the entire structure to loudly crumble into nothing. The earth broke apart, and all of the surrounding martial artists were sent flying away by the shock wave. Those with weaker cultivations spat out great mouthfuls of blood. And at this time, Lin Ming had already reappeared 1,000 feet away. The Azura demon envoy spear had missed. He couldn't believe it. His spear had missed. Not only had his spear speed reached the limit, but it also contained the concept of space. It could be used to twist and lock down the surrounding space. Yet, his attack had actually been dodged by a mere late revolving core martial artist. This was not a speed that a revolving core martial artist could have. This ghostly scene caused the Azura demon envoy's heart to seethe with rage. He shouted out, "Stop him! Open the sealing array!" At the moment the Azura demon envoy shouted out, 3 Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists shot towards Lin Ming. 2 of them were impressively life-destruction martial artists. Die. Lin Ming coldly spat out that single word, and without even using a spear move, 3 arrows of battle spirit-infused true essence air shot out from Lin Ming's mouth, directly colliding with the 3 Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists' heads. Pung, pung, pung. With 3 loud bursting sounds, the 3 Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists' heads blew apart like watermelons, their brain fluids showering into the air. What? All of the heroic young elites present held their breath, unable to even think properly. They only felt their minds tremble. Of those 3 Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists, 2 of them were first-stage life-destruction martial artists that were absolutely not inferior to any of them. Yet, in front of Lin Longjin, they had been nothing but ants. They had been shot to death by nothing but true essence air arrows. In other words, if Lin Longjin wanted to kill them, he would only need to breathe in their general direction. And the reason that he didn't kill Yan Junxian with a single breath just now was all in order to hide his strength. This disparity couldn't even be described by clouds and mud. This was the first time that any of them had encountered a talent that was terrifying to the extent of making them tremble with dismay. This was a strength that left everyone weeping in despair. "You bastard!" The demon envoy angrily shouted and thrust his spear, towards Lin Ming. He revolved his true essence to the limit, completely opening all of his energy. With every step he took, mountains quaked and rivers surged. Bang, 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 bang. Massive 5-foot-deep footprints appeared all over the entire square. All of these footprints were several feet wide, and they sent countless shards of rock scattering into the air. All of the martial artists in the square were blown away like pieces of straw in a tornado, thrown out in all directions. The demon envoy had only used his movement technique, but the dark energy hidden in the shockwaves was already enough to severely wound the weaker martial artists. Lin Ming heard the sound of air splitting from behind him. He didn't need to look back to know that the Azura demon envoy was chasing after him. He thought little of it, instead completely opening the gate of wonder. In addition, with the ethereal and exquisite golden rock shattering the void, his speed rapidly climbed to the extreme. Whoosh! Lin Ming became a ray of light that cut through the vast horizon, crossing over 12 miles in an instant. All of the martial artists still at the square were left dumbfounded. Was this really speed that a human could possess? Rumble, rumble. The sealing array formation that covered the entire Azura Divine Kingdom branch division began to activate. But to Lin Ming, this large-scale array formation had started far too slowly. Moreover, he had already found a great weak point in this massive array. Since this array also originated from the Demon Emperor's inheritance, Lin Ming had been able to easily unravel it. Penetrating rainbow. With a thrust, Lin Ming's spear stabbed into the weak point of the just now activated array. With a loud tearing sound, a section of the array, dozens of feet wide, suddenly burst open in front of him, allowing him to run out with ease. "You lunatic!" A loud shout came from somewhere else in the Azura Divine Kingdom branch division, rumbling outwards like a passing thundercloud. The 2 other demon envoys also joined the chase, in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of everyone, as well as with 3 Azura Divine Kingdom demon envoys personally guarding the branch division. Lin Ming had actually made his way in and stolen away 300,000 spirit essence stones. This was too disgraceful. Once news of this spread out, their Azura Divine Kingdom would lose face. We must overtake him. We have to obtain the Demon Emperor's inheritance. After searching his soul, turn him into a corpse doll and hang him atop the gates of our Divine Kingdom cities. Let them see the glory and might of our Azura Divine Kingdom. No one is allowed to dishonor the glory of our Divine Kingdom. The 3 demon envoys all wore black clothes. Their hearts raged with an inferno of hate and anger. Even if they caught Lin Ming today, this would still become a stain on their lives that they would never be able to erase. 1 person fleeing with 3 people chasing. They cut through the skies like falling stars, flying into the far-off horizon. Within the square, the martial artists there were bewildered. Although Lin Longyan's name and reputation rang out like thunder in their ears, seeing was believing. They never imagined that Lin Longyan would appear in the Azura Divine Kingdom branch division and openly challenge the very dignity of the Azura Divine Kingdom. A man and his spear, Lin Longyan by himself had demolished the Azura Divine Kingdom's gathering of heroes, stolen away 300,000 spirit essence stones, instantly killed 3 Azura Divine Kingdom masters, and then left without injury. Just what kind of boldness was this? In the face of an entire Divine Kingdom hunting after him, Lin Longyan hadn't hidden his identity and secluded himself in some remote mountain range. Instead, he had caused a ruckus in the Azura Divine Kingdom's jagged slope mountain branch division. This Lin Longyan is too terrifying. He looks just over 20 years old, and yet he can contend with a demon envoy. And when he fled, was that even human speed? Even the mountain sealing array formation wasn't able to stop him. He cannot be judged by common sense. What a monster. All of the martial artists in the square were talking amongst themselves. Many of the heroic young elites had pale and weak complexions. Compared with Lin Longjin, the difference was simply too great. What do we do? Should we still involve ourselves in this? Some martial artists already had the idea of withdrawing. Lin Longjin was far too ruthless for them. He had even dared break his way into the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division that was guarded by 3 demon envoys. Don't be afraid that Lin Longjin is only fast. His strength should still only rank at around 300 on the Destiny Decree. That, at least, shouldn't be wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run, but would have fought with the demon envoy. If we join forces, then we have no need to fear him. We also have many Destiny Decree Masters here, and many of them are even above Corpsemancer. Moreover, we have the support of the Azura Divine Kingdom. After Lin Longjin messed with the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, the bounty on him will definitely rise again. The Azura Divine Kingdom had their face swept to the ground, and even had 300,000 Spirit Essence Stones stolen away. They will never let this go. Although you say that, I don't think that Lin Longjin will be able to successfully run away. Those are 3 demon envoys chasing him. Lin Longjin's speed is extraordinary, but his strength and cultivation are far too low. Even if he relies on some sort of arcane skill or treasure to momentarily match the 3 demon envoys in speed, he won't be able to keep it up forever. There is no way his endurance and thickness of his true essence will be able to last much longer. As for those 3 demon envoys, all 3 of them are 6th-stage life destruction masters. Not wrong. Perhaps that Lin Longjin will perish here at Jagged Slope Mountain today. Although his cultivation and strength are amazing, he is still far too young. He will pay the price for his impulsiveness. As the numerous martial artists within the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division were speaking, Lin Ming's chase by the 3 demon envoys had already continued for several hundred miles. With the speed from the Gate of Wonder combined with golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming produced a sonic boom as he flew in the air. He also used the black bat wings that Corpsemancer had left behind. Before this, Lin Ming had roughly managed to alter them for his own use. After all, this was still a heaven-step flight treasure. It could definitely increase Lin Ming's speed. With all 3 of these factors combined together, Lin Ming was a level faster than the 3 demon envoys. But he controlled his speed so that the 3 demon envoys were following behind him. Behind Lin Ming, just 10 miles away, the 3 demon envoys' faces had darkened to the point of dripping water. Chapter 798. Unbelievable Speed. Chapter 798. Unbelievable Speed. This brat, how is this even possible? The 3 demon envoys were running out of breath. They thought that Lin Ming used some kind of arcane ability that stimulated his bodily potential in order to reach such extreme speeds. Those arcane abilities usually caused a few detrimental side effects, and were also impossible to maintain forever. However, Lin Ming didn't seem like he had used up any strength at all, even after flying for such a long time. In fact, he seemed to have a great deal of energy left over. It also seemed that the more he flew, the faster he became. This was just too strange. 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles. Once they reached 5,000 miles, Lin Ming still hadn't slowed down, even after passing over the entire Jagged Slope mountain range. Damn it, what should we do? The 3rd Azura Demon envoy asked. He was a middle-aged man, ranked 93rd on the Destiny Decree. He currently had a pained expression as he took a shard of stalactite essence from his spatial ring, bitterly swallowing it down. We've already flown for around 5,000 miles, and yet he can still last this long? Another demon envoy took a jade bottle out from his spatial ring and swallowed a snow-white pill. We've already consumed our true essence to the limit. His cultivation is inferior to ours, so it's impossible for him to continue flying for much longer. The one who spoke was the leading second demon envoy, his words filled with self-confidence. He was ranked 83rd on the destiny decree. However, what happened was 6,000 miles, 7,000 miles. It seemed as if Lin Ming wanted to fly out to a 10,000-mile distance. Not only that, but the more he flew, the faster he became. The first demon envoy had blue veins bulging out from his forehead. This was simply impossible. They had already flown an additional 2,000 miles. This could already be considered as having flown far away, even with their standards. The second demon envoy's complexion turned extremely ugly. Just what sort of secrets did this Lin Longjin have on him? Why was he able to flee so quickly and for such a long time? Another 1,000 miles flew by. As everyone approached the 8,000-mile mark, Lin Ming still maintained a relatively relaxed state throughout. A flying martial artist was the same as a running mortal. If they ran at their top speeds, then they would only be able to last for about 100 to 200 meters before falling the ground in complete exhaustion. However, if they maintained 70 to 80% of their maximum speed, then they could maintain this for several miles. Lin Ming was in the same situation. He was maintaining a flight speed of around 70 to 80% of his limit. After crossing 8,000 miles, his consumption wasn't too great. Furthermore, because he had already opened the gate of healing, his endurance and recovery ability had since far surpassed a normal martial artist. Thus, there was always an enormous amount of true essence in his dantian. However, the three demon envoys behind him were in a much more miserable state. For the past 8,000 miles, they had to fly as fast as they could, and the further they flew, the more they fell behind. The third demon envoy had already consumed his third shard of stalactite essence. Don't continue chasing. The second demon envoy suddenly stopped. At the start of the chase, they had only been 10 miles far from Lin Longjin. Now, they were over 100 miles away. They had also taken several medicines to supplement their true essence. No matter how good the medicine was, repeatedly consuming these medicines would eventually cause impurities to appear in their true essence. If that happened, they would be unable to display their peak combat strength. To be in that sort of situation within the borders of the nine-furnace divine kingdom was undoubtedly dangerous. This Lin Longjin must have some sort of top supportive flight treasure, or some kind of special arcane flight ability. He might even have both. The second demon envoy said with a gloomy tone, for a late revolving core youth to surpass a 6-stage life destruction master in speed and endurance, this was simply too unbelievable. Damn it, just how many amazing treasures are there on his body? The first demon envoy panted out. He had used up so much strength and effort and had chased so far just to end up empty-handed. Under their watch, they had only been able to watch helplessly as that Lin Longjin stole away 300,000 spirit essence stones. This was simply too great a shame, and he could already see the news of this event spreading all through the martial cultivation world by tomorrow. The 4 divine kingdoms and all the powerful family clans in their hidden realms would regard them as absolute laughingstocks. I will capture that brat and skin him alive, the third demon envoy heatedly said. As he thought of the 300,000 spirit essence stones, he felt as if he would die from his intestines twisting in place. There had been many rare, superior spirit essence stones worth 300,000 spirit essence stones in total. Even he couldn't afford to use them during his training. He would only cautiously use a few dozen of those superior spirit essence stones if he was either breaking through a bottleneck in cultivation or attempting to cross over to another stage of life destruction. To shamefully lose 300,000 spirit essence stones just like that, the 3 of them would definitely take the blame for this. They would definitely be punished by the Azura Divine Kingdom. Let's meditate for some time and then return. There was no harvest from today, but I've managed to record a trace of Lin Longjin's energy. Even if he were to wear a wood spirit jade mask next time, I would still be able to identify him," the second demon envoy said with a morose expression before searching for a secluded area to meditate and recover. They had already flown 8,000 miles outwards. This area was desolate and deserted without any transmission arrays nearby. If they wished to return, then they would have to slowly fly back. As the three demon envoys remembered this fact, they became even more depressed, and their expressions became that much uglier. They finally stopped chasing me, 300 miles away from the three demon envoys. Lin Ming stood suspended in the air, his lips turned upwards in a cunning smile. Although those three demon envoys had consumed a great deal of their energy, he wouldn't be so stupid as to bite off more than he could chew and challenge the three of them. Those three were still sixth-stage life-destruction powerhouses, after all, and the fires of their lives were still blazing vibrantly. These were characters that had hopes of reaching the divine sea. When they were youths, they were definitely emperor-level talents, and outstanding ones at that. Even if only one remained, Lin Ming still wouldn't dare return to provoke them. At this time, he just fundamentally wasn't a match for them. Jagged Slope Mountain, Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division. That Lin Lonjian was way too impetuous. I wondered just what's happened to him. Unfortunately, this entire Jagged Slope Mountain has been sealed off, so there's no way for us to catch up to him. No kidding. It's too unfortunate. We missed a great battle. Hee, sealing off this mountain is common, as Lin Lonjian is just that important. There are too many treasures on his body. He is simply a treasure himself. Before he is caught, no news of this can be leaked out to others. Otherwise, someone might catch up to him ahead of time, and the Azura Divine Kingdom would lose everything instead. The elders of the various great sects were talking about whether or not Lin Lonjian would finally meet a dead end. At this time, however, three black-clothed men walked into the square. One of them was an old man who was in charge of the Azura Divine Kingdom's Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. The Azura Divine Kingdom had several dozen branch divisions set up all over the Sky Spill continent. The leader of a branch division was called the Hall Master, because there were too many Hall Masters scattered throughout the continent. Their status wasn't considered too high. However, the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division was an exception, because the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division was in charge of matters within the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom. Their branch division was one of the largest. This branch division's Hall Master was just strong enough to rank on the Destiny Decree. Of course, he was far from being able to compare with the demon envoys. Hall Master Situ. Several old men cupped their fists together in respect. They naturally recognized Hall Master Situ due to frequently interacting with the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. Hall Master Situ cupped his fists in return and said, "Everyone, please remain patient. My Divine Kingdom's Sir Demon Envoys are already pursuing Lin Lonjian. They should be able to capture him without incident." As he spoke, he was also glad that the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division had 3 demon envoys garrisoning this place. Otherwise, there was no way that he could contend with Lin Lonjian. He simply couldn't keep up with that strange, ghostly speed of his. As long as we can catch Lin Lonjian, then the matter of 300,000 spirit essence stones being stolen away in front of everyone and the loss of face from that will be wiped clean. This could also be considered a great merit for me, as this gathering of heroes could be my rise to glory. As Hall Master Siddhu thought of this, his mood became much more pleasant. Chapter 799, Sudden Retaliation. Chapter 799, Sudden Retaliation. The entire Jagged Slope Mountain has been closed off and completely sealed away by the array formation here. Thus, I ask of everyone to please patiently wait for a period of time. Do not try to leave. Once the 3 Sir Demon Envoys return, everyone will be able to freely depart. As Hall Master Siddhu spoke, he quietly lifted up the array formation that protected the God-transforming pill. Then he put the God-transforming pill and the medium-grade heaven-step treasure that was on display back into his spatial ring. As he looked around at all the martial artists and saw that none of them seemed bothered by the situation, he nodded with satisfaction. In an emergency, blocking off the area was the standard procedure. Since this area had the protection of the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division and the might of the Azura Divine Kingdom behind it, no one dared to utter a complaint. The sudden events have certainly caused everyone to be shocked and lose time. After Lin Longjien has been captured, the Azura Divine Kingdom will be sure to compensate everyone here. Hall Master Sidhu promised everyone. If they could catch Lin Longjien, then that would be a massive stroke of fortune for the Azura Divine Kingdom. Naturally, no one would care about some minor compensation, such as continuing to carry out the cooperative talent training plan. Hall Master Sidhu is too kind. We shall defer to your recommendation. If there is any assistance you need from us in the future, the Azura Divine Kingdom merely needs to say it, and we'll try our best. All of the famed elders of the various sects flattered Hall Master Sidhu. Then time ticked on. Like this, 4 hours soon passed by. Nearly 4 hours have passed. How come they haven't returned yet? Hall Master Sidhu's eyebrows shot up. He felt a bit nervous in his heart. No matter how much of a genius Lin Longjien is, he is only a top 300 Destiny Decree martial artist. With the strength of the 3 demon envoys, they should be able to capture him, unless he made some preparations beforehand, such as laying down protective arrays or setting up transmission arrays to escape in time. Impossible. If Lin Longjien laid down a temporary transmission array, then it shouldn't be too far. Otherwise, it'd be meaningless. In that case, he'd have either already left through it and escaped, or he would have been captured by now. It's impossible for things to drag on for this long. Hall Master Sidhu, it's been 4 hours and Lin Longjien still hasn't been captured? When will the great mountain sealing array be lifted up? A sect elder asked. 4 hours were indeed a long time. Although Hall Master Sidhu was cursing in his heart, his face actually revealed a smile full of confidence. My Azura Divine Kingdom's 3 demon envoys are all top 100 Destiny Decree Masters. When the 3 of them act together, there definitely won't be a problem. The great mountain sealing array will soon be undone. I ask of everyone to please show patience a little while longer. Once the great mountain sealing array was activated, all flow of information would be isolated, even that of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Moreover, even if they could, Hall Master Sidhu still wouldn't rashly bother them, who knew whether or not they were involved in a brutal fight at this very moment. What Hall Master Sidhu said is right. Elder son shouldn't worry so much. Come, sit down and have a cup with us. This gathering of heroes had brought the elders and outstanding young elites of various great sects together. There was naturally excellent food and wine prepared for all of them. All of it had already been placed on the tables in the square. It was just that no one had had the time to enjoy it yet. That's right. Everyone, drink to your heart's content. Hall Master Sidhu laughed out while a radiant and confident smile emblazoned on his face. Lin Longjien has stolen the holy relics of my Azura Divine Kingdom and also the inheritances of my people. If we can truly recover our lost legacies today, then I must thank all the elders here for their help. I respectfully raise a cup to everyone present. As he raised his cup of wine and was about to drink it all at once, great ripples suddenly began to run through the great mountain sealing array barrier. The array got opened. Hall Master Sidhu was overjoyed. If there were people on the outside, then it should mean that the 3 demon envoys had returned. Everyone, the 3 Sir Demon envoys have already returned. I shall go and meet with them first before coming back here. His face was filled with smiles. The audience all shouted their congratulations, but there were also some people that appeared disappointed. If the three demon envoys hadn't caught Lin Longyan, then that would have been better. The bounty reward would have dramatically soared at that time. And if they then joined forces and managed to catch Lin Longyan, they would have gained even more. Hall Master Sita just took several steps out when the entire great mountain ceiling array shook once again. The scale of energy had obviously risen to another level, but there still wasn't a response. Another loud explosion followed, nearly causing the cup of wine in his hand to fall to the ground. What was going on? Hall Master Sidhu was startled. All of the martial artists present were also stunned. Were the three demon envoys attacking the great mountain ceiling array? All of the martial artists felt that this was a bit suspicious. They simultaneously released their perception together to look through the curtains that blocked off the grand temple grounds. Like this, they finally saw the scene occurring outside of the great mountain ceiling array. A white-clothed youth wearing a wood spirit jade mask was holding onto a red long spear, launching a barrage of attacks on the great mountain ceiling array. One spear thrust after the other smashed into the array barrier. Every spear strike caused the ground to shake. Every spear strike caused the entire jagged mountain slope to tremble. This shocking scene sharply contrasted to the seemingly calm young man that was attacking the array barrier. The twin marks on his wood spirit jade mask seemed quiet and eerie. An air of seeming indifference rolled off him that contained nearly endless murderous intent. Lin Longyan. How is this possible? The three demon envoys. He can't have killed the three demon envoys, right? That's impossible. Do you even know how strong the three demon envoys are? They even have a chance of reaching the divine sea realm. Lin Longyan is indeed a genius, but those three demon envoys were also emperor-level talents when they were young. Now, they're sixth-stage life destruction masters, while Lin Longyan is only a mere late revolving core boy. Even though his talent defies the will of the heavens, he still shouldn't be the demon envoy's match. All of the martial artists present paled. At this time, Lin Ming thrust out with his by now well-known penetrating rainbow attack. The spear light cut through the void, smashing into the great mountain ceiling array and causing a crack to appear on the translucent surface of the barrier. This great mountain ceiling array stemmed from the inheritance of the demon emperor, the array formation that once sealed up the nirvana dragon root within the demon emperor's medicine garden, shared the basic foundation with this current great mountain ceiling array. With Lin Ming's current understanding of array formations, he had already completely understood how to break open this array. If he had the array opening token, he would be able to easily open it. But now that he didn't have the token, he chose to attack the weak point of the array formation instead. With his striking power combined with his battle spirit, he could break open a man-sized gap in the barrier in a mere 10 breaths of time. As the martial artists saw Lin Ming attack the array formation and the cracks extending even further on the barrier, all of their complexions changed. What kind of striking power was this? This was a great mountain ceiling array. Even though it was only the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, it was still able to withstand the attacks of several hundred martial artists combined together. How could Lin Ming cause cracks to appear in but a few strikes? No one panic. The only reason he can destroy the Great Array Formation is because he is proficient in array formation structures. His true striking power definitely isn't as strong as it seems. Even if a top 10 Destiny Decree Master came here, they still wouldn't be able to tear open the array formation in a short period of time. The ceiling arrays passed down from the Demon Emperor's inheritance were naturally powerful. This was an inheritance that the Azura Divine Kingdom was extremely proud of. But now it had become counterproductive instead. Without a doubt, Lin Ming's understanding of the Demon Emperor's array formations far surpassed their own. This brat definitely has a great number of the Demon Emperor's personal letters. This thought instantly crossed Hall Master Situ's mind when there was suddenly a loud cracking sound. The section of the great mountain ceiling array in front of Lin Ming suddenly cracked again, finally giving away as a 3-foot-wide opening appeared before him. "It's broken. The array has broken." All of the martial artists present were terrified, as some of them had already thoughts of retreating. Although Lin Ming was only a Destiny Decree Master in the top 300, the strength and abilities he had displayed today caused them all to feel a dreadful dismay. Lin Ming slowly flew over the square. The reason he had suddenly returned to retaliate was first to teach a profound and lifelong lesson to all of these martial artists that wanted to capture him alive in exchange for a bounty. And the most important point was that he had come to steal the God transforming pill. That pill would be greatly beneficial to him when he decided to cross life destruction. This had been the very simple plan of luring the tiger out of its cave. The reason that the 3 demon envoys had fallen for this was because their hearts were filled with a raging anger, causing their minds to go completely blank. All the demon envoys thought about was killing Lin Ming to erase the shame they experienced. But they had far underestimated his flight ability. They never imagined that he could maintain such an extreme speed through 8,000 miles and still have ample strength left to make his way back and attack the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. Thus, this situation had developed into such a strange scene. The Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division, that had 3 demon envoys guarding it, actually had to face the looting of Lin Ming twice. After he opened the Gate of Wonder, he had gained an absolute advantage in speed. Compared to the Gate of Healing's endurance and recovery ability and the Gate of Limit's balance and explosive force, this was far more valuable. As long as he could make use of it, he would be able to accomplish all sorts of unpredictable effects. His eyes swept over the area where the God-transforming pill had been. The array formation had already been lifted, and the God-transforming pill had been taken away. This was to be expected. It was impossible to continue placing the God-transforming pill in full view of everyone. But what Lin Ming could be certain of was that the God-transforming pill was on the body of some Azura divine kingdom martial artist currently present. When he stole away the 300,000 spirit essence stones after which the 3 demon envoys had chased him in hot pursuit, it was impossible for those 3 demon envoys to undo the array formation and stow away the God-transforming pill in such a short amount of time. Thus, the God-transforming pill had to have been left behind in this square. The highest probability was that it was taken away by the person in charge of the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. As his eyes swept over everyone, they eventually settled on a black-clothed old man. Besides those 3 high-ranked Destiny Decree Sect elders Lin Ming had already seen, this black-clothed old man was the most glaring and obnoxious-looking one. Moreover, his cultivation had also reached the 5th stage of life destruction. There was an over 90% chance that he was the person heading the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. This black-clothed old man was Hall Master Situ. Hall Master Situ extracted a spear from his spatial ring, his expression incomparably solemn and grim. He didn't know how Lin Ming had tricked the 3 demon envoys, but what he knew was that the 3 demon envoys had failed. This was the most important test in his life, as well as the greatest chance he would ever encounter. If he could capture Lin Ming alive, then that would be an unbelievably great merit. He would obtain the generous reward of the Azura Divine Kingdom. As he thought of this, his entire body tensed as even his eyes lit up with a bloodthirsty and excited light. All heroes present, to anyone that can help me capture this thief today, not only will I reward you 500,000 spirit essence stones and the God-transforming pill, I'll also reward a single life bestowing heaven pill. At this critical moment, Hall Master Situ could no longer care about anything. In order to seize Lin Ming, he had to do everything within his power, even if that meant promising such a heavy reward that he had no authority to hand it out. The life-bestowing heaven pill. Hall Master Situ's words caused the elders of all the large sects present to be surprised for a moment. Then their eyes immediately bloomed with a blazingly eager light. Chapter 800, Blood-Washed Jagged Slope Mountain. Chapter 800, Blood-Washed Jagged Slope Mountain. For most of the famous sect elders present, their fires of life were already subsiding. It was nearly impossible for them to take another step forward in their cultivation within their lives. In this case, the God-transforming pill that could increase their chances of successfully reaching the divine sea realm wasn't too tempting. The reason many of them had come to take a chance of obtaining the God-transforming pill was in consideration of their disciples. Even if they swallowed the God-transforming pill themselves, there basically wasn't any chance for them to pass from the 5th to the 6th stage of life destruction. This life-bestowing heaven pill, on the other hand, was different. Not only did it merely attract the attention of the elders present, but it was a divine pill that they would go crazy over. The higher boundary a martial artist reached, the more of their life potential they would have dug out, the more vibrant the fires of their life became, and the more difficult it was to extend their life. To a martial artist, an inferior 100-year medicine could lengthen their lives by dozens of years and even have the effect of resurrecting the dead. To a Xiantian realm martial artist, high-quality 1,000-year medicines had similar effects, but to a life-destruction master, medicines that could extend their lives could be called legendary treasures. If one didn't have the foundation of a divine kingdom, it was simply impossible to even think about obtaining one. And this life-bestowing heaven pill was one of those marvelous pills. Not only could it lengthen one's life, but it could also make the fires of their live much more ebullient, turning back their clock and making them younger by up to 500 years. This was a life-changing, heaven-defying divine pill that even the 4 divine kingdoms only had a small number of. To these elders, becoming 500 years younger meant there was a chance they could further enhance their cultivation. If this was combined with the God-transforming pill, there might even be a chance of breaking through to the 6th stage of life destruction. After reaching the 6th stage of life destruction, if they experienced another massive lucky chance, then there might even be the faintest thread of hope to reach the divine sea. Although they would only be the weakest of divine sea masters, that was still the divine sea. They would be reborn. Their Dantian would experience great changes, and they would have at least 5,000 years of life to spend as they wished. To them, this was the same as living like an immortal every day. Let's attack together. He only entered the top 300 of the Destiny Decree half a month ago, and his cultivation is only at the late revolving core realm. It's impossible for him to have made another breakthrough in his cultivation or for his strength to have greatly increased in such a short period of time. We have 4 Destiny Decree Masters here. As long as we join forces, we can definitely capture him alive. Hall Master Situ shouted out. As he spoke, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly locked on his body. The ice-cold mask and the black lines that snaked down the mask seemed to exude a near-infinite killing intent, making him feel as if he had fallen into a deep, icy lake. However, he remembered the 3 Destiny Decree Masters behind him. With him, that was a total of 4 great masters. They held an enormous advantage over Lin Ming. He was suddenly filled with courage and bravado again. Let's attack together. Feng Yen, Ju Sun, go to the main temple and activate the protective array formation. Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division's main temple naturally had its own great defensive array. Even if Lin Ming was proficient in the Demon Emperor's array formations, he wouldn't be able to completely disregard it. Once the array formation started, it would be able to contain Lin Ming to a large extent. The martial artists in the square immediately began running toward the Great Hall. As for the 3 famous sect elders and the other life destruction martial artists, they all scattered away, spreading around and occupying favorable positions. They were ready to use all sorts of sneak attack methods on Lin Ming. Although they didn't dare to directly face him, they could take advantage of the moment when he was fighting the four great masters to sneak in some attacks. After all, Hall Master Sidhu's reward was simply too tempting. Do not be afraid. We have an absolute advantage with our strength. Lin Lonjian must have consumed a great deal of his true essence in escaping. He can't have much left. Hall Master Sidhu's voice echoed in everyone's ears. All disciples of the Misty Stream sect, follow my command. Prepare the Misty Stream formation. The Misty Stream sect sovereign was one of the three famous sect elders. The life-bestowing heaven pill was far too great an enticement to him. He had to obtain it at any cost. Moreover, he still had to take revenge for when his disciple, Yen Junxian, had been heavily wounded. The Misty Stream formation needed 12 elite disciples to stand in formation. By relying on their mutual cooperation, the martial artists would be able to fuse their attacks together, combining the weak to defeat the strong. At this time, all of the people the Misty Stream sect had brought over were outstanding disciples, and all of them were familiar with the Misty Stream formation. Once this formation was formed, then even though it might not be able to harm Lin Ming, it could still serve in a diversionary role. All of these disciples were well-trained elites. Even though the situation was chaotic and tense, they still looked for their spot in an orderly fashion. The Misty Stream sect sovereign actually stood in front of these disciples, blocking off Lin Ming. Once Lin Ming started to attack, the Misty Stream sect sovereign would fend him off, ensuring that the Misty Stream formation would successfully be formed. At this moment, Lin Ming's lips curved up in a fierce sneer. Although he didn't place this battle formation in his eyes, that didn't mean he would allow them to simply do as they pleased. Do you really think you can block me? Heavenly demon martial intent. Open to the limit. Bang. A terrifying force field energy rushed out like a tide. He revolved the heretical god force to the limit, simultaneously releasing the strength of the third level of the 8 inner hidden gates as he poured his large success bronze battle spirit into the energy of the force field. Azura force field, omnidirectional suppression of the body and soul. Death god force field, cutting down life and extinguishing all vitality. The Misty Stream disciples that were laying down the Misty Stream formation were suddenly enveloped by the dual force fields. Because the disciples with the weaker cultivations couldn't withstand the pressure of the Azura force field, their heads exploded like watermelons as red blood and white brain fluid splashed all over the ground. As for the others, their bodies suddenly shook, their eyes blew apart, their blood vessels burst, their meridians tore to pieces, and their dantian completely collapsed on themselves. Pung, pung, pung. With several muffled thumping sounds, several martial artists slumped to the ground. Many headless corpses still stood on their feet, their bodies twitching in response. This sudden scene caused the many martial artists present to be stunned in fear. How had their comrades died just now? They hadn't even seen Lin Longjin do anything. It was as if he just glanced at them, and they all died on the spot. Lin Longjin, you dare to kill my Misty Stream sect disciples? I will take your life. The Misty Stream sect's old man Yan's eyes turned blood red. He drew out a long sword from his spatial ring, revolving all of the energy within his body as he pointed it straight toward Lin Ming. Lin Ming scoffed. What a joke. You want to kill me, but I can't kill you? Do you think I should stretch my neck out and let you chop it off as you please? Old man Yen had no intention of bantering with Lin Ming. He calmly stroked the edge of his sword, causing the blade to become translucent like jade. Energy trembled, and a divine light shot into the blue skies. Sky Split Sword. Old man Yen slashed his sword down at Lin Ming. The Misty Stream sect was a strong 5th grade sect, so their inheritances were naturally good. This Sky Split Sword was the ultimate move of the Misty Stream sword art. One had to cultivate the inherited heart mantra to the highest level in order to use it. according to the ancient texts of the Misty Stream sect, when the sky-split sword's might reached its pinnacle, a single sword strike could split apart the endless blue sky. Zheng. The sword light turned. It looked like a jade dragon descending down the mountains, emitting a harsh, whistling sound that passed through the clouds and could split apart stone. Facing the sword of a destiny decree master, Lin Ming didn't have much of an expression at all. He shook the long spear in his hand, and the concept of fire wove together with the laws of space. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. Peng. Space shattered like glass. The flame energy fused with the power of space, condensing into tiny fragments that spun in the air like miniature stars. Then they turned toward Old Man Yen and shrouded over his sword light. CA. Harsh sounds of colliding energy filled the air. The star fragments tore into the sword light, and terrifying true essence shockwaves exploded outward, causing a massive storm to set off in the surrounding area. Under the impact of such a terrifying flow of energy, Old Man Yen was struck in the chest. He was sent flying backward, the blood tumbling in his body as he nearly vomited some. Sovereign. As the young elites of the Misty Stream sect saw Old Man Yen sent flying back in such a miserable state, all of them were inexplicably horrified. The sky-split sword their sovereign used was the ultimate finishing move of their Misty Stream sect. How could this have happened? Meanwhile, Lin Ming didn't give Old Man Yen any chance to recover. He turned the red spear in his hands, and the chain of stars came out again. This time, Lin Ming was the one taking the initiative to attack. The power of space condensed into countless space fragments that shot outward. Old Man Yen blocked some, but many of the other martial artists were also caught within the range of the attack. Be careful! Withdraw! Several elders cried out in alarm while they simultaneously released true essence shields around them. However, the most they could protect was themselves. It was impossible for them to help anyone else. The space fragments were just too fast. They sprayed forward like a hail of knives, recklessly firing toward the martial artists. A part of the space fragments violently crashed into several elders' true essence shields, erupting into brilliant and deadly sparks of energy. But most of the space fragments had flowed toward the groups of ordinary martial artists. Most of them had a cultivation at the revolving core realm, and some were even at the Xiantian realm. It was impossible for them to resist such an attack. Pung, 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 pung. Fresh scarlet-red blood bloomed in the air. Miserable screams sounded out from all over. Several revolving core martial artists had their heads directly pierced through by these space fragments. Then, the savage and violent power of space broke out, causing their heads to burst apart and their brain fluids to mix with the rain of blood. Quickly retreat! All of the surviving young martial artists from every sect and family clan instantly lost any shred of courage they had left. Their minds cracked in fear as they all fled away. They had originally come here thinking about obtaining the God-transforming pill and all sorts of other lucky chances, but right now, the Lin Ming in front of them was no different from the devil himself. No amount of wealth or lucky chances were as valuable as their lives. However, they didn't flee too far when they discovered a despairing truth that took away all their hopes. The entire Great Temple had been blocked off by the jagged sloped mountain branch division's Great Array formation. They couldn't leave. Open it. Please, hurry up and open it. Many of the young martial artists began screaming at the top of their lungs, and there were even some martial artists that began launching attacks against the Array formation. But let alone them. Even Lin Ming, who was skilled in the Demon Emperor's Array formation, still required 10 breaths of time to break through it. Stop panicking. Open the Grand Temple's killing array. Hall Master Situ yelled out as he saw the situation spiraling out of control. Several Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division protectors were already standing above the array formation runes. At this time, Lin Ming didn't even bother glancing at them. He only flicked his fingers and 3 true Essence Air arrows fused with his battle spirit shot out. These true Essence Air arrows were silent and invisible, with his large success bronze battle spirit attached to it, and with the support of his concepts. These air arrows were equivalent to the all-out attack of a 3 to 4 stage life destruction powerhouse using a heaven step treasure. With 2 pung-pung sounds, 2 of the true Essence Air arrows passed through the dantian of the Azura Divine Kingdom revolving core martial artists that had been standing on the array runes. The energy of the battle spirit burst out from within their dantian, causing their revolving core crystal nucleus to shatter apart. Both people instantly died on the spot. As for the last and strongest first stage life destruction martial artist, he loudly roared, retreating as he took out a high-grade Earth Step treasure sword and cut down at the true Essence Air arrow. However, with a kacha sound, that high-grade Earth Step treasure was broken apart by the true Essence Air arrow. The air arrow didn't slow down at all, piercing through the martial artist's protective true essence before piercing through his head, causing a rain of blood to scatter out. In an instant, that life-destruction martial artist's spiritual sea had been completely destroyed by the true Essence Air arrow. Chapter 801, Unstoppable. Chapter 801, Unstoppable. Kia. 3 martial artists died yet again. The true Essence Energy arrows killed their targets even past 100 steps. Every non-high level life destruction martial artist here could only allow themselves to be freely slaughtered. Such a disparity made a chill crawl down all the martial artists' backs. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as Lan Lanjian had the thought to kill them, their blood would splash across down the mountain slopes in the next moment. This sort of irresistible despair made them all wish to immediately flee these slaughter grounds. The entire square was dyed blood red with corpses scattered all over the grounds. In just several breaths of time, over 20 people had already died here. You bastard! The snow-capped sect's highest elder was outraged. He could only stare helplessly on as Lin Ming used the chain of stars to kill 7 or 8 of his snow-capped sect disciples. Every single disciple that was qualified to come to this gathering of heroes was an astounding young elite of their generation. But before they could even grow, Lin Ming had already chopped them down, as if he were cutting vegetables. Since you dare to kill my snow-capped sect's disciples, then I, Lien Xiu, will never allow you to leave here alive. Ha! Lin Ming sneered. To think another idiot would speak such pathetic words at this point. If your snow-capped sect disciples didn't target me, why would I kill them? Lin Lanjian, your actions are far too vicious. The reason I brought these juniors here today was only to allow them to widen their eyes and see the world. None of them threatened or attacked you, and yet you killed them, even though they were all innocent. Innocent? How ridiculous! If they really obtained clues about me, then would they not have reported it to the Azura Divine Kingdom? If they were on the Destiny Decree, then wouldn't they try to capture me for the bounty reward? Since they stand here today, they have already been tempted by the Azura Divine Kingdom's rewards, and all of them should have long since braced themselves for death at any time. Good, good, good. This old man will sacrifice you to my sword today. Lien Xiu loudly shouted, and then grasped a 4-foot-long thick saber as he slashed down at Lin Ming. I'll join with Brother Lien. The 3 famous elders attacked together. At this time, they naturally couldn't bother about something like fairness. Killing Lin Ming and saving their own lives was most important right now. Facing the all-out attacks of 3 life destruction masters, Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates once again. Although his strength has dramatically risen, it was still impossible for him to block all of their attacks by himself. He waved his spear, and his steps suddenly became distorted. The power of the gate of wonder erupted, golden rock shattering the void. Whoosh! Lin Ming's figure disappeared like ghosts and gods. The three elders' combined attack struck the empty spot where he once stood. Bang! Energy surged outwards, smashing into the great hall's protective barrier and causing the entire translucent shield to vibrate. Golden light shot into the sky, but Lin Ming was actually able to rely on his strange and ephemeral movements to easily dodge the shockwaves of the explosion. Then, he suddenly appeared like a ghost behind Hall Master Situ's back. In that moment, Hall Master Situ felt goosebumps crawl up his arms. He didn't even look back as he threw himself forwards, but it was already too late. Lin Ming held his spear's end with both hands and swept it out in a killing circle. The light of the red spear formed a crescent moon, incomparably radiant. Chila. Hall Master Situ's protective true essence was torn apart by the long spear. A long scar of blood crossed across his spine, and brutal thunderfire energy wrecked its way into Hall Master Situ's body, recklessly savaging his meridians and causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. A Destiny Decree Master had been severely wounded by Lin Ming's spear. Ah! Hall Master Situ crazily roared. He suppressed the unbearable pain in his meridians and rushed forward several steps, wishing to enter the protective circle of the other elders. But how could Lin Ming give him a chance for reprieve? He suddenly moved forwards, stepping on golden rock, shattering the void again, chasing right behind Hall Master Situ. Thunder and fire howled in the air. Lin Ming's spear came smashing down, straight towards Hall Master Situ's neck. Lin Ming's speed was too fast. Hall Master Situ simply didn't have time to respond. This was the combat ability that came with an absolute advantage in speed. Hall Master Situ nearly went mad with horror as he thought he would perish here. But Old Man Yen suddenly appeared at Lin Ming's side as he released a thunderous strike. Sky-split sword, a sword cut out horizontally, seeming as if space had been divided in half. If Lin Ming continued to attack, then he would be struck by this sky-split sword. Old Man Yen had attacked Lin Ming in order to protect Hall Master Situ. At this moment, all of them were in the same boat. Once Hall Master Situ died, their situation could only become worse. But facing this sword strike, Lin Ming didn't even acknowledge it. He had relied on his ghostly speed in order to create this opening. If he couldn't cause heavy damage to Hall Master Situ in this single attempt, then the next sneak attack would be far more difficult. As long as the four Destiny Decree Masters protected each other, it was possible for them to jointly ruin all of his attacks. Thus, Lin Ming could not give up on this attack midway. Lin Ming forcefully resisted Old Man Yan's sky-split sword and chased after Hall Master Situ with this fatal spear strike. There was not a single ounce of hesitation in his eyes as he continued to stab out. What? Old Man Yen could only stare blankly as Lin Ming continued after Hall Master Situ, actually ignoring his sword strike. Is this boy crazy, or does he scorn my attack? As Old Man Yen thought this, anger burned in his heart. A fierce expression crossed his face, and the sky-split sword in his hands became even stronger. Since you want to die, then let me help you. Puff. Lin Ming's spear thrust into Hall Master Situ's back. The azure light of the battle spirit rocketed into the deep blue skies like an immortal sword. Hall Master Situ was easily pierced through by the spear. Blood gushed out from his chest, and he issued out a hoarse scream, filled with pain and horror. And at the same time, Old Man Yan's sword also cut down on Lin Ming's back. Bang! Waves of energy struck him. Lin Ming gave a deafening roar as energy erupted within his entire body, and he revolved his protective true essence to the limit. Old Man Yen was a Destiny Decree Master after all. His sword easily ripped through Lin Ming's protective true essence and continued cutting into Lin Ming's body. Kacha! The 4-foot-long sword was blocked by the Demon Emperor armor, After over half of the raging energy was dispersed by the armor's protection, the rest surged into Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming's body had already been tempered by the profound gold divine fruit and the 8 inner hidden gates. He was as tough as a treasure. He forcefully withstood the aftermath of Old Man Yan's sky-split sword. Blood tumbled in his body. Lin Ming grit his teeth, abruptly suppressing the chaos in his body. Then he swiveled his wood-spirit jade mask face towards Old Man Yan. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes had become as cold as the 9 nether hells. The 2 black marks on his mask seemed to fill with endless killing intent. As Old Man Yan was locked on to by Lin Ming's eyes, he instantly paled to a hue whiter than paper. It was like he was looking into the eyes of the dead without a single trace of human emotion within them. He suddenly felt as if he had returned to his days of mortality and was thrust into the field of endless ice with polar gusts buffeting him. In this icy cold, his soul nearly froze. "Your attack is far too weak." The voice of a devil suddenly echoed in Old Man Yan's ears. His mind went momentarily dizzy as the world seemed to flip upside down. He heard a sharp breaking sound within him. A crack had appeared within his sword heart. His sword heart wasn't weak or fragile at all, but after suffering such a blow and facing this Lin Longyan that seemed to be the god of death incarnate, his confidence had completely collapsed. "Be careful!" Lien Shiyu's shout sounded out in his ears. A feeling of imminent crisis rose in Old Man Yan's heart. Without explanation, he recklessly cut his sword outwards. With only a loud explosion, Old Man Yan felt his ears go deaf and his eyes go blind. He felt a strong impact force strike him, as if his chest had been smashed by a mountain. Pung! The 4-foot-long heaven step sword broke in half. Old Man Yan's chest was swept through by the sword light, and his protective true essence shattered. His arms shook as his sword light was torn apart. Many of his ribs shattered. Old Man Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards like a broken rag doll. In a frontal collision, the spear had the advantage to begin with. Moreover, Lin Ming's explosive force and physical strength far surpassed Old Man Yan's. If it were just this, then it still wouldn't be enough to break Old Man Yan's Heaven Step treasure sword. But Old Man Yan's sword heart had been shaken, and this caused him to not be able to display even half of his complete strength. Sovereign Yan. Lien Shiyu ran up to catch Old Man Yan. Old Man Yan had still been able to block Lin Ming's last spear strike, and he had only been swept up in the spear light. Thus he had only suffered a severe wound instead of being fatally injured. But Hall Master Situ was in a much more miserable state. Lin Ming's spear had penetrated through his body. Although the spear had avoided the fatal point of his heart, it had still broken most of the meridians in his body, and most of his organs had also been destroyed by the hidden energy. At this moment, Hall Master Situ had completely lost all combat efficiency. In a single face-off and just with the exchange of several moves, out of 4 Destiny Decree powerhouses, one had been severely wounded and another stood on the precipice of death. How could the disparity be so great? As heroic young elites saw this, they completely lost any courage they had remaining. They already heard that Lin Longyan was powerful, but even though they acknowledged this fact, none of them had actually understood this. And seeing Lin Ming today, only now did they realize that this fellow was an absolute devil. He was already stood on a completely different level from these young elites. Even the famous elders of the various sects had no ability to resist him. These young elites only cursed themselves for being attracted by the potential rewards and deciding to come to the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division to participate in this damned gathering of heroes. If they hadn't been tempted, then they wouldn't have entered into this Azura hell, and they wouldn't have had to face this death god. The 4 great masters also felt their hearts quake. If they had protected each other from the very beginning, then they would have been able to resist. But now 2 of them had been made useless. How could they continue fighting in this situation? Hall Master Situ continued to cough up mouthfuls of blood. As he looked at Lin Ming, his pupils were somewhat vacant. From the beginning to end, he hadn't even been able to use a single move. And the reason for all of this was Lin Ming's terrifying speed. He had used his absolute advantage in speed to launch a sneak attack behind Hall Master Situ, and then relied on his abnormally powerful defensive power to resist Old Man Yan's all-out attack. With that, he had vacillated Old Man Yan's sword heart, and his spear had then been able to severely wound him. It may have seemed as if Lin Ming had easily won, but the truth was that all of this depended on his ruthless decisiveness and ability to fully display his absolute advantage in battle to the greatest extent. Otherwise, if he had truly fought all 4 of the Destiny Decree Masters together in frontal combat, then even opening the 3rd of the 8 inner hidden gates wouldn't allow Lin Ming to win. Situ, open the array, otherwise we will all die here, Lien Shiyu said to Hall Master Situ with a true essence sound transmission. His voice was filled with hysterical panic. At this time, he didn't dare to arouse Lin Ming's attention. Hall Master Situ struggled to support himself. He still couldn't understand. Just where had the 3 demo envoys gone? What had they done after flying outwards for 4 hours? Why had Lin Lanjian returned alone? What Hall Master Situ didn't know was that the 3 demon envoys were still flying back from 4,000 miles away. They had decided to ride a spirit boat in order to restore their true essence. The speed of the spirit boat certainly couldn't compare to their full flight speed. Demon 2, Lien Lanjian's energy had already gone completely missing. Do you think he might have returned before us and decided to launch a sneak attack of the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division? The 3rd demon envoy worriedly asked. He felt a foreboding premonition about everything that had happened. Demon 3, you worry too much. Although Lin Lanjian threw us off, he still consumed a massive amount of his true essence. Where would he still have the strength left over to attack Jagged Slope Mountain? And even then, there are still countless masters at Jagged Slope Mountain. Even if Lin Lanjian was in his peak condition, he still wouldn't necessarily be able to win. Chapter 802, Killing Situ. Chapter 802, Killing Situ. In the square of Jagged Slope Mountain's Great Hall, broken limbs and flesh was everywhere. The smell of blood overwhelmed the senses. Lin Ming grasped his long spear and began to take step after step towards the 4 Destiny Decree Masters. These 4 masters were all gathered together, and they were also well aware that with Lin Ming's extreme speed that was like ghosts and gods, they would encounter a surprise attack as long as they separated even a bit, and with their strength it was simply too difficult to escape. Lin Lanjian, you dare to massacre my Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division? My Azura Divine Kingdom will never rest until you are dead. My Azura Divine Kingdom has 3 great Imperial Scholars, 6 Demon Envoys, and Emperor-level powerhouses in the double digits. As long as any one of them move a finger, you will die without a grave. Hall Master Situ's heart swelled with endless fear and despair. At this time, he could only try to psychologically attack Lin Ming and hope that his heart would waver. Massacre your Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division? Lin Ming sneered. If your Azura Divine Kingdom thinks of me as a fish on the chopping block, then I can't counterattack? How laughable! Ever since the Azura Divine Kingdom eyed the inheritance of the Demon Emperor on me, the Azura Divine Kingdom has decided to never rest until they have caught me. Since that's the case, I will naturally have you pay the deepest price for your sins. Take good care of the Demon Emperor's heart guard mirror for me. One day I will go and take it myself. As for the 3 great Imperial Scholars, 6 Demon Envoys, and all of those Emperor powerhouses, once I am strong enough, I will kill them all one at a time. Lin Ming vehemently spoke. His heated gaze had already locked onto the 4 people in front of him. Lien Shiyu, and some other old man surnamed Sun that was ranked on the destiny decree had sweat streaming down their backs as they faced this perilous threat. Lin Ming's superimposed dual force field created far too strong a pressure. That ice cold with spirit mask and those traces of black above the eyes made it seem as if they were staring into the face of the devil, suffocating them and making them gasp for breath. "Let's fight!" Lien Shiyu finally couldn't withstand the pressure and took the initiative in the attack. Old Man Sun braced himself and followed behind. At this time, they were all on the same sinking ship. If Lien Shiyu attacked by himself, then he would certainly be defeated. It would be the end of the line for him after that. Neither of them dared to hold back just a tiny bit. Both of them immediately struck out with their ultimate moves. Mountain Slicing Saber. Red Flame Burning Heaven. Lien Shiyu grasped his 4-foot-long thick saber and cut down the raging energy like landslides and tsunamis. Old Man Sun spat out blood essence that then combusted into a fierce inferno of flames. Then, these flames covered his entire body. With a wave of his sword, flames tarnished the skies. His entire body had become like a scorching hot sun. The ground underneath his feet had already melted into flowing lava. No matter what, they were still Destiny Decree Masters. Even under the suppression of Lin Ming's dual force fields, they could still erupt with a terrifying combat strength. Lin Ming didn't step back. When he had faced the joint attack of 3 people, he admitted that he wouldn't have been able to resist that. But now that there were only 2, he actually wanted to give it a try. Lin Ming revolved the heretical God Force's energy to the limit, as well as opening the 3rd level of the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming thrust his spear forwards. The burning star flame howled, and the entire spear became a brilliant, radiant red, as if a phoenix was spreading its wings out from within the spear shaft. Bury the heavens. Ka. Space collapsed. The power of space rushed out from the space crack like a surging tide, forming a tyrannical and violent space storm. The wind caused the flames to burn with increased intensity. Then, the space storm fused into the burning star flame, causing its blazing heat to reach the peak. The incandescent light was blinding. It completely overshadowed Old Man Sun's fire attack. All 3 waves of energy frantically smashed into each other. At that time, sound itself seemed to be swallowed up. The conflagration of flames washed away all the clouds in the sky, engulfing the entire mountain peak. The fiery aftermath surged in all directions. Endless screams and agonized cries filled the heavens as many of the young disciples from the various sects and the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division were directly charred to ash. This energy simply wasn't on a level that they could hope to resist. Lien Shiyu and Old Man Sun were both sent flying away by the uncontrollable wild energy. Lien Shiyu was better off. The blood tumbled in his body, and blood leaked out from the corners of his mouth. But Old Man Sun had been struck by the heretical god seed's fire counterattack. The meridians in his sword-wielding right hand had been roasted away, with only 30% remaining. Even if a high-stage life destruction martial artist's flesh and blood had been transformed several times by energy, damage to their meridians still wasn't an injury that they could recover from in a short period of time. Old Man Sun flipped the sword into his left hand and focused his eyes through the layers of flaming fog. He saw Lin Ming had only withdrawn several dozen feet back, with seemingly no injuries on him. 1 against 2. This young man hadn't sustained any injuries? Or perhaps he had suffered some internal damage from the pressure. Old Man Sun's heart trembled. If Lin Ming had been injured just a tiny bit, even if this was a minor wound that didn't affect his combat effectiveness, that was still enough for him to regain some of his confidence. Lin Ming's attack had simply been too strong. If he could gain the advantage even in a 1 against 2 situation, then if any of them were to face Lin Ming alone, 3 moves was more than enough to severely wound them, and killing them in 5 moves was not a problem at all. How could this be possible? A month ago he had only been slightly stronger than Corpsemancer. After such a short period of time, his cultivation was still at the late revolving core, and didn't seem as if it had risen by much. So how could he have become this much stronger? Old Man Sun's palms became wet with sweat. Lin Ming grasped his long spear and pointed it towards the ground. A moment ago he had faced the attacks of two enemies, and although he had occupied the upper hand in the end, the truth was that some of the violent energy had sunk into his body. It was just that Lin Ming's physical bodily defensive power far surpassed even a divine Sea Supreme Elder's. And in addition to the heretical god seed guarding his body and his incomparably tough meridians, he had been able to forcibly suppress that energy so that it appeared as if he wasn't harmed at all. At this time, a rumbling sound resounded in the square. The great mountain ceiling array began to shake, and the translucent barrier became increasingly pale and light. It would completely vanish any time now. Hall Master Situ took advantage of Lin Ming being occupied in battle and began to open the great mountain ceiling array. Opening the array from within was simple as long as he had the requisite array opening token and cut off the supply of energy. Run! Less than half of the young martial artists had survived. As they saw the great mountain ceiling array about to open, all of them frantically launched their movement techniques to escape. At this time, all of them hated that they couldn't grow more legs to get out of this hell faster. Quickly request reinforcements. Inform the 3 demon envoys. They are definitely nearby. Many of the martial artists were thinking these thoughts. The great mountain ceiling array had isolated all flow of information, including even sound transmitting talismans. But now that it had been lifted, they could send out messages and seek rescue. The Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists were especially hurried in sending messages to the 3 demon envoys. They already hoped that the 3 demon envoys would return soon. They figured that they were close to Jagged Slope Mountain, but had no idea why they hadn't hurried back yet. As long as the 3 demon envoys returned, there was no way for Lin Longjien to be so rampant here. As for the martial artists from the other 3 large sects here, they all began informing their sect headquarters about what happened today. Some sects had more than one Destiny Decree Master. For instance, the Misty Stream sect had an even stronger highest elder that was guarding their sect. For a time, the light of sound transmitting talismans gleamed all over the land. As Lin Ming looked at these ignited flames, his eyes revealed an icy killing intent. He turned the spear in his hands and energy erupted outwards. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. The power of space condensed into fragments, mixing with the howling power of annihilating flames. These star-like fragments fired towards all the martial artists that were sending out sound, transmitting talismans. The star fragments had wisps of a battle spirit attached to them. Their sharpness was in no way inferior to heaven-step treasures. With a whistling sound, countless flowers of blood appeared in the square. Some star fragments penetrated through 3 or 4 martial artists without stopping at all. Lin Ming had completely turned into a god of death, recklessly harvesting the lives of everyone around him. Miserable screams filled the air. The young martial artists became even more delirious in their desire to escape, take advantage of this time, and escape separately. As Lin Ming was dealing with the other martial artists, Lian Xiu rapidly sent a true essence sound transmission to the other 3 Destiny Decree Masters. At the same time, he activated the flight treasure on his body and flew away. Old Man Sun's response was only half a breath slower. He quickly fled in the opposite direction. They could only take advantage of the moment when Lin Ming was distracted to escape. If they didn't run away now, then they would never have another chance. Lian Xiu and Old Man Sun had only been slightly injured. Their speed was nearly unaffected. In the blink of an eye, they had already fled 1,000 feet away. But Old Man Yen and Hall Master Situ were in a much more pathetic situation, especially Hall Master Situ. His chest had a big hole with blood leaking out of it, extending from both the front and the back, and most of his meridians and organs had been destroyed by Lin Ming's true essence. Now, his escape speed was probably even lower than that of the fleeing young disciples. As he saw Lien Xiu, an old man's son, rapidly soar away, he cursed them even as gloom filled his heart. He could only try his best to escape too. Lin Ming's energy had already locked onto those 4 Destiny Decree Masters. When they moved, Lin Ming also moved towards these enemies that wanted to take advantage of him. Lin Ming had no intention of letting any of them leave here alive, not to mention that they were also carrying a great deal of wealth on them. The gate of wonder opened. His speed rapidly rose to the limit as his feet stepped upon the void, golden rock shattering the void. In just the blink of an eye, Lin Ming already overtook the limping Hall Master Situ. Hall Master Situ was overcome with anguish. Out of the 4, he was the weakest one, and he had also been severely wounded, sent to the very edge of death. His combat strength wasn't even 10% of his peak condition. If Lin Ming caught up to him, then he would undoubtedly die. Ah! Hall Master Situ crazily shouted out and turned to meet the enemy. Bang! A turbulent flow of energy broke through Hall Master Situ's body, sending him flying into the air. He could only watch on helplessly as Lin Ming's long spear turned into an azure beam of light that pierced through his throat. At the same time, he felt his right hand go cold as it was cut off by Lin Ming, taken away along with his spatial ring. Pung! Hall Master Situ bounced on the floor like a rubber ball and tumbled over several hundred feet before sprawling out on the floor. His eyes stared up into the sky, perfectly round and filled with an unwilling hopelessness. He had died with nothing but injustices filling his mind. And Lin Ming didn't even glance back at him. He only removed Hall Master Situ's spatial ring and then tossed away the hand. With another blink, he had shot forward several miles. The reason he had dealt with Hall Master Situ first was because Lin Ming guessed that the God-transforming pill was on his body and wanted to prevent him from hiding or ruining the pill in his desperation. Then Lin Ming decided to chase after the fastest one, who was that surnamed Lien Old Man. Lien Xiu had an excellent flight treasure on him. He had told everyone to flee with a true essence sound transmission in order to create an opportunity to escape. He expected that Lin Ming would kill the slower ones first, giving him a chance to catch his breath and make it out of here. Lien Xiu completely poured all of his true essence into the flight treasure. In his entire life, he had never flown so quickly before. Chapter 803, Killing the Elders. Chapter 803, Killing the Elders. Lien Xiu certainly wouldn't think that he was faster than Lin Ming, but relatively speaking, chasing him would be the most strenuous and tasking choice. If he were Lin Ming, then he would prioritize killing those other 3 old men. Otherwise, he would waste too much time and give those 3 the chance to escape. As long as Lin Ming decided not to chase him, then after some more time passed, the 3 demon envoys would definitely arrive. Then he would be safe. This was his only chance of survival. As Lien Xiu thought this, he pushed himself to the limit to escape. But at this time, he suddenly heard the whistling of true essence blasting out from behind him. A thick and overwhelming killing intent shrouded down on him. No! Lien Xiu's heart filled with despair. He never thought that the speed he was so proud of would be overtaken in a mere 5 breaths of time by Lin Ming. In front of Lin Ming, his so-called speed was just a joke. Lin Ming had chased after him, the fastest of the 4. Without a doubt, Lin Ming had decided to wipe out all 4 of them. Filled with despair, on the verge of death, when one's life became a flickering candle, that was the time when a person could often erupt with their life's greatest potential. When Lin Ming's killing intent covered him, Lien Xiu suddenly turned around. He spat out blood essence on his saber, turning the entire blade a deep blood red. Fierce bursts of wind howled through the air as true essence roared out. Lien Xiu shouted like a madman, crazily cutting his saber down at Lin Ming. Slaughter Soul Saber. To use his own blood essence to stir the Slaughter Soul Saber, the saber became not only a material attack, but one that could extinguish a person's divine soul. This was a cultivation method of harming oneself to harm the enemy. Even if he managed to cut down the enemy, he would still severely damage his own divine soul, unable to recover for a long time. And the reason that Lien Xiu used this attack now was because he had been forced to his limits. He had discovered that Lin Ming's defensive power was simply too freakish, with his protective true essence, Demon Emperor armor, and Lin Ming's own terrifying physical bodily defense. All general material attacks against him were simply rendered useless. Even Old Man Yan's Sky-Split Saber had only lightly injured Lin Ming. Since material attacks didn't work then, Lien Xiu could only use the Slaughter Soul Saber. This saber was only offensive without a single ounce of defense. Lien Xiu was aware that if he fought with Lin Ming, he would sooner or later be defeated. He could only use this suicidal method to show Lin Ming he was a bone that would hurt to chew, forcing Lin Ming to give up on him and chase the other three. As Lin Ming faced this menacing saber attack, his mind stirred. A divine soul attack. He could feel the strength behind this saber. It was impossible to dodge. He could only block it. But once he blocked it, his speed would definitely slow for a period of time. And Lien Xiu would use the repelling force to open up the distance between them. Then, chasing him would take several more breaths of time. At this moment, he was pressed for time. If he wanted to settle these battles quickly, then he couldn't back down. If he delayed for too long, then it would be much more difficult once others caught up to him. After all, this was still the land of his enemies. Once reinforcements rushed in, then the situation would become increasingly troublesome. With his long spear in hand, Lin Ming directly faced Lien Xiu's Slaughter Soul Saber. On the spear shaft, the concept of fire and the space laws wove together. He poured his battle spirit into it. Bury the heavens! A spear stabbed towards the defenseless Lien Xiu, completely disregarding his attack. What? Lien Xiu was shocked. He never imagined Lin Ming would completely ignore the threat of his suicidal attack and continue launching an attack towards him as before. When martial artists fought, they particularly feared fighting ruthless individuals that didn't care a whit for their lives, especially when that ruthless individual was himself a powerful freak of nature. It was already too late to take back his own attack. Lien Xiu gave a loud shout and gathered all of his energy onto the saber point. His eyes shined with a maddeningly red light. Let's die together. He had complete confidence in his Slaughter Soul Saber's divine soul attack. 500 years ago, when Lien Xiu was at the third stage of life destruction, he had relied on this attack to cut down a fourth stage life destruction master. The spear and Slaughter Soul Saber crossed each other. Lin Ming's spear stabbed towards Lien Xiu's chest, and the Slaughter Soul Saber cut towards Lin Ming's waist, as if it would cut him in half. Pung, pung. Both of their bodily protective true essence simultaneously exploded into pieces. Lien Xiu's body was easily pierced through by Lin Ming, blood raining to the ground. Although Lien Xiu had managed to avoid having his vital heart point pierced at the final moment, true essence still surged into his body, violently destroying his insides and meridians. His wounds were no lighter than Hall Master Sidhu's. Lin Ming felt a burst of pain at his waist, and a great energy transmitted into him. His body shook, and he nearly spat out blood. At the same time, the violent flux of energy broke into his spiritual sea, turning into a blood-red saber that wanted to cut Lin Ming's spiritual sea in two. Lien Xiu was a destiny decree master. He damaged his own soul and combusted his blood essence as the price in order to send out this incomparably terrifying divine soul attack. Moreover, Lin Ming had taken the strike without dodging or blocking at all. The entire divine soul attack had struck him. Lin Ming's eyes exploded with a sharp light. The samsara, martial intent, revolved. A massive black vortex began spinning atop his spiritual sea. It joined together with the azure battle spirit there and shot towards the blood-red saber. Ka, 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 ka. The black vortex and the blood-red saber collided. Wild energies unceasingly melted against each other. This brat really decided to take my slaughter soul saber? As Lien Shiyu saw Lin Ming stiffen for a moment, his distorted face curved up in a vicious smile. Even though he was severely wounded, he believed that Lin Ming's current situation was even worse than his. He knew just how powerful his Slaughter Soul Saber was. Even if Lin Ming were to withstand the Slaughter Soul Saber's physical attack, he wouldn't be able to fend off the Divine Soul attack. When masters exchanged moves, the moment of dazed absent-mindedness that occurred when the soul was damaged could often result in fatal consequences. While he was frozen, take his life. Lien Shiyu suppressed the excruciating pain in his chest and ignored the damage to his meridians to forcefully revolve his true essence. He prepared a second saber attack that would cut off Lin Ming's neck. Even if Lin Ming was wearing the Demon Emperor armor, his neck wouldn't be protected. With Lin Ming's mind having fallen to illusion, his protective true essence would also reach the very depths of frailty. As long as the saber hit, it would definitely be able to decapitate Lin Ming. I've won! Saber light rose up. Lien Shiyu lifted the saber above him with both hands and was prepared to cut it down, when at this moment a cold light suddenly shot out from Lin Ming's eyes, like a bolt of lightning crossing through the dark night sky. When Lien Shiyu was locked on to by this light, he felt as if the flow of time around him instantly slowed down. He lost all strength to move his body. An azure light flared out. The spear in Lin Ming's hands shot forth like a viper, thrusting straight into Lien Shiyu's chest. Puff. Protective true essence tore like wet paper. The heart ruptured, and blood shot into the wind. Lin Ming's spear had mangled Lien Shiyu's heart to shreds. At this time, Lien Shiyu's saber hung in the air, incapable of cutting down. Lien Shiyu vomited a mouthful of blood. His pained chest only felt empty now. Lin Ming's spear had erupted from his back, creating a massive hole through him. When this overlapped with the previous wound, Lien Shiyu's vision began to slowly blur. Lien Shiyu couldn't believe that after his Slaughter Soul Saber solidly struck his enemy's body, it actually hadn't been able to cause any substantial damage. Just how could this be? Lien Shiyu blankly looked at Lin Ming. Gradually, his pupils began to dim. Sorry, but I am similarly confident in my soul defensive ability. These were the last words that Lien Shiyu ever heard. In the next moment, his head shot into the air, and his ruined body crashed into the ground like a dead dog. Lien Shiyu had perished. Lin Ming took Lien Shiyu's spatial ring, and without any pause at all, he stepped onto Golden Rock, shattering the void, chasing straight after Old Man Sunday. At this time, Old Man Sun had already flown almost 100 miles away. He was ecstatic that the one Lin Ming had chosen to chase was not him. As long as he hadn't been chosen, he had confidence he would be able to safely escape. Now, after flying for such a long distance, his mind was much more calm and stable than it was before. I'll fly out a few dozen more miles and then change direction. I'll fall down and hide in the mountains, restraining all of my energy. There's no way he should be able to find me then. This thought had just crossed Old Man Sun's mind, when at this time he heard the sound of intense air currents whistling behind him. This sound became increasingly close and increasingly loud. What? Old Man Sun swiveled around to see Lin Ming, soaked in blood from head to toe, grasping that red long spear. and shooting towards him at over twice his own speed. How can he be so quick? Did he already kill Hall Master Situ and Lien Shiyu? Old Man Sun was frightened to the point where he felt his soul fly out from him. Only several dozen breaths of time had passed. The 4 Destiny Decree Masters that had been at the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division were also divided into the strong and weak. The strongest had been Lien Shiyu, followed by Old Man Yen. Hall Master Situ and himself had been the weakest of the bunch. Old Man Sun was well aware that if Lin Ming could kill Lien Shiyu in such a short period of time, then killing him would be as easy as tearing apart a piece of paper. Lin Ming's terrifying extreme speed caused Old Man Sun to completely abandon all thoughts of escaping. Now, with the meridians of his right hand burned away, he could only use his left hand. With only 60 to 70% of his combat strength left, the chances of defeating Lin Ming were less than 0. Lin Lonjian, don't kill me. I can give you 70% of all the wealth I've accumulated in my sect. Just die. Lin Ming didn't bother with this Old Man Sun's nonsense. He swept the spear in his hand straight towards Old Man Sun's throat. Old Man Sun released a miserable scream and desperately cut out his sword at Lin Ming. However, he only had his left hand holding this sword. How could he possibly contend with Lin Ming's spear? Bang! With an explosion, Old Man Sun was sent flying backwards in a rain of blood. Lin Ming chased close behind. Penetrating rainbow. Chila. Old Man Sun dropped his sword. His entire left arm was covered in blood. With a twist of his spear, Lin Ming's spear cut through Old Man Sun's protective true essence and pierced straight towards his dantian. True essence erupted. His battle spirit sundered Old Man Sun's revolving core crystal nucleus. Lin Ming grabbed Old Man Sun's spatial ring and then continued on his way to kill the last Destiny Decree Master. Lin Ming had already left battle spirit marks on everyone. Normally, a martial artist would only comprehend their own battle spirit at the Divine Sea Realm. Although these 4 old men were all Destiny Decree ranked masters, their potential wasn't too great, and none of them had managed to form their own battle spirit. Thus, it was impossible to undo the battle spirit mark. In just several dozen breaths of time, Lin Ming returned to the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. At this time, the entire area was in chaos, and all the low-level martial artists had already fled away as fast and far as they could have. Bang! Lin Ming swept his spear across the front of the Great Hall. The walls collapsed, revealing a pale-faced and empty-eyed Old Man Yen. Lin Ming was about to kill him with his spear when a sudden alarming premonition flashed through his mind. His body shot backwards in a conditioned reflex. Puff! A wisp of spear light thrust into the ground where Lin Ming had been standing. The rock shattered like glass, and an immeasurably deep hole was formed in the ground. Who? Lin Ming waved his long spear, his entire mind on full alert. Chapter 804. Azura Divine Kingdom Emperor Uncle. Chapter 804. Azura Divine Kingdom Emperor Uncle. 3,500 miles out from the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division, a black heaven-step spirit boat was rapidly flying through the air. Sitting within the boat were 3 middle-aged men, sitting in meditation. They were the Azura Divine Kingdom's 3 demon envoys. Just a while ago, the 3 of them had chased Lin Ming at full speed for over 8,000 miles, causing themselves to consume a massive amount of energy. Now, after an hour had passed, the 3 had already fully recovered. At this time, the 3rd demon envoy suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing through his eyes. I've already recovered more or less, and the rest of you are the same. We're less than 4,000 miles away, so I suggest that we put the spirit boat away and fly back at full speed in order to avoid any trouble. And Demon 3 is right. It's better to be safe than sorry. Come, let's go. The second demon envoy stood up, an adamant light in his cold eyes. Small bolts of lightning seemed to cut through his dark pupils. The fully recovered second demon envoy was an extremely terrifying existence. This was the strength of a top 100 ranked Destiny Decree Master. Our failure during this mission is our lives' greatest shame. We haven't just shamed ourselves, but we have also shamed the glory of the Azura Divine Kingdom as well. When we return, we will definitely be punished. And all of this is owed to that damned Lin Longjin. As the second demon envoy bitterly spoke of this, he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles began to crackle. He wished he could skin Lin Ming alive and make him suffer beyond death. Demon 2 is right, but although we didn't have any harvest, at least we still managed to use the Azura Divine Kingdom's secret technique to capture Lin Longjin's energy signature. The next time we run into him, we'll definitely recognize him. Moreover, we've also learned that Lin Longjin's trump card is that freakish speed of his. In terms of speed, he's at least equal to a top 70 ranked Destiny Decree Master. Humph! This Lin Longjin must relied on some sort of flight treasure or movement technique inheritance in order to be so arrogant. Sooner or later, he will fall into our hands. No matter how fast he is, as long as we've captured his energy signature, then we can lay an array formation in advance and wait for him to step into our net. Right? When we go back this time, we'll plead mercy to the Divine Emperor and redeem ourselves with our future merits. We will rid ourselves of this disgrace. The three demon envoys spoke in a calm, angry tone. The more they talked, the icier their voices became, as more killing intent rolled off their bodies. At this moment, in the dim light within the boat, 3 to 4 flames suddenly lit up in front of them, rapidly exploding like a group of fireworks. These were the lights of sound transmitting talismans. The 3 demon envoys' minds stirred and closed their eyes to respectfully receive the messages. They thought that news of Lin Ming stealing 300,000 spirit essence stones might have reached the Azura Divine Kingdom headquarters, and that the Divine Emperor had decided to express his displeasure. However, the Divine Emperor's sound transmitting talisman should be a purple gold light, not yellow. Moreover, it was unreasonable to pass 3 or 4 sound transmitting talisman at once, and the Demon Emperor's voice wouldn't sound so messy or frantic. What was the message? As the 3 demon envoys listened on, their originally calm faces that had just a hint of anger suddenly became incomparably gloomy. After the second demon envoy heard the message of the sound transmitting talisman, both of his eyes turned blood red. He clenched his fists together, and the blood vessels in his arms popped out like worms. The contents of the sound transmitting talisman were: Lin Longjin has killed his way into the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, washing the entire land in blood. Hall Master Situ has died in battle. The God-transforming pill was stolen. Over half of our disciples have died. And the 3 great elders have also perished. The 3 large sects that arrived have all suffered countless casualties. Ah! The second demon envoy crumpled the sound-transmitting talisman's flame in his hands and looked upwards, releasing a tremendous roar. Bang! All of the tables and chairs within the spirit boat shattered apart, as if they were glass struck by a hammer. Killing his way into the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, slaying Hall Master Situ and the 3 great elders. How could this be possible? Demon 3 was so angry that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. It was impossible for this news to be fake. Lin Longjin, I swear that I will never rest until I personally end you. Demon 2 felt as if his own heart was twisting apart. Lin Longjin had led him out in a circle like a dog. After that, Lin Longjin had turned back around and washed the entire jagged slope mountain branch with blood, while also looting the god-transforming pill. Thus, the bounty reward that they were going to present to anyone that could capture Lin Longyan had actually fallen into his hands. What sort of ironic joke was that? Moreover, just a quarter hour ago, he had even haughtily claimed to Demon 3 that Lin Longyan would not have the strength remaining to return to Jagged Slope Mountain and launch a sneak attack. Even if he had enough energy remaining, that still wouldn't be enough. Now it seemed as if he had been made a fool of. This was his life's greatest, most dishonorable shame. If he never cleared away this shame by killing Lin Longyan, then this disgrace would forever remain in his heart as a heart demon. He was a top master that had a chance of reaching the divine sea realm in the future. However, if he attempted to break through to the divine sea, then this heart demon would cause his thoughts to go into chaos, possibly making him face defeat in the attempt. Pung, Demon 2 shot out of the spirit boat, and launching himself forwards as he desperately flew towards the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. At this time in the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division's Great Hall, Lin Ming stood atop a pile of broken bricks and tiles. In front of him, Old Man Yen was standing there with listless eyes, as if he had lost his soul. Blood pooled underneath his body, and he had suffered serious losses to his life force. As Lin Ming looked at Old Man Yen, whose spiritual sea seemed to be shattered, and then at the unfathomable deep hole caused by a sneak attack, he firmly believed that this was not an attack sent out by Old Man Yen. "Come out!" Lin Ming pointed his spear towards somewhere in the void. Suddenly, an insidious, old voice sounded out from all directions. This voice was hoarse and hideous, as if it were the eclectic sound of a mix of the wails of many haunted souls. "You are Lin Longyan. Good. Very good." In front of Old Man Yen, a faint black light suddenly gathered together, accompanied by a rising black fog. This fog condensed, revealing a black-robed old man floating in the air. His face was wizened like bark, and nearly all of his hair had fallen off his head. From top to bottom, this person exuded a thick, deathly energy, as if he had just climbed out of a coffin. Despite the fact that this old man resembled a flickering candle flame in the wind, without many years of life remaining, Lin Ming was actually supremely shocked. This old man's body seemed close to the point of decay, but his eyes were as profound as the endlessly starry night. Just looking into them made it feel as if they could suck you in. This was a top master, disregarding his time at the King-level smelting trial in time-worn Phoenix City. This old man, absolutely the greatest powerhouse that Lin Ming had yet to lay his eyes on. This was a divine sea powerhouse. Lin Ming felt the hairs rise all over his body. He was about to turn around and flee as quickly as he could, but just as he moved his feet, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Although this old man's body seemed solid, after exploring it with his perception, he actually discovered that it was as intangible as a spirit. Moreover, it was continuously exuding the majesty of a battle spirit. This wasn't the black-robed old man's true body, but rather a wisp of his battle spirit. It was highly likely that this black-robed old man left some sort of special item at the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. This item probably had a wisp of his battle spirit attached onto it, allowing him to instantly create a projection of his will here. The old man looked at a Lin Ming, and his lips cracked up in a smile, revealing yellow and cruel-looking teeth. While Lin Ming was outwardly disgusted and repulsed, at the sight of this old man that barely had any hair left, his mind stayed vigilant. This person was likely one of the old monsters of the Azura Divine Kingdom. This meant that today's matter of him, washing the entire Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division with blood, had already been made known to the high-level individuals of the Azura Divine Kingdom. This was also reasonable. Although Lin Ming had used the chain of stars to cut down most of the martial artists attempting to send out messages, some of them had still managed to evade his grasp and continued transmitting the news. Who are you? Lin Ming flourished his long spear, pointing it right toward the eyes of this dying old man's phantom. After realizing that this old man was nothing more than a wisp of a battle spirit, he calmed down. Of those that had come today to the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, the large sects like the Misty Stream Sect, Snowcap Sect, and the others were all fifth-grade sections. While the sect's top martial artists might have been Destiny Decree Masters, it was still impossible for them to have a Divine Sea Master. Thus, this old man facing him could only come from the Azura Divine Kingdom. Normally, a Divine Sea powerhouse would have over 5,000 years of life. A late Divine Sea powerhouse might even live up to 10,000 years. Since this old man already had such a revolting appearance, could he have already lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years? Jajage. This old man is Sitabonin, the Emperor Uncle of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Lin Lonjian, you have truly surprised me. Although I have no idea what method you used to lure away those 3 imbecilic demon envoys to then wash this jagged slope mountain branch division with blood, your destiny ends here. You were far too arrogant. A tree that leaves the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If you had escaped earlier, then you would never have fallen into my hands. Ew. Situbonin, the Azura Divine Kingdom Emperor Uncle. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The Azura Divine Kingdom's current Divine Emperor was already a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. Therefore, if this Situbonin was truly the Emperor Uncle, then he was from an older generation than the Azura Divine Emperor. He was undoubtedly a true Divine Sea Master. No wonder he was old enough to appear like this. Generally, once a martial artist reached the middle of their life, the fires of their life would begin to slowly weaken, and their body would also start deteriorating. On the verge of death, their strength might not even be half of what it was during their peak state. Even so, Lin Ming didn't dare to show the slightest bit of contempt for this Situbonin. This was because for a supreme elder that was nearing the end of their life like this, because they had repeatedly failed to make further breakthroughs in their cultivation, their personalities would often become much more strange, cruel, erratic, and unpredictable. Lien Lonjian, I have no idea where you obtained the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. It also seems as if your own inheritance comes from a different vein than my Azura Divine Kingdoms. However, my Azura Divine Kingdom are the only descendants of the Demon Emperor, and all of the Demon Emperor's legacies belong to us. No matter which corner of the Sky Spill continent it was dug out from, all of it belongs to my Azura Divine Kingdom. If you had originally been willing to hand over the Demon Emperor's inheritance and the Demon Emperor's armor, and had been willing to choose either, allowing us to wipe away your memories of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, or joining our Azura Divine Kingdom after having a soul spell placed within you, then I wouldn't have minded giving you a few benefits. Now, however, I will erase your very existence, wipe away my memory, or plant a soul spell. Lin Ming angrily laughed out loud. Even a soul force master would damage a martial artist's soul if they tried to wipe away a portion of their memories. Sitabonin, I once heard others say that the lowliest humans are invincible. Today, I have learnt that from head to toe, you are nothing but pathetic. After being mocked by Lin Ming, Sitabonin's lips curved up in a fierce smile. I don't remember just how long it's been since someone dared to talk me like that. How funny for a mere, small revolving core martial artist like you to speak up, even if you are an eternally rare talent. You are nothing but a firefly in front of the brilliant moon that is my divine kingdom. You aren't even worth mentioning at all. For me to kill you, that is no different than slaughtering a rabid dog. As Situbonin spoke, his body suddenly distorted, turning into a black smoke that sunk into old man Yan's body. Chapter 805, The Glory of a Large Success Battle Spirit. Chapter 805, the glory of a large success battle spirit. Old Man Yan's eyes were lifeless. As he faced the black smoke that was Situbonen, his expression remained as dull and blank as before. The black smoke was like an evil ghostly spirit that plunged into Old Man Yan's body, completely submerging into him. Old Man Yan's body twitched several times, and then was still again, as if he were completely unaware of the black smoke. After several more breaths of time, his eyeballs turned in his head, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he suddenly soared into the sky. On his chest there was still a massive hole there. His ribs had shattered, and one could see his organs within. An aura that belonged to Situbonen began to emanate from Old Man Yan's body. His body had already become completely controlled by Situbonen's battle spirit. In fact, even before Lin Ming had returned to the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division, Old Man Yan's spiritual sea had already been split apart and destroyed by Situbonen's will. He had completely lost his mind, becoming no different from a zombie. To use a battle spirit to control a body in battle, so a battle spirit can also be used like this. A battle spirit was the condensed will of a martial artist. It could control all objects and could even be attached to a virtual energy field, increasing its strength. If so, then controlling a person's body shouldn't be impossible either. After Situbonen completely controlled Old Man Yan's body, he flicked his fingers and a needle-looking treasure appeared in his palm, spinning around. As this needle spun around, it rapidly became larger. In an instant, it turned into a jade-green long spear. As Lin Ming saw this long spear, his eyebrows shot up. This was a peak medium-grade Heaven Step treasure. Old Man Yan used a sword, so the spear obviously weren't his. It was likely that this peak medium-grade Heaven Step spear was the treasure that Situbonen had attached his battle spirit to. After Situbonen received news that the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division was being massacred by Lin Ming, he had temporarily projected his will through this jade green long spear. When this jade green long spear appeared in Situbonen's hands, his aura suddenly shifted. He became more demonic, more vile. Several blood-drinking seals shot out from the long spear, rapidly revolving around it. There were a total of 3 blood-drinking seals. These blood-drinking seals were all around half a foot wide and were a dark blood red. It seemed as if they had been soaked in blood and tempered in flesh, incomparably sharp. Situbonen only had a wisp of his battle spirit arrive here, so it was impossible for him to bring blood-drinking seals with him. Then, without a doubt, these blood-drinking seals had already been attached to the jade green long spear ahead of time. Lin Lonjian, let me show you today the power that only a divine sea powerhouse can possess. With your current level, it's impossible for you to even injure a hair of mine. As Situbonen spoke, he lifted the spear with both hands and smashed it down at Lin Ming. Turbulent black energy rolled up into a storm. The 3 blood-drinking seals roared as they spun around, directly cutting towards Lin Ming's head. The 3 blood-drinking seals that Situbonen had formed were powerful, but a mere 3 was far from enough. Lin Ming's spiritual concentration reached the extreme. He poured the concepts of thunder and fire into the spear, aiming at Situbonen's already broken chest as he fiercely thrust forwards. Penetrating rainbow. Bang! The blood-drink seals collapsed and were sent flying away. Even with the buffer of the elastic spear, Lin Ming still felt the arc of his palm shake, as if he had struck a mountain. Break! Lin Ming roared out, and the power of thunder fire on his spear violently detonated. The burning star flame flung into the sky, forming hundreds of flaming birds that plunged towards Situbonen. Situbonen wasn't able to dodge in time. With a sizzling sound, half of his body was scorched black. However, within the flames, Situbonen still had a crazy and diabolical smile on his face. He ignored his injuries and continued to thrust the spear towards Lin Ming. Primeval spear strike. This spear only had a tiny amount of true essence attached to it, but the power of it was actually able to twist apart space. The jade green long spear seemed to vanish, suddenly flickering as it appeared in front of Lin Ming. The spear aimed at Lin Ming's dantian and shot out, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished. However, Situbonen's understanding into the concept of space was extremely profound, and a small dark wisp of energy still overtook Lin Ming, drilling into his body like a viper and recklessly destroying everything in its path. Lin Ming drew back hundreds of feet, his complexion pale. Looking from afar, Lin Ming saw that Situbonen's entire body had been scorched by the burning star flame. Even his limbs were charred black. His injuries appeared much worse than Lin Ming's, but a joking smile still hung on his face. It was obvious he didn't feel these injuries in the least. If his opponent was a normal martial artist, then Lin Ming's first strike would have severely wounded his opponent, making it impossible for them to gather potential for a second attack and wound Lin Ming. "You stupid idiot. I have already said that someone of your level could never harm even a hair of mine." Situbonen cackled darkly. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't even seem the slightest bit panicked. Instead, he smiled. Yes, it seemed what he thought was true. In truth, from the very start of his attack, he had only been wanting to verify some matters. He wanted to know just how a battle spirit could control a body, and now he had already figured out everything he wanted to. By relying on only a battle spirit projection, the combat efficiency Situbonen could use was extremely limited. This was because he could not use his own true essence. He could only borrow the true essence within Old Man Yan's dantian. In other words, Situbonen was combining the experience and techniques of a divine sea powerhouse with the body and energy of a fifth-stage life destruction martial artist. Because his will didn't match the body, there was problems in transferring energy around, inevitably leading to a loss in his combat strength. Thus, using a battle spirit to control a body was simply a weak and makeshift technique. It was only for when the main body momentarily couldn't appear. Against a martial artist of the same level, using it for true combat was useless. Situbonen frowned as he saw Lin Ming's smiling and assured face. "Brat, you're about to die, so what are you smiling about?" "Old dog, Situ. I am smiling because of your ignorance." "What?" "Your so-called strength that only a divine sea powerhouse possesses is nothing but a battle spirit. A battle spirit is the condensation of one's ephemeral will. It is not something that can be destroyed by physical attacks. What I attacked just now was only Old Man Yan's corpse. Even if Old Man Yan's body was dismembered into pieces, you still wouldn't be injured. At that time, you would only abandon his body and go find someone else to possess." "Humph, I guess you're not too stupid." "I have no need for the likes of you to judge whether or not I am stupid, but I have already deeply experienced just how stupid you are. Your battle spirit projection is simply too weak. By attaching it to that man's body, you are restrained from all angles. You simply can't do anything against me. Who cares if I can't harm you? You can't injure me either. As long as I follow you, then the Azura Divine Kingdom Masters will catch up in a quarter of an hour, and you will be captured. When that time comes, I will pull out your soul and torture you until you beg for death. Ch-ch-h." Situbonen recklessly smiled, as if he was already anticipating the scene of Lin Ming's capture and suffering. Lin Ming chuckled. "That's why I said you were ignorant. Old dog, Situ. Don't you know that I've already long since comprehended my own battle spirit?" "What?" Situbonen was startled. At this time, there was a loud explosion as a sound like a thunderclap roared in Situbonen's ears. In the next moment, the scenery around him suddenly shifted, and he had arrived within an endless desert. World of Will. Situbonen's eyes widened. To drag him into the world of will, this proved that Lin Ming had already formed his battle spirit. A late revolving core, realm martial artist, could detach his own elementary battle spirit. This damnable brat. Situbonen was greatly shocked. In a sense, A battle spirit was a power that only a divine sea powerhouse could possess. As for life destruction powerhouses, even if they were top-ranked destiny decree masters, there was only the tiniest minority that could ever hope to form their own. As for comprehending a battle spirit as the revolving core realm, that could be said to have never occurred before. At least, he had never heard of this occurring in the last 1,000 years. Very good. Lin Longjin, you continue to surprise me at every turn. After Situ Bonen's astonishment receded, a cunning smile still hung on his face as before. He didn't panic because Lin Ming had formed his own battle spirit. Since he had been identified as an eternally rare talent by the various intelligence networks, then comprehending a battle spirit at the revolving core realm wasn't too unexpected. But how had he formed his own battle spirit? Situbonen was already 6,000 years old. Since he reached 3,000 years of age, he hadn't been able to raise his cultivation by a single small realm. Instead, the fires of his life began diminishing and his cultivation also gradually dissipated. In this sort of situation, Situbonen had invested all of his energy and will into raising his battle spirit. After the repeated tempering of over 3,000 years, although his body was on the verge of collapse and could even be said to be decaying, his soul and will were still incomparably formidable. Situbonen had asserted that with Lin Ming's current level, it would be impossible for Lin Ming to injure him at all. And this didn't change even with the knowledge of Lin Ming's battle spirit, because even if Lin Ming possessed his own battle spirit, it was still far from a realm reaching his own. Brat, since you've comprehended a battle spirit, this will be perfect. I will use my powerful will to annihilate you and show you the tip of a divine sea powerhouse's terrifying strength. I will let you know that an absolute disparity in cultivation cannot be made up for by some mere talent. Ho! Situbonen gave a loud shout, and his battle spirit rushed out from the ruined corpse of Old Man Yen. His battle spirit shot into the sky, turning into a giant demon in the air. This giant demon was over 10 feet tall with thick, sinewy muscles wrapping its body. The giant demon grasped a jet-black halberd that shimmered with a cold light. This giant demon was conjured by Situbonen. It was the incarnation of his battle spirit's true body. Take my halberd. Explosive sounds emitted from Situbonen's body. He grasped the jet-black halberd and smashed it down at Lin Ming. Facing the strike, Lin Ming remained completely calm. As the halberd closed in on his head, suddenly a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The large success bronze battle spirit in his spiritual sea howled forth. Kacha! The void shattered. That originally chopstick-thin azure battle spirit in his spiritual sea flashed and instantly grew hundreds of millions of times larger. It turned into a titanic-long spear hundreds of miles long, the spear point piercing through the great blue sky. Lin Ming wielded this gargantuan long spear. It came crashing down like a toppling pillar of heaven. What? Situbonen looked at the long spear that was hundreds of feet thick, and then he looked at the black halberd in his hands that was only 2 inches thick. An awkward and silly expression appeared on his face as his features twisted into a complex puzzle. This majestic metallic color, this was large success bronze battle spirit. Chapter 806, Grind. Chapter 806, Grind. Yeah. Most martial artists that formed their own battle spirit did, so once they reached the divine sea realm. And these divine sea powerhouses had all been emperor-level talents when they were young. Most of them had even been peak emperor-level talents. After all, the vast majority of emperor-level talents failed to reach the divine sea in the end, for various reasons. As for those existences that could sustain their talent and luck until the end, they were truly extraordinary individuals. And of the chosen within these chosen prides of heaven, Only a tiny minority would ever comprehend their own battle spirit at the life-destruction realm. There were even some individuals that would only be able to slowly touch upon the threshold of a battle spirit after reaching the divine sea. They would rely on the long life granted by the divine sea realm and then slowly cultivate their battle spirit. Situbonin was originally a battle spirit genius. As soon as his battle spirit had taken shape, he had continuously tempered it for 3,000 years. From the elementary state to small success, he finally began to reluctantly trace the threshold of large success. As for reaching bronze perfection, he didn't even dare to think of that. That sort of battle spirit simply belonged in the domain of legends. But now, at such a young age, Lin Ming had already steadily achieved a large success battle spirit. His cultivation was only at the mere late revolving core realm. If Lin Ming managed to cross life destruction in the future and then step into the divine sea, Situbonin didn't dare to imagine just how terrifying that battle spirit would become. This is impossible. Situbonin couldn't believe this. He even suspected that Lin Ming's body might have been possessed by some strange, old, monstrous fellow. Seeing this mountain-like long spear crash down at him, Situbonin crazily shouted and stabbed out with his halberd. Roar, roar, a whir, with a deafening clamor. For giant vicious beasts poured out from the point of Situbonin's halberd. Two of them were huge black pythons that were as thick as a water barrel, their bodies hundreds of feet long. One was a three-headed hell dog with its entire body covered in blood-red fur, and with claws and teeth as sharp as swords, and the last one was a massive red scorpion, its long red tail like a crimson lance. The four phantom vicious beasts plunged towards Lin Ming's together. Lin Mind completely disregarded them. His spear came smashing down as before. Pung! The four vicious beasts completely exploded. The long spear only slowed down for the briefest of moments before continuing to pound down at Situbonin's head. The gap between the force of their wills was simply far too great. Situbonin's battle spirit boundary was near large success of the bronze level. This was only a tiny bit lower than Lin Ming's. However, the Situbonin here was only a wisp of his battle spirit, a phantom projection that he had sent out. Compared to Lin Ming's main battle spirit here, the two were simply incomparable. Pung! Situbonin's giant demon-form battle spirit was directly smashed into a pulp by Lin Ming's spear. Its body broke into countless pieces as it pounded deep into the ground. In the world of battle spirits, the one with the stronger will was king. You... Situbonin's twisted voice came out from the mash of flesh and blood. Old dog Situ, didn't you want to take out my soul and torture me? Now it seems that I am the one killing you. Although this wisp of battle spirit is only the projection of your will, if I kill it then it will cause serious damage to your battle spirit. Bang! Lin Ming's spear came pounding down again. Situbonin's wrecked body of will became even more miserable. Lin Lanjian, I will remember the shame of today. Situbonin hysterically shouted as his will body attempted to reform again. Why would I care if you remember? Lin Ming jeered. He wielded the spear with one hand and smashed it down again. Old dog Situ, don't you understand the current situation? And you've still made such a laughable threat against me? The Azura Divine Kingdom's enmity against me can worsen no more than this. They will never rest until I am dead. Why would you think I care about further offending the Azura Divine Kingdom? One day in the future I will make sure to cut you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Situbonin's voice became deformed by the agonizing pain he was experiencing. He coldly cursed Lin Lanjian. If you dare to destroy my will projection, then I will personally execute you in the future. I will take your soul, refine your marrow. I will find your clansmen, your wife, your children. I will use the men to create blood-drinking seals and ravage the women for my path of obscenity. Pung! Situbonin's body of will split up once more. Lin Ming's complexion darkened. Good, very good. Then I shall wait for you. Pung, 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 pung. Lin Ming repeatedly smashed the spear down with ruthless abandon. Situbonen's threat had touched upon his reverse scale, the point that could never be touched. Situbonen's flesh and blood scattered everywhere. His body was twisted as if it had been stuffed in a meat grinder. This was simply not a match, but a brutal grinding. After being smashed several dozen times, Situbonen attempted to reform every time. But every time he attempted to do so, his body became more ephemeral and unreal than the last try. Old dog Situ, you really are tenacious. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Situbonen was already angry to the point that he was about to burn up. He simply didn't bother talking with Lin Ming. In front of Lin Ming's large success bronze battle spirit, his wisp battle spirit will projection had nowhere to escape. The desert in the world of Will had a massive hole smashed in it, and in the sands above, pieces of meat was scattered everywhere, wriggling about like little meat insects. Burning star flame. Lin Ming followed his memories of the burning star flame and recreated its monstrous flames in this world of Will. Pillars of fire dropped down from the heavens, and raging infernos completely swallowed up Situbonen. The pieces of crushed meat were all burned to ashes. In the whistling flames, one could even make out Situbonen's final curse, "I will find you someday. I will find your family, your wife, your children. I will use the men for blood-drinking seals and savage the women for my path of obscenity." Pung! The flames exploded. Situbonen had completely turned into ash, fading into the wind. Lin Ming withdrew from the world of Will. Situbonen's final death curse echoed in his ears. With the hatred and poison in his voice, Lin Ming didn't doubt that Situbonen would abandon everything he had to fulfill that curse if he could. There are no devils in this world. It is only because humanity itself has resentment, hate, fear, greed, and evil thoughts. Only then do people create illusions in their minds, viewing others as monsters and demons. But what a pity that there are too few people that can make their way out of this cage and see everything for what it truly is. Demonshine, inform Ewer and the others, and have them leave the South Sea, finding some other safe destination. Make sure that they keep their whereabouts strictly confidential. Lin Ming's eyebrows twitched. Although he used a fake name and also wore a wood spirit jade mask, and there were countless lives and lands within the Sky Spill continent, he would not underestimate the Azura Divine Kingdom's intelligence network. If there was ever a day that someone dug out his background, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, there was also Li Yifeng. That man clearly knew of his origin, and had likely guessed that he was the one known as Lin Lonjian. "No problem," Demonshine replied. When Demonshine left the South Horizon region with Lin Ming, he had split off a wisp of his soul to stay in the giant Leviathan. That wisp was responsible for controlling the giant Leviathan, as well as conveying messages from him. The four divine kingdoms were truly too far from the South Horizon region. He had no sound-transmitting talisman capable of passing through the millions of miles. "We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's go." Lin Ming didn't go to search for the wealth of the jagged slope mountain branch. He had already been delayed here for too long. The wealth of the jagged slope mountain branch division was likely protected by array formations that would take time to break through. Moreover, the jagged slope branch division wasn't too high-ranking of an area. The wealth here was limited. It simply wasn't worth the risk. His soul force swept through the spatial ring that Hall Master Sitta left behind, and he clearly saw the god transforming pill within. Then Lin Ming no longer delayed. He grabbed the medium-grade heaven-step-long spear that Situbonen had left behind, and also grabbed Old Man Yan's spatial ring before launching away with Golden Rock shattering the void, escaping at full speed. After flying 600 to 700 miles away, he discovered that there were some disciples of the Azura Divine Kingdom rushing in his direction as they flew straight to jagged Slope Mountain. Lin Ming's mind turned cold. He quickly dropped down and twisted the space around him, completely disappearing from sight. With Lin Ming's current understanding into the concept of space, he hadn't reached the level of being able to rip apart space and hide in the space crack. Still, he could twist space and allowed the chaotic power of space to hide all of his energy and even make light curve around him as to create a visual blind spot where martial artists couldn't see him. That's weird. It felt as if someone was just here, but now it's gone. A middle-aged, scholarly-looking martial artist appeared near the area where Lin Ming disappeared. He was surprisingly at the second stage of life destruction. He had brought a squad of martial artists, all of them at the revolving core. If just this squad was placed in the South Horizon region, then they would already be able to form a peak fourth-grade sect. But in the 4 divine kingdoms, they were only a minor mission squad. Hall Master Jean, could you have been mistaken? Several surrounding martial artists asked. Because of the great massacre at Jagged Slope Mountain, this squad had been temporarily transferred over. They had still been rushing over to the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division to receive further orders. Maybe. Hall Master Jean frowned. Although he wasn't too strong, he was especially talented in perception. Thus, he had been named Hall Master of the Investigative Department. Normally, even life destruction powerhouses several stages higher than him couldn't hide in front of him. He investigated the area around himself once more. After not finding anything out of place, he fell into thought for a moment. At this time, Lin Ming was hiding only 30 feet away from Hall Master Jean. He curbed all of his energy and even stopped his breath and heartbeat. He traced his spatial ring, ready to attack at any given moment. With his strength, once he desired it, he could instantly kill this squad in front of him. But he was in a very dangerous area right now. It was possible that there was a supreme elder form, the Azura Divine Kingdom, on their way here. If they discovered him, it would be disastrous. Hall Master Jean still didn't issue the order to leave. It seemed as if he was ready to investigate this area even further. But at this moment, a beam of light cut through the horizon. One could vaguely make out that it was a spirit boat. And on top of the spirit boat was the engraving of the Azura Divine Kingdom's giant demon symbol. It's the Great Demon Envoy. The Great Demon Envoy has arrived. Several revolving core disciples excitedly said they had originally been frightened of the potential dangers here, but now that they saw the Great Demon Envoy arrive, all of them were immediately overjoyed. The Azura Divine Kingdom had a total of 6 demon envoys, of which the first was also the strongest. Compared to the other 5 demon envoys, he was on another level altogether. Rumors had said that the first Great Demon Envoy could block the combined attacks of the other 5. Let's hurry up and make our report. All right. As Hall Master Jean didn't find anything strange, he gathered his squad and left. After half an incense stick of time, space suddenly fluctuated like ripples in water. Once Lin Ming confirmed that everyone had left, it was only then that he appeared from the distorted space. Chapter 807, New Destiny Decree, Title, Death God. Chapter 807, New Destiny Decree, Title, Death God. Great Demon Envoy. Lin Ming recalled the terrifying atmosphere that he had just experienced. It was like he was facing a mountain that couldn't be scaled. That person was absolutely a top master. It looks like the Destiny Decree is much more terrifying than I imagined it to be, Lin Ming's solemnly said. As he completely restrained his aura and energy, he quickly ran low to the ground and entered the vast forests of Jagged Slope Mountain. Flying was too dangerous right now. He prepared to conceal his energy and ran forwards into the forest. This way, he would be able to minimize the risk of being discovered. Without knowing just how strong his opponent was, rashly rushing into their base wasn't the wisest decision. In fact, as Lin Ming thought about it, he thought that maybe he had been a bit too crazy in his actions. Luckily for him, only the second, third, and fourth demon envoys had been guarding the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. If it had been the great demon envoy, then Lin Ming suspected then that even the speed from the Gate of Wonder wouldn't be enough to flee from him. I underestimated the power of the sixth stage life destruction masters. It's impossible for me to reign over the other life destruction powerhouses with my speed, even with the Gate of Wonder. It's a pity that my comprehension of the concept of wind is too shallow, since if my golden rock shattering the void were to advance another level, then combined with the Gate of Wonder, it might be able to allow my speed to reach the peak of life destruction. When Lin Ming first discovered that the heretical god seed could absorb thunder and fire, he had experimented with the other elements to see if they would respond in the same way. However, there hadn't been any response to those elements from the heretical god seed. Lin Ming arrived at a deeply secluded mountain valley an hour later. He found a river several feet wide and plunged into it as he completely withheld his energy, allowing himself to drift down the water. This sort of escape method was very safe, as the river would wash away any and all traces of his energy. He wouldn't even need to use true essence to travel, lowering the possibility of being discovered to the absolute minimum. As Lin Ming floated down the icy river waters, he remembered all of the six-stage life destruction masters he had encountered ever since coming to the four divine kingdoms. The first one was the ancient wood spirit jade carving appraisal grandmaster that Li Yifeng had introduced him to, Guru Blue Wei. However, Guru Blue Wei had less than 100 years of life remaining, and his current strength was less than half of what it used to be at its peak. Moreover, he had invested all the energy of his later years into appraising with spirit jade carvings. He had cut off his heart of battle and started to cultivate a peaceful mind and soul, and was thus not too terrifying. Because of this, Lin Ming had never realized the horrifying strength of a sixth-stage life destruction powerhouse at their peak. As he thought about it, a sixth-stage life destruction powerhouse had a slim hope of breaking into the divine sea realm. While they were young, they were undoubtedly emperor-level talents, and certainly outstanding ones amongst at that. Once these sorts of individuals reached the sixth stage of life destruction, it was hard to imagine just how powerful they would be. I wonder what degree of strength a top 10 ranked Destiny Decree powerhouse would reach. What about a top 3 ranked master? As Lin Ming thought this, he felt that his future road was still unbelievably long. Today, by massacring the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division, he had publicly slapped the Azura Divine Kingdom in front of all the major powers of the Central Sky Spill continent. The Azura Divine Kingdom would never let him go now. Lin Ming had also destroyed Sitabonin's battle spirit projection, completely enraging that 5,000 to 6,000-year-old monster. If a top-ranked Destiny Decree martial artist was already so terrifying, then Lin Ming couldn't imagine just how strong Sitabonin actually was in reality. It could be imagined that after this fiasco, the Azura Divine Kingdom would not hesitate to put forth any price to search for him. The Azura Divine Kingdom had a glorious and long inheritance. Not only were they powerful and influential, they had more masters than clouds in the skies. If they had over 10 divine sea supreme elders like Sitabonin, then they were in existence nearing the level of a 6th grade sect. Such a superpower was far from what Lin Ming could ever hope to contend with. His biggest priority right now was to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could only be at the mercy of others. If he couldn't increase his cultivation, then it didn't matter how talented he was, or any other advantages he had to make up for the cultivation gap between him and the others. That wasn't the orthodox method of doing things anyways. Demon Shine knew what Lin Ming was thinking. He thought for a moment and said, "Boy, you should make sure that you are mentally prepared. If you truly desire to break through to life destruction, then I fear it won't be so easy." I said, If you want to break through into life destruction, then you will have to pay a price several times, or even 10 times larger than other martial artists. The road ahead of you is filled with difficulties, but the corresponding rewards are also just as splendid. Of course, this all depends on if you can last until the very end. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and Lin Ming had finally slowly and safely made it out of the jagged slope mountain range. At this time, news of Lin Ming's massacre of the Azura Divine Kingdom's Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division and washing the entire grounds with blood had spread like wildfire over the 4 divine kingdoms. Prior to that, the Azura Divine Kingdom had already released news that Lin Ming had stolen their Azura Divine Kingdom's inheritance and had posted a sky-high bounty to capture Lin Ming. 300,000 spirit essence stones, a peak medium-grade heaven-step treasure, and a god-transforming pill. This sky-high bounty had made even the top 100-ranked Destiny Decree Masters froth from the mouth in excitement. Many other martial artists had joined in groups just to search for Lin Ming. The Azura Divine Kingdom had used several large branch divisions as their bases of operations and gathered heroes from all around the world. They had planned to establish cooperative relations with the local 5th grade sects and form a massive intelligence net with their help. In this sort of situation, with such a widespread and tight intelligence network searching for Lin Ming, everyone thought that Lin Ming would be like a meteor, experiencing a brief period of blazing glory before falling from the sky. However, 7 days after that announcement, an explosive situation that made everyone's eyes pop out had occurred. With just himself and his spear, Lin Ming had killed his way into the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. He had stolen away the bounty rewards that the Azura Divine Kingdom had prepared, played the 3 demon envoys like dogs, and then killed several hundred outstanding elite disciples of 3 great sects and the Azura Divine Kingdom. Even 4 Destiny Decree Masters hadn't been spared. All of them had been slaughtered. While the world hadn't known of Lin Ming's battle with Sitabonin, just the killing of the 4 masters was enough to shock everyone. Of the 4 people, Hall Master Situ and Old Man Sun had been the weaker of the group, barely being able to rank on the Destiny Decree. However, the other 2, Old Man Yen and Lien Xiu, were true Destiny Decree Masters. Their rankings were no worse than corpsemancers. Even with the 4 of them joining forces, they had all been routed and slayed by Lin Ming without a single one escaping. Such a feat was bewildering. Lin Ming killing his way along into Jagged Slope Mountain and blatantly stealing the bounty reward, such brazen audacity had left everyone dumbfounded. This was especially true for the surviving minority of young disciples that had escaped from Jagged Slope Mountain. To them, the mere mention of Lin Longyan's name brought about bouts of nightmares. It could be said that the name of Lin Longyan had already become a heart demon, infesting within their souls. If they couldn't rid themselves of this, then when they tried to cross life destruction in the future, it was highly likely they would suffer a backlash from this heart demon. The infamous name of Lin Longyan only took a few days to become well known amongst everyone. This was a hero that only came once every several thousand years. Even the divine emperors of the 4 divine kingdoms wouldn't be able to stand side by side with Lin Longyan when they were his age. This was because most of them only knew Lin Ming's approximate age. None of them knew just how far into his 20s he was. If they were to discover that Lin Ming was actually less than 22 years old when he washed the Jagged Slope Mountains with blood, and had even destroyed Situbonin's battle spirit projection, then even the description of an eternally rare talent wouldn't be enough to describe Lin Ming. Lin Ming's talent would even cause the major powers of the Sky Spill continent to feel unease. This was because, according to this rate of growth, it was entirely possible that Lin Ming would become the number 1 master of the Sky Spill continent in the future. He would then be able to influence all matters within the entire Sky Spill continent using just his strength. To such a future unrivaled powerhouse with unknown intentions, it was truly difficult for the major powers to decide how to process this matter. If Lin Ming grew, then it was possible that he would pose a threat to them. It was also possible that he could prove beneficial to them. Winning him over would be the best course of action to take. However, just because they wanted to didn't mean they would be successful. If they couldn't win him over and decided to kill him, then it wouldn't be a matter if they did manage to kill him. If they failed to kill Lin Ming and made an enemy instead, however, then that would truly be a nightmare that would never end. They knew that for such a developing legend like Lin Ming, those sorts of characters often had an inestimably great destiny on their bodies. Wanting to kill someone like that would not be easy at all. Moreover, the other major forces weren't like the Azura divine kingdom. There were no entangled interests and enmities between them. Unless the ruling decision-makers had decided to go insane, no one would want to earn the hatred and become the enemy of a peerless talent with an infinite potential for growth. 10 days later, a new destiny decree was freshly printed. This was a revised destiny decree, undoubtedly published because of Lin Ming. If Lin Ming had managed to kill 4 destiny decree masters at once, then that meant his strength had recently made enormous progress. What was strange, however, was that his cultivation hadn't grown by much. This caused Lin Ming to be shrouded in increasing layers of mystery. The several great information organizations were unable to give a reasonable explanation for this. They could only ambiguously speculate that Lin Ming had encountered some massive lucky chance or cultivated an extremely mighty arcane ability. That extreme, unparalleled speed that Lin Ming had shown when he set off a bloodbath in Jagged Slope Mountain was good proof of this. The new Destiny Decree was sold out at nearly the same moment it was released. Of those that opened the Destiny Decree, they had no interest at all in those masters whose positions hadn't moved for dozens of years. They turned the pages to search for Lin Ming. On the 280th page, in scarlet letters written with great flourish, was a name, Lin Longyan. This red ink was meant for the hottest rising star of the moment. At this time, Lin Ming's name had already been written in red twice. Being on the 280th page meant that Lin Ming's strength was ranked between 280 to 290 and was also faintly considered to be the strongest of that group. Less than 30 years old, with a mere late revolving core cultivation, he had managed to climb to rank 280 on the Destiny Decree. This could be called unprecedented since ancient times. And at the lower right corner of the name Lin Longyan, there were also a few small words written in jet black ink. This was title, Death God. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they saw these words. The several great intelligence organizations would only confer a title to specific masters. Every master on the Destiny Decree that was able to obtain a title was either extraordinarily strong or possessed unlimited potential. There were 360 individuals on the Destiny Decree, but only 30% of the martial artists there could obtain a title. These titles also had special declarations. For instance, Saint, Life, Heroic, Sage, and other variations. But God was the highest one. On the Destiny Decree, not counting Lin Ming, there were only 10 other martial artists that had earned the title of God. Of these 10, 7 were ranked in the top 10 of the Destiny Decree, while the other 3 were ranked in the top 20. Although these 3 weren't considered to have strength at the peak of life destruction, their potential was simply too great. Without accident, they would one day reach the divine sea. There had never been anyone that obtained the title of gods below rank 50. Lin Ming had done so while ranked at 280. Moreover, he was still a revolving core martial artist. There were already a few major powers considering whether or not it was necessary and worthwhile to shield and protect Lin Ming coming into conflict with the Azura Divine Kingdom, or perhaps even waging war with them. They only hated that Lin Ming wasn't their direct descendant, or even one of their juniors. For such an extreme, never-before-seen talent, it was worth it, even if they had to take the entire world as their enemy. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.